Another delivery that you just feel Lester he's got to go a little fuller in length.
Definitely, it's a perfect bat and wicket, Colin. It looks to be a belter. We wait to see what the scores are going to be. When I went out there today, I was surprised to see how smooth actually it is. There's a slight sheen on the wicket. It's a properly prepared strip, it looks like to me, Colin.
Yes, this one just going wide enough for Walton to have a look at it. Suppose as a opening batsman, Lester, you want to get that bounce, the pace of the pitch, and yes, if you pick up runs in the meantime, that's fine. But the more balls you can allow to go by, just feeling out the conditions is always good for an opener.
Yeah, I like it when it's passing by, Colin, so you get an idea, and then you pounce into them as you go on.
That's much better from Clark. Good line, good length. Couldn't do much with it, Walton. Walton, who got 94 in the game against the Barbados Pride, couldn't go on to get his 100. We've had 300 so far for the tournament. So a beauty of 100 here on Monday, Lester. Shufin Rutherford, who didn't seem interested in the game when he was on the field, came in at number 7, with Guyana probably heading towards defeat. That's again, he needs to find a gap, Walton. You could see him a little upset with that one. He timed it well, it came off the bat quickly, but couldn't beat the field, didn't find the gap. So after 2 overs, it's 6-0. Yeah, he came in at number 7 with Guyana Harpy Eagles heading towards defeat, and he got 105 not out. And really took the Leeward Islands bowlers apart. He hit something like 8 or 9 sixes in the knock. And right here at the Queen's Park Oval, he was. I was having a conversation with your good friend Ruskin Mark, and I was saying to him, and I'm not talking here ODIs and Test cricket. I'm more thinking T20 with all the different innovations. This man was hitting the ball into the second tier of the Trini Posse stand.
That's a big hit.
And and I was saying to Ruskin, if it was T20 cricket, why don't you give him 8 runs for that? Because you hit the ball. Here is a new over from Ford and Blackwood, looking to drive. He's going to get a single, bit of misfielding, but I was looking to drive that ball through extra cover. I got an inside edge. Yeah, and I was saying to Ruskin, well, maybe when a guy hits the ball like that, you got to give him more than 6. Because another guy hits it just over the rope, he gets the same 6 when you hit it into the double into the second tier of the stand. But I'm just talking little innovations for T20 cricket, because T20 cricket
is not real cricket.
Well, it's just entertainment, isn't it? It's just entertainment. Yeah. And I'm always saying, you know what? If you have 32 runs to win in the last over, right? Here is Ford again. This is a good delivery, getting some bounce and that ball hitting the seam and just taking off, beating the outside edge of Chadwick Walton's bat. Yeah, you have 32 runs to win in the last over. You have
incentives.
You have incentives. If you're saying, okay, if I can get at least 2 or 3 of these balls. By the time 3 balls bowl, I could have 24.
So over anything over 90 feet.
Yeah. You can measure it now. So anything over 95 feet or thing, you say okay.
That's an 8.
Yeah, it's an 8. But anyway, we're not going to talk that today. I had a long discussion with Ruskin Mark on that, and he looked at me very strange.
Because Ruskin is a very intelligent person. You won't talk in anything intelligent.
Yeah, but but still, at least give me a little chance to express myself.
No,
but he kept shaking his head and looking at me very strange. But I'd say what I wouldn't go back there today. But yeah, it was a super knock from Rutherford, and he literally single-handedly won the game for Guyana, because the pitches here at the Oval has been very, very good. Oh, that's a good hit from Walton. May not go into the boundary because it's hit and didn't seem to time it all that well. It more or less came off the bottom of the bat, but it was still, he had enough elevation in it to get it over mid-off. So he picks up 2 more runs. So once Ford takes it up into the zone of both Blackwood and Walton, they are going to go over the top. So it was a good safe hit from him. because the man at mid-off is on the edge of the circle. That's a good delivery, but good in terms of the movement. But again, the line got away with that. Yeah, got away with it, didn't he?
Yeah, not too bad bowling at this time, but we already seeing signs of lapses in concentration with the fielding, Colin, which is surprising because this is just the fourth over.
Another good delivery here from Ford that to end the over. So he's completed his second over, none for 4. And after 3 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions having elected to bat first and 9 without loss.
We look at the outfield, Colin. You can see an attempt to get it right. At this time, it's not the lush green that we have grown accustomed to. Certainly, I was here a few months ago, and it was a beauty. And you can see work being done to make sure that it's going to be ready. Certainly in January, February, when serious 4-day cricket probably would be played, Colin. But it's just little white patches, but still it's still obviously very smooth. And the area down at the southern end, has a little give, but up here on the northern end, it's a little harder. So ball will be running off the surface.
Well, Clark starting a new over, getting a little bit of bounce as that delivery came into the right-handed Blackwood. And it's just pushed out there on the offside. Naim Young, the skipper, is at cover. And there's no run. Yeah, well, there was a 8-a-side football tournament Leicester played here after the CPL. So you would find that the field still, it's not the greatest, but it's not lush green. That have you know, I played in the tournament, Leicester.
At 69, Colin?
Yeah, I played in 69, Leicester.
You have to be 68, 69, Colin?
Leicester, please. A young man like me. And I'll have you know, I scored 2 goals, and
what a thing.
My team got the bronze medal.
What a thing.
Yeah, just they needed about 4 of me on the team to get gold. But there was only me, and I no longer have the ability as messy as I used to. But you're going to point out something on the
what I
field?
find very strange, if you look at the field, Colin, just around the goal line, the parts that are most used, the goalkeeper area.
That's right. Yeah, well, that's normally the case, Lester.
You old guys won't run in.
Yeah, that's normally the case. Get the ball up quickly. So you don't have much work to do. That's in the air, but it's going to clear the man. Oh, that's a brilliant catch. What a catch there. What a catch. And Blackwood goes, and let's see. There he went over the top. And is that Naim Young? No, I don't think it's Naim Young. No, it's not. Let's see. The man taking the catch there is Kevin Wickham. It's Kevin Wickham.
But Colin, I have often held the view that is the hardest catch in cricket.
Sure.
Hardest catch in cricket. Where you're running, the ball is coming over his right shoulder. He's looking, and he's trying to keep his eyes on the ball, and it's going further away from him. He keeps running. He's running at full speed. That is the hardest catch in cricket. But not to say that slip catching is easy, but this we just saw there, Colin, was unbelievably good. An excellent catch. And I was just mentioning that it's so early in the game that you can see some of the guys are letting balls pass, and they were getting extra singles. But this was a fantastic catch. Wow. Unbelievably good. Unbelievably, Colin.
And 2, is it? Let's... no, he got to 3. Yeah, he got to 3. And so the Scorpions are now 11 for 1.
Again, not the best shot in the world from Blackwood.
Well, I could understand though, Lester, what he was attempting, but but I think he went a little too early to play that kind of shot.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
So Blackwood goes 11 for 1, and brings the left-hander, young Kirk Mackenzie, So they've more or less swapped positions because Mackenzie was opening before with Walton and Blackwood was coming at number 3, so the experiment hasn't worked. And Mackenzie is back in the middle now, the young left-hander. And Clark has come round the wicket to the left-hander. And he gets the outside edge, but all along the ground, there is a third man in place. That's Matthew Nandu is down at third man, and they go through for an easy single. So Mackenzie is off the mark, and the Jamaicans, they go up to 12 for 1. But what a good catch was, as you rightly said, Lester. At one stage, I didn't even think he would have got his hands
no, there's no way he would have gotten
Yeah.
close. I thought it would have eluded him. But
Yeah, it was a
he did well enough to increase his space and kept his eyes on the ball.
Yep.
And he was able to gather it. A fantastic catch.
Because as you rightly said, those are the hardest catches to
Yeah.
take, with the ball going over your shoulder. Because sometimes you lose, most of the time, I
Yes.
wouldn't say something, you lose sight of the ball at some stage,
Yes.
and then you pick it up again very late. So
He kept
I don't
running, and
yeah.
I thought he was going to miss it. And,
Yeah, I did as well.
And you even before he catch it, you were there saying it was a good catch.
Yeah,
You're
it,
saying, but this is premature. It
no,
was an excellent catch.
excellent catch. He was. I really didn't think he was going to get there. But
And there
what a
goes
catch.
Blackwood again.
Yep, Blackwood. That's a good delivery this time, not coming into the right-handed Walton, pitching and leaving him. It's been a good opening spell from these two young men, Ford and McKenny Clark. You look at both of these young men, and Clark is 20, and Matthew Ford is just 21 out of Barbados, and Clark out of St. Lucia, just 20 years of age.
Coming after 4 overs, 12 runs.
Yeah,
Collins.
4 overs, 12 for 1,
Yes.
the Jamaica Scorpions.
They would like to be put to that position they are in.
Yeah, they've got to start to win games in the tournament, because they're slowly lagging behind, and if they need to pick it up and get some points, or else they can find themselves not even qualifying for the semi-finals.
That's the
And
Jamaican Scorpion you're talking about.
Yeah, the Jamaica Scorpions.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's
what
a
I,
big
I
team.
they've lost the first 2 games, and they've got to get on the board. So, just out of the World Cup, latest score is the Australians 399 for 8. Seen
Wow.
some huge scores, haven't we?
That's a lot of lashes.
Runs here. They're going to come back for 3. Yes, they will. That's good running. The ball went to just about, maybe about 5 to 7 meters from that boundary line. And they were able to pick up 3 runs. So the total goes up to 15. And that's a good shot from Mackenzie, but not the kind of line that,
You expect.
from Ford.
Yeah. Again, Maxwell.
Yeah, Maxwell, fastest World Cup 140
Licks like
balls.
Lisbon.
Yeah. And remember, the fastest was earlier in the tournament with the South African Markram, who did it in 49 balls. And he surpassed that
By a lot of balls. By 5.
by 9. Yeah, 9 balls,
What
140 balls.
Oh,
Yeah, unbelievable knock from Maxwell. And at one stage, the Netherlands were coming back into the game when they got Warner, the 4th wicket. And then Maxwell came in, and that was the end of that.
big
So,
horse.
Yeah, and they're batting 27 for none from just about the halfway through over number 4. But if they were to get 400 to win, well,
They should give them the cup one time.
give them the cup. Forget it. But we've seen some upsets as well. Afghanistan,
Well timed.
yeah, beaten England and Pakistan.
Yeah.
And
So
then
at this point in time, you need
Netherlands
to ask yourself
themselves.
the question: are they upsets?
Yeah, well,
Because they qualified on their own, eh?
well, what it's bringing me to the point, Lester, that the smaller nations, the smaller cricketing nations,
Yes.
they're starting to improve a little bit and starting to catch up.
Why?
I'm
Because
not
they're
saying
playing they're playing all over the world.
yeah. And here's a lovely shot from Mackenzie. That's going to run away for 4, no doubt. Pitched up to him, but again, pitched up maybe middle and leg, and he was on the front foot, and he was playing it sweetly. A lovely on drive. Now, there is a man at mid-on, but he's a little bit wideish in Nandu. Oh, that's not Nandu at mid-on, but he's a little bit wide, Akeem, and it went to his right, and Akeem Ogis, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot from Mackenzie.
Effortlessly. It was pure timing. Excellent shot.
That's a wide. Again, just angling it down the leg side. Trying to get that ball to come into the left-hander. But when you're doing that, you've got to start it wide of the off stump. Yeah, and it begs the question, the West Indies, you know, all the other smaller cricketing nations seem to be improving. The question is, West Indies, are they at a standstill at the moment? They're going to go through for a single. That's a good running. There was a little bit of hesitation, but in the end they got home safely as Nandu came in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. The 1 more to the total. So both batsmen now on 8. Yeah, that begs the question, you know, we have to start to see some kind of improvement with the West Indies team, or West Indies cricket, it is already in trouble. It's going to be even more trouble.
And it has been for a while.
Yeah.
We need to see. Well, you have Brian Lara with the
academy.
With the academy, so that's a start. But where's the bowling? Our problem is our bowling has been really atrocious.
That's a good shot. Is it going to get to the boundary? Yes, it will. That's a really well timed from Walton. Short outside the line of the off stump, and he opened the face of that. Look at it. Lovely shot. And just all pure timing, using the pace of Ford and getting it to that square cover boundary. Just to the left of the cover point, and went down to the boundary for 4. The end of over number 5. At the end of it, it's 26 for 1. Walton is 12 and Mackenzie's on 9.
Yeah, I think the West Indies here, Colin, we need to improve on our bowling stock. And once that is improved, because you have to get wickets. In any form of the game, you have to get wickets. In Test cricket, you have to get 20. And certainly for the 50-50, you have to get as many as possible to get down to the lower batsmen or the less aggressive batsmen.
What is good though is this tournament, this Super 50 tournament. I think the West Indies selectors have got to. The next World Cup is 2027, so you got to start to look at guys now in early 20s. Is a new over from Clark, not well lined. And that's, is it going to go into the boundary? It's just stopping short. And they pick up 2. Let's wait on the signal from the umpire. Wides. So not a good delivery outside the line of the leg stump. And the wicketkeeper couldn't get around in time. And as that ball was down the leg side and going further down. And the wicketkeeper Leonardo Julian was diving to his right. And they were able to go through for 2 wides, well, 3 in all. The wide plus they ran 2. So, yeah, we'll come back to that in a minute, Lester, as Clark again. A little bit in the air, but well timed. They're just going to pick up a single. Oh, they're going to come back for the second. That's good running again by these 2. So 2 more to Mackenzie. It was a safe shot. It was in the air for a while, but there is a man at a wideish mid-on, and he was hitting it more towards mid-wicket, and we see they're going to plug that gap now. Ogis is going out there towards that mid-wicket. Yes, the orthodox mid-wicket position. Yeah, I think they got to use this tournament, Lester, to start to look at the 20-year-olds so that in 4 years' time, here they're going through for a good quick single. That's good running again. Well played by Mackenzie. As he played that ball, he immediately took off for the single because there's a man at mid-off. But he was just maybe at the edge of the circle, and the ball was played by Mackenzie, just pushing it out. Ned is there at that mid-off, and they were able to take the single. Yeah, so you've got to be looking, in my view now, at the 20-year-olds, the 21-year-olds, so in 4 years' time. And you've got to groom them. It's not just
Colin,
looking at them.
I'm hearing you, but I think we need to go a little deeper than that.
Yeah.
We need to look for 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds.
Well, possibly.
Yeah?
I wouldn't argue that.
Yeah.
Here's a
Shot.
shot from Walton. That's going to run away. That was well timed. Too short from Clark. And there was Walton getting onto that back foot and absolutely smashing it to the left of the man, a deep square leg, and down to the boundary for 4. That's a very, very good shot from Walton. What good timing. Yeah, and I'm not
No, I think
doubting
you're
that.
going along the wrong line, the right line.
Yeah, but that is what we have to be looking at. It's no point we continue to look at the guys now who are in their 30s.
4 years from now.
Yeah, because, unless they're exceptionally talented, unless you've got a Brian Lara at 30, that will be 34 in 4 years' time. And I don't think we'll ever see in our lifetime, Lester, maybe another Brian Lara. There's always hope, but I always said that when I was young growing up, and I happened to see Gary Sobers, I've always said, I will never see another Gary Sobers, and I haven't seen another Gary Sobers yet. Yes, we've seen great batsmen,
not great
but
players.
not a great
player.
all-rounder
Yeah.
as Gary Sobers. People want to compare him with Jack Callis and those sort of names, but I'm sorry.
Jack came close.
Yeah, but here's that bad delivery again. Clark, I think he's trying to bowl a little bit too quick, Lester, and because of that, he's losing his line. And then, of course, you got the right-hander, left-hander combination, which also may be giving him some problems. But you could see that ball a little bit quicker. He tried to get some pace, but look at it. Look at his line here.
I think even though you're seeing mistakes from the bowler, Colin, I thought that the wicket-keeper could be backing him up a little better and be stopping those balls. 1 run, and it turns out to be 5.
Yeah, because he couldn't get around in time. Easy single. Mackenzie's looking good so far. And
But Colin, we have been able to, you and I have been able to see some good 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds. And after a while, they leave and they go off to university, and that's the end of that.
Yeah.
And so now we have a university team. We could probably try to filter those guys
the
into there
academy,
and utilize them almost immediately.
Yeah, well, when you look at the academy team, Lester, you got Naim Young, the skipper. He's the oldest on the team at 23 years old.
Right.
Slower delivery, hit in there and straight to the man there at point. It was a slower delivery, well bowled from Clark, and he hit it straight to Joshua Bishop at that point position. It was a slower delivery. Yes, it was wide of the off stump, but really and truly, Chadwick Walton should have kept it down.
Yeah, he just flashed at it, Colin, and it's a good catch. Again, it was not the best shot that he has played. The timing was good. So it came off the bat sweetly, but in the air, and a good catch was taken. Unfortunately, Colin, it was not the best shot that Chadwick Walton would have played.
Yeah, look how wide that delivery was.
Yeah.
I mean, he should have kept it down. Either he should have let it go, or if you're going to play that shot and you're going to go aerial, you got to hit it.
But he should have been on the back foot as well.
Yeah,
he should have been on the back foot.
That's right.
And so he took a back foot shot and made it into a front foot, and as such, he was not in control, and it was a smartly taken catch by the youngster. So it's good cricket, certainly for the fielding team, and they did well bowling, but the batting left a lot to be desired on that occasion.
Yeah, and when you look at the over from Clark, it wasn't really a great over. And he's now bowled 3 overs for 25 runs and has picked up the 2 wickets to fall so far. So Andrew McCarthy, the man who has come to the crease now, so he's come to partner young Kirk Mackenzie. And there is a change in the bowling. Joshua Bishop is going to come into the attack. Young Joshua Bishop, another of the young men out of Barbados, just 23 years of age, the same as Naeem Young. Naeem Young, the skipper, and probably the most experienced. So 1, 2, 3, 4 men on the onside, 5 on the off, including that man at slip. Oh, that's sweet.
Shot.
That's a wonderful shot from Mackenzie. Give him a little bit of air outside the line of the off stump and half volley length, and he hit it sweetly, timed it beautifully, and from the time it left the bat, you knew that was going to be 4 runs.
Colin, this man can bat. Mackenzie can bat. You've seen very little effort. He looks a little bit like the left-handed Lawrence Rowe. Very little effort, but the ball is speeding through the fieldsman.
That's a good delivery. May have just drifted away from the left-hander. Another delivery, just he's up to now to just drift the ball slightly away. We see no turn. Of course, I don't expect to see very much turn at this point in time, Lester.
The ball is still new.
Yeah.
It's still hard. But hopefully something will happen for him.
Well, in the air, but he found the gap. That's going to run away again for 4 more. So a little too short this time from Bishop. Before he was more fuller. This time it was too short. Mackenzie was on the back foot, hit it in the air. It was in the air for a while, but when you look at the field, there's a man at backward point and one at cover point. He bisected both of them down to the boundary for 4. So the 50 is now up 51 for 2 in the 7th over. And Mackenzie, he's on to 21 from 12 deliveries. That's better from Bishop. Giving it a little bit more air on this occasion.
Mackenzie has now found his position on the team, Colin.
They still need an opener, Lester. So the end of Bishop's first over, 2 boundaries coming from it. So he's completed his first over, 8 runs coming from that over. And the Jamaica Scorpions, having elected to take first strike, they are 51 for 2.
Overall, not a bad over. 4 of the balls you can see had Mackenzie thinking a lot, but 2 Mackenzie hit very lovely, very smoothly through the offside for 4. He looks a organized player, Colin. He looks, and he looks size. He has some size on him. He hits the ball. He doesn't have to do much, and the ball goes. He's a biggish guy. Well, certainly well muscled. Again, these Jamaican guys are powerful anyway. They're able to run 100 meters faster than everybody else in the world, Colin.
Yeah, well, that's what apparently they say it's the food, Lester.
Yeah, they wanted to ban, there's the dasheen they wanted to ban.
Yam.
Yam, that's right. It's not the yam, man, it's the stock, it's the people.
Well, here's McKenny Clark with his 4th over. That's well played by McCarthy. He's facing his first delivery, opening the face of the bat, guiding it down to 3rd man. And they pick up a comfortable single. As it's Matthew Ford down there at the 3rd man position. And they get an easy single. Brings Mackenzie. Good cricket on the part of McCarthy. He knows that Mackenzie is there and batting well. Give him as much as the strike as you can.
Yes.
That's what, again, we seem to be missing, Leicester, in West Indies cricket.
Thinkers.
And well, not that too. It's rotation of the strike. Too many dot balls.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying thinkers. You know, hit the ball in the spaces. We always go back to Lara. You go back to 1 or 2 of the better players. They know exactly where they feel. I was watching Steve Smith this morning, Colin, and he's in the space more often than you like. Not to mention Warner. Warner hit 4 fours on a trot, Colin, 4, and they were all placed like in between the fieldsmen all the time. And it's not just hitting the ball; it's hitting the ball where there's a space.
Well, you've got to watch around your field and decide, well, where are the areas? And I'm going to give you a quick story on that. You know, I always like these little stories. And not that Ruskin Mark likes to hear them. He watches me
I
strange
don't
when
mind.
he watches me strange when I start to tell him stories. But I remember doing a piece with Muralidharan, the Sri Lankan,
Yes,
legendary
yes.
Sri
Yeah,
Lankan
off spinner.
mystery spinner.
Okay.
And I asked him who, in his view, was the best batsman he's ever bowled to. And without hesitation, he said Brian Lara. And this is a man who's bowled to almost every, in his generation, every good batsman, or I should say every great batsman. But here's a single from Mackenzie as he's turning it down to Bishop, down at that deep square leg position, and they pick up an easy single. Yeah, and you know, he said Brian Lara without hesitation, and so of course I said, well, why Brian Lara? And his immediate response was that he was difficult to bowl to and keep him quiet. He said that they had worked out a plan with Jayasuriya, the skipper, how to keep Lara from scoring. That's a good delivery from Clark, just back of a length, and McCarthy can't do very much with it. Yeah, how do you keep Lara from scoring? And they decided that they would attack him outside the off stump, but pack the offside.
I think I know what's going to happen here.
And Lara was he was just tucking the ball
Yes.
until the leg
Leg side.
side. And
Put more men there. Put more men there.
and pick up a single.
Yes.
There's a slower delivery. That's well bowled from Clark.
Yes,
You
very
could
well
see a
bowled.
slower delivery, and McCarthy was into the shot a little early and then realized the ball wasn't coming onto the bat, and it went through to be taken by the keeper. At the end of over number 8, 53 for 2. Yeah, and so they then decided that they've got to plug the gap. He was just turning it, and he said, listen, he said, I was turning the ball out from leg to off, and his man was still able to put that ball on the leg
Where
side.
he wanted.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they decided, well, they needed to plug the gap. So he said, well, the only thing I could have done was to take one man from the offside.
And that's what I wanted.
He moved the man from the offside, and
Through the
Lara
offside.
proceeded to hit through the gap on the offside.
Yes.
But you know, and it's sometimes it's a little unfair to talk about Lara, because I mean he was phenomenal. He was just not an ordinary player, if you catch what I'm saying. But it just shows, I mean, and all I'm thinking about there, and the reason for the story is that he always went out to bat, looking at the field and knowing where the gaps were. And even if you couldn't hit it into the gap to get 4, you could have got a single. So the defensive prod was giving him a single, because why? It was going into a gap where there was no fieldsman. And that's the big difference.
But I can add to that, because I remember Joey Carew suggesting to us at one time that Lara was unbelievable in that even when you have the field perfectly set, Lara will chip it over mid-off or chip it over mid-on.
Yes, Netherlands losing 2 wickets. Leicester trying to get to 400 to win.
41 for 2.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna. I'll be surprised if they get close. That's a good delivery from Bishop, getting some turn. Joshua Bishop and McCarthy playing forward, but was a long way from getting the edge, because that spun away from him. That's another good delivery from Bishop. He's got a good line. He's got a good length at the moment. Much better over this one. Yeah, I think that is the big problem with a lot of the West Indian players. It's the dot balls they use up.
I'm actually surprised, Colin, that you've seen it in the World Cup too. The number of dot balls, plenty dot balls. I'm surprised. Of course, the fielding team is there to make sure that you don't score a run.
Well, the end of the over from Bishop, a pretty good over. Just 1 run coming from it. So 9 overs have been completed now. And the total, 54 for 2. As we see the batsmen out. Walton for 17, Blackwood for 3. Mackenzie is 23 not out. and McCarthy is with him. He's on 1 not out. It's the players in the Derek Murray Players Gallery, the Jamaican Scorpions relaxing. And, let's see, is there going to be a change in bowling? I think there is going to be a change in bowling as Clark is out of the attack. Looks like Kevin Wickham is going to pick up the bowling. Kevin Wickham, who took that marvelous catch to dismiss Chadwick Walton, to dismiss Jermaine Blackwood, sorry.
Yeah.
A brilliant catch at mid-off. He's going to bowl round the wicket to the left-handed Mackenzie. Wickham, the off-spinner. Mackenzie doesn't look troubled. He's on 23. You would want to see a young man like this, Lester, go on.
Moving
Yeah, you know, 20, 23, 30, 40 is not good enough. You've got to start. You're looking at the conditions. The weather is good. The pitch is good. You've got to start. You've got to carry on.
So he looks well organized, Colin. So we look to see the other fringe part of his game, whether he's interested in singles, interested in piercing the field, or just looking. So he gets an easy single down to long off,
and that's good.
Yes,
because he was pushing that ball past the outstretched hand of Wickham. So he looks around at the field and sees that there's a man at long off. So again, you know, if you can get that ball straight, you have a single. Well, Wickham is going to continue round the wicket to the right-handed McCarthy. McCarthy on 1 at the moment from 7 deliveries. Can't get a single. So the Scorpions maybe about going along nicely, just about 5 runs and over, just over 5. The current run rate just about 5.7. They may want to just up that. Just a score coming out of UE game between Guyana Harpy Eagles and the CCC. The 30-for-1 at the moment. The Harpy Eagles, as it's the end of the over from Wickham. Another good over. So the spinners have come on, and in the last 2 overs they've been a good line, they bowled a good length, and the Scorpions have only scored 2 runs in the last 2 overs. So 10 overs have now been bowled, and the Jamaica Scorpions are 55 for 2.
Good tight bowling, Colin. There's no discernible spin from the ball, but they're very tight line. The batsmen aren't taking any unnecessary chances at this time. So we wait to see when they're going to up the ante, Colin. But you never know. McCarthy has been doing well for Jamaica over the years, and I am now seeing Mackenzie for the first time, and he looks an organized player.
He's a good player. He's you know, we've been talking about Mackenzie for the last 2 or 3 years with a lot of promise, and needs to turn that promise now into more runs. Yeah, just going back to that game in St. Augustine, Leicester, Guyana Harpy, 30-for-1 from 10 overs. So they're going at just 3.
They're walking.
And Chandapol is 14 from 34 balls.
I'm not surprised, actually.
And that's the problem. Well, a single to Mackenzie. So.
And here we have 55, 56
because you in the first 10 overs, don't forget you're in the power play.
Yes.
You need to be going at least 5, 5.5 and over. If you get more than that, that's great. If you can get in the power play, if you can get 65, 70, well, that's a good start.
And that's one of the reasons I'm easier with Blackwood, because again he tried to go overhead. It did not succeed, but you can see the intent was there. But based on what you've just read out here, Colin, it's strange.
Yep, 30-for-1 from
and Guyana
10 overs.
batting is big and hard and strong as far as I'm concerned. Very good batting.
McCarthy still on 1 now from 12 deliveries, and that's what we're talking about. Work the ball into the gap. There's a backward point. There's a square cover three-quarter way out, and then that's extra cover. And surely he is playing the ball towards extra cover yet again. Nandu is there doing the fielding. He's another one with a lot of promise. Left-hander out of Guyana, Matthew Nandu. And yet another dot ball. So McCarthy is using up the dot balls now. He's there on 1 from 14 deliveries. And after 11 overs, the Scorpions, the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 56 for 2. Kirk McKenzie, he is on 25 from 24 deliveries. Lester, tell me about that building. Where is that? I get lost when the cameramen go all over the place. That is somewhere to the right, going down towards Sinclair side, is it? It's
That's
right in front of me.
That's right there.
Oh yes, that's how. Well, is that is that some medical building or something? Is
Colin,
it?
let me just tell you, the listeners.
Yeah,
this is
the
next
viewers.
door. This is the viewers.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
This is next door where you live. You lived your whole life.
Yeah, but
right there.
here is a new over started by Wickham. Yeah, but they didn't have that building there, Lester. That
It's only one new building. you believe
yeah,
all your life.
one
Next door
new
over.
one new building
One.
is more than enough for me. That's a pleasant looking shot, but he's not going to get a run. Timed it well, but not hard enough to beat the man there at looks to be Bishop at mid-on. Mackenzie. So they're playing, they're timing the deliveries, but again, we make the point, they're not able to find the gap to pick up the single, and they're hitting the ball straight to the fielders. Yeah, again, quicker delivery from Wickham, actually getting that delivery coming in to Mackenzie. Quicker delivery, flatter. He was equal to it, but again, just defending. 4 dot balls so far has been good from Wickham. He's in his second over, none for 1. They're going to get a single. This time he's getting it down to long on, and they go through for a comfortable single.
I've always been
Ashmead
concerned.
Ned down there at long on.
I've always been concerned, Colin, when you have your frontline batsmen eating up all of the balls, and then later on you need it, you can't ask back for it.
Well, McCarthy finally gets a single. He got a single off the very first delivery he's faced, and then the next
After
13 deliveries were dot balls.
Yeah.
So he goes to 2. It's the end of the over. The end of over number 12. At the end of it, the Scorpions, the Jamaica Scorpions, having won the toss and elected to bat, they are 58 for 2.
But I have seen a good bit of McCarthy, and I know he's a no-nonsense batsman. So probably he's playing possum, and he's taking his time to push forward. But he's a good player.
Well, yeah, again, you know, he's in the first 2 games, he got to 13 against the Leeward Islands and 9 against the Barbados Pride. So
Lack of runs.
Yeah, you know, lack of runs. As you know, Lester, when you're not scoring runs to a batsman, your confidence is not there. You're thinking of how do I, you know, where are my next runs? Where are my next runs coming from?
Yeah.
A nice delivery from Bishop, just again getting a little turn outside the line of the off stump and beating the outside edge.
Yeah, you also might be wondering if you might get dropped too.
Well, all of that. So you have a lot of things going in through your head. But McCarthy, you're right. Well, he's hitting it in the air. Is it going to carry? It's going to be safe. He gets away with it. So a little bit of frustration now on the part of McCarthy. He went to go over the top. Now there is a long off in place, and he was hitting it just to the right of Matthew Ford, who is at long off, and it went towards extra cover, and they were able to pick up a run.
I thought, Colin, that could have been a possible too. But again,
Yeah.
I was asking really to see the other parts of these 2 batsmen game.
Well, it wasn't a good shot because that could have gone anywhere.
It did go anywhere.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I don't think
It dropped in the middle of nowhere.
And the thing is, you know, you got a long off, you got a long on. Well, there's no long on at the moment,
Yeah,
but I think
it's
there
a
was a long off and a long on, and you're taking a chance. That's a good shot from Mackenzie, getting onto that back foot and smacking it down to long on. Safe shot, and he picks up a single. Yeah, so, you know, you're wondering, well, you're taking a gamble unless he was trying, maybe there is a mid-on, so maybe he was trying to go over and now they're putting the mid-on back to long on. So is it a situation now where they immediately trying to stop that shot from McCarthy? But you know what, Lester? Might have been an idea to let him leave the mid-on there.
Again.
Say, go again.
Yes,
it's
go
the
again.
end of the over from Bishop. Just 2 runs coming from it. 13 overs have now been bowled. McCarthy is on 2. Mackenzie is on, he is what? On 27. And after 13 overs, it's 60 for 2.
Yeah, I would have left the mid-on in a normal position, not put him to long on, and allow him the opportunity. This time again, flight the ball a little further probably and a little higher, and let's see if he will try the shot again. And probably you ask the long on to go to his right, go to his left a little more, and see if he will try the shot.
Here is Wickham with a new over, and very interesting. That ball ricocheting from Wickham onto the stumps, but McCarthy had the presence of mind to keep his bat grounded. Nice powerful shot, good bit of fielding from Wickham. Runs for Mackenzie, just a single because it's going to go out towards the deep square leg, and they're just going to pick up a single as the man out there, McKenny Clark, doing the fielding. McCarthy can't get a run, pushing it out to Nandu, who is at that backward point. Still a slip. Interestingly enough, Lester, the academy still trying to get wickets. And with that slip in place, a little bit of a surprise that the
it's left arm orthodox.
Well, so not only that,
and there's no runs being scored.
Well, that's what I was about to make the point. They're not scoring,
yes.
so you're not
just keep
plugging.
them there. Don't let him get away.
That's right. And if he gets the outside edge, who knows?
It's not only that they're not scoring runs, you're not seeing the effort to push the ball to get a single. You're not seeing that. And if it is, it's ineffective. So they're not having the fieldsmen really be on their toes as far as I could discern.
Loud appeal goes up, looking to sweep. And not out, says, looks like Gregory Brathwaite, the umpire, is it? Down at the far end. Gregory Brathwaite, the Barbados umpire.
Well, certainly not. He's not from on this end.
No, that's for sure. So it's the end of over number 14, 61 for 2. Have a look at that.
Oy.
Well, that's close.
That's very close, Colin. Very, very, very close.
Unless umpire Brathwaite felt it may have pitched outside the leg. That's the only thing I could see, but that ball was very, very close.
Very, very close. But this
McCarthy
umpire,
taking a chance.
Brathwaite, if I should probably put a little word in for him, he's very near there with Joel Wilson. He's close to be selected to playing doing test matches.
Well, Joel Wilson is actually in the World Cup.
Yeah, he's doing well.
Yeah.
I pay a lot of attention to our umpires in the Caribbean, Colin, because they are the only representative we have out there now. I
hear you. I hear you, Lester.
You
have to pay close attention to them.
Yeah. And they're lucky too.
Yeah, Joel Wilson is saw him do a couple of games. It's difficult for umpires now with the technology and players able to review because they don't have the opportunity to see the replay.
Right.
And so when they give a decision, it's in real time. Mackenzie going over the top. That's a safe shot. Very good shot indeed, because there's a mid-off in, and he got to the pitch and he lifted it sweetly over the extra cover position. Look at it. Gave him a little bit of width. He got that front leg out of the way and he hit it beautifully over the top. That's 4 good-looking runs for Mackenzie. He continues to bat well here. He's on 32.
That's a good shot. Very, very good shot. It was in control. He executed properly, and it got into the boundary.
Good delivery. They're going to pick up a single because that ball just runs off the face of the bat to the left of the slip, and they were able to go through for the single.
But there was hesitation, Colin. Yeah,
there was.
And there was a single there all the time.
Well, I think less in fairness to both batsmen, they were just waiting for that ball to elude the man at slip. McCarthy favours that sweep shot. I don't think he made contact, but Julian was not able to gather, and it goes for wides, 5 wides, because it was pitching outside the line of the leg stump. Seemed to be a quicker delivery from Bishop, and by the time Julian got around to that leg side, the ball was already through and gone.
That was a bad ball.
Yeah,
Very bad ball from Bishop. But he's been bowling very tight.
well, he's
And
got
one lash causes that, Colin.
none for 22 so far from his 4.4 overs. McCarthy's struggling to get that ball away.
Well, he's actually
His timing is
stooping
not
down
there,
the
isn't
plate
it?
as opposed to getting up on his toes. He's not in the right position, so he's not getting the power to execute the shot properly.
So the final delivery, he's just pushing forward to it. So it's the end of the over from Bishop. He's completed his 5 overs, none for 22. And after 15 overs, it's 71 for 2. The Jamaica Scorpions, Walton out for 17, Blackwood for 3, Mackenzie's 33 not out, McCarthy is 3 not out. Lester Casimir, I'm taking my leave for a little while,
Leave me
and I'm
here,
going to
Colin.
leave you in the auspicious company of Mr. Ruskin Mark.
Soon to be so. We've seen some good cricket, certainly from the fielding team. Good catching, good tight bowling. The Jamaican players, they probably need to be pushing the ball into the spaces and trying to get singles, Ruskin, trying to get the singles. We are not seeing that intent as certainly as I would like, to the extent that I would like. But they're still just 2 wickets down for 71.
Good morning to you, Lester. Thank you very much. That's a good shot and well fielded as well. He might have taken a knock on his knee going over there, trying to stop that. But it was so well played that he had to dive, to put in the dive to cut off the shot by Mackenzie. And he might be a little bit hobbled at the moment and paying the price for it as well. But hopefully he will be okay and able to continue. That's Ashmead Ned. They need him as a bowler as well. Short ball. Another bit of brilliant fielding here again. So they're just turning it up a notch here now. And Nandu putting in the dive. And immediately they've decided that they will...
It was too much of a good feeling,
Yep,
sir.
they'll change the position. And now Bishop has come into that position there. Here's another powerful drive to mid-off. And they decide that they will take it this time around. Not much that they could do about that. Ned on that occasion, even though he tried to attack the ball, the batsman moved.
They call that push and run, Ruskin. Push and run.
Yeah. Another elegant drive. And the weather conditions are nice. It's the forecast is for good weather for today. So we trust that we'll have a full day's play. And we did have an interruption a couple of days ago, but there was no reduction in overs because there was so much time left that they were still able to get the full 50 overs in the first innings, and then of course the game ended in brilliant fashion. Shufin Rutherford with a blistering knock to get the Guyana Happy Eagles home. And I'll give you a joke about that match. Is another delivery that is played away nicely, but they can't get a run this time. So that completes the over. 16 in the books, 74 for 2. And the players will get a little bit of a refreshment. And we'll take a break as well and come back as soon as play is about to resume. As we welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval, a nice, bright, sunny Queen's Park Oval, as we just more or less completed the first hour or so, and I think so far so good. So one of the things that I didn't like, at 74 for 2 after 16 overs, there is a bonus point. There are bonus points that you could get throughout the innings now. And these two, when they were after 9 overs, they were 54 for 2. After 8 overs, they were 53, 54, and then 55 for 2 after 10. If they had gotten to 60, they would have gotten the bonus point. But in those 3 overs there, they just got 1 run, 1 run, 1 run. Yeah, they got another quick single. And but it just, that is part of the urgency that and the thought that should go into batting. Because I don't think they needed to take any additional risk to get those 5 runs and try to get the bonus point.
Yeah, but Ruskin, I'm hearing you, but this is information that while you're out there, you're probably unaware, and that information should get to you by management. I saw Trinidad and Tobago lost a lot of bonus points because they were very, very close themselves.
It's a good shot. That one is gone a long way. It's gone for 6. That's a brilliant sweep shot. Again, Andrew McCarthy down on one knee and swinging it behind square. Right, that same building that Colin was claims that he didn't know, right in front of that building, and that's a good shot.
Very good shot, Ruskin. Yeah, that's the third attempt at playing the shot, and it's the first real good contact he made. That building we're talking about, Ruskin, I think, I could be very wrong, I think Colin and they sold their house, and that is in the exact spot I wouldn't that this building is in. So it's a tall enough building. So of course they had a flat house.
See it over the wall. Yep.
Yeah. So Colin is unable to detect his own land. But how beautiful it would have been, Ruskin, if you and I were to have born and grow in Woodbrook, in the Woodbrook area. The Oval is here, Fatima is here, Harvard is here. Everything is just around here. Carnival is just up the street.
Savannah is not too far.
Savannah is just up the road. Everything is right that you will be interested in is right around you. Amazing. King George V Park.
He goes again. This is nicely played. It's going to bounce once, twice into the long on boundary. So all of a sudden, after he got to double figures with 30 balls, it's almost as if he's decided now it's time to up the ante a little bit.
That's right. I know he's capable. He's now on 14 from 31. I would not be surprised at continued acceleration.
They put the middle one back to long on now.
So there's a single. Anywhere. Mid off. Long off. Long on.
Umpire Jacqueline Williams just having a look. Maybe see if he's cut in the crease. He's getting very close. And another well taken single, no stress, and I think that's what you and Colin were talking about, how it's possible to rotate strike.
Being a left hand, right hand as well.
What a lovely day we're having today. Nice, bright and sunny. It was hot this morning, very early.
This is the rainy season. We're fortunate to get this sort of weather.
86 for 2 it is now. We're in over number 17. I thought for a moment there he was looking like he wanted to go across that a little bit, but he showed some restraint, so that completes the over. 17 now, completed his 86 for 2.
Yeah, we've seen sensible cricket now, Colin, Mike Ruskin. They're going overhead if the fieldsman is on mid-off. They're going over mid-off. The sweep shot, actually, Michael Ruskin. I keep changing your name. Ruskin, the sweep shot was a powerfully hit shot. But you can see that this is one of the shots he's comfortable with. And I'm happy to see that he is moving on now, and Jamaica's score has gone on to 86 for 2 after 17 overs.
So we Wickham will continue. Has another stifled appeal, trying to whip it away. I think he got caught in like 2 minds there, whether to make that full-blooded sweep, and it just seemed it was pitching too close to him, so he almost yorked himself there, trying to. He certainly misjudged the length of that delivery. Luckily, hit him outside leg stump. He's edging, and it's brilliantly caught at slip. So what a fantastic delivery there, and that's a fine catch from Teddy Bishop, because it was quick to his left, and just as we were talking about him starting to get on top of things, McCarthy maybe a little bit ill-advised cover drive, really threw the bat at it, and he now has to go for 15.
The intent was there, Ruskin. He really went hard at that ball, hit a thick outside edge, it flew to first slip, and first slip took what I know I wasn't going to catch that call, Ruskin. He took a fantastic catch. So the catching has been excellent from these young players.
West Indies,
yeah, really good catching, but it's amazing. Amazing catching actually from the fieldsman. Excellent.
Well, this is a critical period here now for Rugman Powell. He hasn't been in good form at all, to say the least, as he prior to this he had 13 and a duck in his 2 games so far, his 2 knocks so far, and he was making the point when I was doing the interview with him at the toss, that the key batsmen, including himself, haven't really been getting runs. So I think this is a great opportunity for him.
Well, he has
to
enough
change
time,
that.
Ruskin. He has enough time out in the middle now to settle himself and motor on. He does not need any invitation to hit the ball. He's a big human being. While he might be a little short, he's a massive human being as far as I'm concerned. Arms, legs, chest, back, neck. When he hits that ball, it stays hit. But he needs to be there for a while for that to happen. And he's a thinker of the game, so I'm not going to worry about that at all. He would look for the singles, and he will take the 4s and 6s if they do come.
Wickham again is pitching up to him a little bit quicker. He got a first ball duck against Barbados, and Leacock, the leg spinner, got him to edge to slip first ball. They're going to go for a quick single, and they'll get it too, because the fielder Nandu is a little bit slow in getting off the mark. So it's all about concentration here. Both the batsmen and the fielding team, they have to be on their P's and Q's, because it's like a chess match. You're trying to kind of deceive each other or look for areas where you could outdo each other. If you're bowling, you want to get wickets. If you're batting, you want to score runs. And if you want to nip quick singles, however they come, you're looking to do that. That's another classic drive, an on drive. One of the most attractive shots one would have to say in the game. Kirk McKenzie just leaning on that one. So 2 for 27 for McKinney, 1 for 9 to Wickham. As another over comes to an end, it's 88 for 3.
Yes, after 18 overs. So we've seen some good tight cricket from the youngsters, Ruskin, the academy. Good tight cricket. You would think that not too long from now, the older and senior players, which would be West Indies captain Powell and Mackenzie, would try to force the pace, or and probably try to rough up the youngsters, but we'll see if they're capable of withstanding the pressure. But they look good.
Yeah, well, remember, these are a number of young players who come through the West Indies youth system, and they're trying to make that step up to the next level. So talent is not an issue here. It's really how you develop that talent and who really puts in the work and gets the results of that hard work. And what I like is that the coaches for this team are like the West Indies coaches, so they've taken it upon themselves to guide the fortunes of these young men in this tournament. And so the instructions that they're getting more or less would be the same instructions that the senior West Indies players are getting.
Well, much to my surprise, actually, Ruskin, Brian Lara, I saw him this morning on the field with them.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, he's been here for a couple of days. I saw him the last game as well. So he, no doubt, has a keen eye on what is happening with the future of West Indies cricket, which is good to see.
I'm really happy for that, actually. I thought that's just a master stroke to get Brian Lara to be involved and get into the heads of these youngsters, because you can see them, they're sturdy. Very good.
So Ashmead Ned is into the attack, of course. Ned, who brought off that fine save a couple overs ago, but almost hurt himself when he took a knock on the knee at mid-off. But it's good to see him moving. Well, that's a good delivery again. You could see him just touching down outside the off stump. Robman Powell wants to get out there, get at him. There is a slip, so he has to be very careful. Again, not giving him much swinging room just yet, and the sort of get out of jail shot, which is that sweep to cow corner, is there is a man out there that deep mid wicket position, a bit square. And again they get to the quick single. You're a little bit rushed there, but good bowling again from Ned, forcing him on that back foot, and then he had to wait as the ball sort of followed him, the arm ball. But he played it well to get a single and get cracking. So he's up to 2. It's 90 for 3 now after over number 19.
Good steady over from Ned, Ruskin. Very, very good over, especially bowling to Mr. Powell. Mr. Powell is not a guy who makes joke. He's not into playing around. So you need to have your A game, and you have to give the bowler a lot of credit for keeping him quiet, at least certainly for now.
Down the wicket he goes. He hit it aerially. It flew past Nandu at short extra cover. He never really got a chance to get across to it, and but you could see him really trying to get on with things here and taking his life in his hands. Could easily have hit it straight to Nandu. Luckily for him, he got it past him by a couple meters. But it was powerfully hit as well. So it's 94 now for 3. Just a little adjustment. Nandu is being brought a little bit to his right, almost exactly where that ball passed. Slightly short. A little bit of bounce there coming from Wickham. Long off, long on in position now. So again, flirting with a delivery outside the off stump. There is Powell. And but you know, that's one of those get out shots, because you're probably going to get a single, if so much, from it. And going right across, but he was way outside the off stump. I don't think they're really interested in getting an LBW decision there. So nice, bright, sunny conditions. A good opportunity here for Robman Powell to probably just settle down. He just seemed a little bit fidgety at the crease. He hasn't really had a big score, and he's probably thinking this is a chance here. You don't want to mess that up. And really just settle down and get into his work as quickly as possible. Gets one more, so he rolls on to 7 now, and it brings the left-handed Mackenzie onto, who's on 38 on strike. And we come again, just kind of teasing him there with a nice 3-flighted delivery to end the over in 95 for 3 after 20.
A good tight over, Ruskin. But Powell decided from very early he was going to take corrective measures and try to push the score along. He was successful in doing so the first ball, and it went for 4. The intent is there, but you have to give the youngsters some credit, the academy some credit. Ruskin, they have maintained a slip, which suggesting that they're looking for wickets. And if they can get a wicket or 2 here, that they'll be exposing the Jamaican team real deep down.
Ned again a little bit flutter, but it's good to see Rovman Powell at least. While you want to see him show intent, he also has to read the situation, and this is a period where they could consolidate a little bit, but try to put away the bad balls and probably show some intent as well. That's sweetly played into the gap. There is cover out there, and they're going to go back for the second run quite comfortably in the end. Clark doing good work out in the deep. Another well-lined delivery from Ned. Ned has really shown good capabilities. He's a consistent bowler in terms of his line and his length. Probably could spin the ball a little bit more, put a few more revolutions on it. And but he does start in good areas. But I don't think it's going to be too long before Mackenzie or Powell decide to try to get after him a little bit. Because right now he's just running through his overs fairly quickly and consistently. There's another drive. This time it eludes the fielder, and they're going to get the single. Probably should not have gotten one there, but a little bit of a misfielding there on the part of Wickham. Again, good solid face, presenting the full face of the bat there, Rovman Powell. So certainly playing himself in here, and maybe setting himself up for a big one. 99 for 3, or 98 for 3, or is it 99 for 3, I think, at the end of the over.
Yes. Again, a good steady over from the academy. Good steady over, good bowling. A little misfield took place earlier on, Ruskin. But again, the catching has been fantastic, and you probably give them that as a bly. But steady cricket, good cricket. You can see Powell now, who last over from he took the opportunity to move forward. Let's see what Mackenzie will do.
And that's badly lined, and they're going to pick him off for a couple here. Joshua Bishop, the man coming across to do the fielding. But remember, he's in the circle, short, fine leg. So once you could get it to the left or the right of him, you're guaranteed a couple of runs, if not a boundary. And that's brilliant. Straight as a die. The man at long on, trying to come across. He does well. And in the end, cuts it off. So Milius doing very good work down in the deep there. Kimani Milius running a long way to his left, putting in the dive, and then keeping the ball in play in the field and saving 2 runs. So that brings up the 100 as well. Well, the 100 came up just prior to that, I should say. Tack on another one as the jogger single. So this is good batting, good rotation of strike as well, which is what I think you want to see. You know, or see a lot more of. Let me say that, because it happens at times, and then at other times they kind of
Pedestrian.
Yep. Carries again, quicker delivery, flatter delivery, and Powell was late on that one. So these youngsters really showing that they're thinking about their crafts, what they're doing. Again, slightly quicker delivery, but not as quick as the one before. So he's varying his pace here quite nicely. Wickham asking a few questions of Robman Powell. Let's see how Powell responds. And again, they're appealing for an LBW, but I don't think they're going to get that one either. It's short and probably slanting down leg side. Quicker delivery again. And Powell trying to get inside the line of the ball, but misses it, strikes him on the pad. Completes another over, 104 for 3.
Powell, we see that last ball certainly played the wrong shot. Fortunately for him, it was not on the stump, or probably was going to bounce over the stump, as opposed to just tucking it around the leg. But you can see the intent is there. Rodman Powell has played his 17 balls, and he's only on 8. This is not a situation that he's accustomed to, especially having played international cricket for so long against real top-class bowling. Here's this young man keeping me down, keeping me back, and he's trying to pause the pace.
Let's see what Ned has to do now. He's bowled 3 overs already. Very quiet, almost no fuss at all. He just seems very smooth in his approach. From around the wicket, he's really dropped on a nice line here, and bowling a pretty good length also, forcing the batsman to respect what he's doing. It would be interesting to see if the Jamaicans really change their tactics here and try to attack these bowlers a little bit more. This one is driven or cut really off the back foot, and they're going to get a comfortable single. Mackenzie, no doubt, always on the lookout for scoring options, but he hasn't been too reckless doing so. I have to say, Lester, this is more beach weather than anything else.
Oh, it's excellent, excellent weather. but what is nice, Roskins, that we are hidden behind glass, and it's really cool and comfortable here.
Yep.
I think we deserve it after all these years in the middle, Ruskin. Nice air condition.
Yeah,
and at our ages, we need it. We deserve it.
Yeah, sometimes I ask myself, you used to play cricket in these conditions?
Yeah, we were wicked to ourselves.
Yep. They say when you're young, you're foolish. Down the wicket he comes, and you know it's only a matter of time, but it just doesn't meet the man out in the deep dim, as Nandu was looking there and had to run in from that deep cover position, but you could see Robman Powell wanting to get out to the pitch. Ned served it up for him, and he almost fell in the trap.
But this is an accustomed position we see now with the West Indies batsmen. You could come at the ball, you don't have to hit it in the air.
And Ned again a little bit quicker and flatter, and no run. 106 for 3 at the end of 23.
Yeah, Ruskin, I have no problem with a batsman trying to force the pace. I have all people really shouldn't be talking, but again, as I got older, I got wiser. If you are coming at the batsman at the bowler, you don't necessarily have to hit a 4 one bounce, so you don't have to hit a 6. You can hit the ball in between the fieldsmen with enough power. You can get 4, you can get 2s, you can get 3s, but certainly you don't necessarily have to hit it in the air, especially now you're just you're 9, you were in 8. Why is it necessary?
Those are the members of the Trinidad Red Force team.
They're practicing too.
Yep, they're probably doing some work in the nets and taking an opportunity to. They don't play again until I think it's Saturday, so they have quite a nice breather.
Where are they playing next? Here?
I think they had the Brian Lara on Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check the fixture for you. As we start a new over, as Powell again gets into double figures. Joshua De Silva and Jason Mohammed and some of the other players just relaxing.
I was just told that Trinidad and Tobago will be playing here at the Oval on Saturday.
Yep.
And if the secretary of the club says it's here,
Yep.
it's here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When you're big, you're large, you know, Ruskin.
So another comfortable single. This one is in the air. This could be the chance they were looking for. Nandu gets a dive in, but he couldn't prevent it from going into the ropes. He got his hands to it, but he just couldn't hold on to it. You could just see he was kind of falling down when he was approaching
Good
the ball.
attempt, real good
and
attempt.
he just couldn't
Look
get
this.
his hands under
It's
it
on the monitor,
and
yeah.
to hold it in at the time. So unlucky for him, but you know they know that Robman Powell, is just a matter of time before he tries to extend his arms a little bit, and twice now they've almost gotten him to fall into the trap. But he got a boundary for it. It's 112 for 3.
So one wonders, Ruskin, if he eventually gets caught in the deep, if he'd probably suggest us that he's bad lucky, or
Well,
if he's just not thinking out his innings.
Can't pinch a quick single there. So the bowlers have really done a pretty good job keeping him quiet, and he is trying to break free. And as a result of that, he's taking a few risks. And as they say, why do wickets fall? And that's precisely why wickets fall. When batsmen try to take risk, or the bowlers encourage them to take risk. At the end of the over, another good one, 112 for 3 of the 24.
Redmond Powell was very lucky again, but you can see the fieldsman running for all it's worth, Ruskin. Unfortunately, the ball just eluded him, and it trickled into the boundary, which was not important whether it went for 4. What is important is consistently we're seeing people who should know better. And this is an observation that I have made over time, that West Indian batsmen are prepared to hit 4s and 6s, and the easiest part of the game actually to look for singles. They're not prepared to do it, or they're just incapable of doing it. But they're big and strong, so they can hit 4s and 6s whenever they could connect properly, and it doesn't always happen that way.
That's another timed drive, but they're making him work a little bit. Mackenzie was jogging, and they're just forcing him to speed up a little bit, getting the balls in. So 113 for 3 now, and but this is really wonderful cricketing weather, and certainly no place to hide out there in the middle. No shade.
I've been looking at the World Cup, Ruskin, and the complaint is consistently the sunshine is like this, or sometimes it's not even like this, but the humidity is so tough that guys are actually falling down on the field.
Yep. Again, Robman Powell flirting outside the off stump there. Not for the first time. He's played and missed out there, and really, it is a kind of shot that you Well, there is no third man per se on the boundary, so if he gets it down there, it probably run down there. Here he goes, he's misstumped. Really, he went down the wicket, and a quicker delivery from Ned fooled him, but it also ricocheted off the glove of Julian, and it goes down to the boundary, close to the boundary for a couple of byes. Or did he get a touch? I don't think he got a touch, so I'm not sure what the umpire, I can't remember what the umpire signaled there, but he came down the wicket. Actually, he might not have gotten a touch. I think
And
he just
looking
got
to
an
hit
edge.
it aerial again, Ruskin. And looking to hit it aerial. There's something in the air that is so... They've always said there's room in the air. But my word.
He goes to 18. There he goes again. There is a man down there, but it's not going to get to him on the full. So he just chipped it down there. Didn't really go through with the shot. And as a result, Bishop couldn't get under it. Joshua Bishop.
Rodwell Power is living dangerously. So far he's on 17 after 28. He's surviving.
Yeah, but he's giving the bowlers a
Real
chance.
chance.
Yep. And by comparison, Mackenzie is just stroking his way along, and that should bring up his 50. And very well played, 50 from 59 balls with 4 fours. So a well-deserved half-century for Mackenzie, and of course Kirk Mackenzie, we all know of his capabilities, and he's showing good restraint here as he's building this innings. Hopefully he can go on to get a really big score at 117 for 3 after 25 overs. As Lester gets a breather. Colin Murray is
Longest spell he's ever bowled.
Well, true,
Longest
yeah.
spell he's-
Yeah.
and maybe even batting 25 overs.
25.
Lester wouldn't bat for 25 overs, would he? Maybe about
That is
10.
unheard of.
Try to get 50. He talks about Powell.
If he batted 25 overs,
Oh,
probably we have to fund him.
probably double 100. But the young Mackenzie is going along nicely, though. He's on 50 and really batting well. This is the thing, Ruskin. He's got to carry on now. He's got to get 100. He must be thinking 100.
Again, Wickham just continuing here, keeping a tight rein on things here, not allowing the batsmen to get away. They're trying, but these two bowlers have done a fantastic job. Mixing up his deliveries again, Wickham, but that was well, almost reckless from Rovman Powell there. He almost just gave it away. He just jumped down the wicket. Full toss, that probably not put away.
I think what I like about Mackenzie now, he seems to be just he gives me the impression, look, he's looking at the 100, and he's going to milk it. He's going to get the singles. If he gets the bad ball, he's going to put it away. And obviously batting with Powell, if Powell gets going, he knows that the runs are going to come quickly from the other end, so he doesn't have to do anything silly. All he has to do is keep his wicket intact, rotate the strike, pick up. If he gets a bad ball, put it away. He got a full toss there. Should have really done more with it. But this is good batting from him.
That's again just not even Nandu not able to stop it there in that cover position. They'll get a single all the same.
I heard you were mentioning to Leicester about the Red Force and the next couple of games. The next 2 games here at the Oval, back to back, will be Friday and Saturday. Don't know if you all mentioned that.
So
But,
there's a change, an adjustment.
An adjustment in the venue. The game on Friday was supposed to be played at UWE, at UWE Spec.
And now be played
And
here.
now it's being played here. And that's the game between Jamaica, I believe, and CCC. And then on Saturday, the Red Force play here at the Oval, and they are taking on the Academy.
So once again, just straying in his line here a little bit. Wickham probably just getting a little bit tired as he completed his 9th over and has 1 for 28. It's 121 for 3 after 26.
And they're going along nicely, having lost those 3 wickets of Walton for 17, Blackwood for 3, and McCarthy for 15. Powell has since come in, and they've added 35 runs now. And you would expect this partnership to continue building. The current run rate is 4.7. They would want to get that up to maybe 5.5, going into the last 10 overs or so. They certainly would want that run rate to be increased, because we are into over number 27 now.
Yeah, Ned continues. He's bowled 5 overs for 25 runs so far. Yet to pick up a pepper. But he's bowled well enough. He could have had Robman Powell in the last over when Powell just jumped down the wicket. Seemed like he got a rush of blood and had a big hee-ho at him and got the edge. And even before that, he almost holed out to deep cover as well. So he's looking full of intent, Robman Powell, but he's at the non-striker's end. And
it's well played again by Mackenzie. As I said, he's milking the bowling now. He's pushing it around, getting the singles, because it eases him up if you've got Powell, as I said, at the next end, scoring quickly. But in so doing, Powell has got to be careful, because he doesn't want to give his wicket away at this point in time. It's a very crucial period here for the Jamaica Scorpions. You're talking here, Ruskin, whether they can get to 275. If Powell stays there with Mackenzie, you could be looking at a score in the vicinity of 275. If he goes early, and when I say early, if he goes within the next couple of overs, then maybe you're looking more at a 240 score.
And I'm sure those are some of the thought patterns that might be taking place at the moment. Where we are, where we want to be. There's a good delivery, just hitting the outside edge and running down to short third man, but they'll get a single all the same. And so much has been said about West Indies cricket, but the board has been so maligned over the years for not doing X or not doing Y and didn't do this but when they put together an idea like this or a plan like this that really has it's laying the foundation for these young players to grasp an opportunity. They get to play more cricket, they get to play against the best players in the region, and they're playing at the best some of the best venues in the region as well. So everything is in their favor. All they have to do is try to grasp it with both hands. Another net over comes to an end. It's 124 for 3.
Yes, and there we see the scorecard. Mackenzie, 54 not out. Powell is on 19 not out. And Walton, Blackwood and McCarthy going for 17, 3 and 15 respectively. So it's been a good bowling attack from the academy. I think they've kept things tight. They've done well, and when you look at it, to keep the current run rate down to 4.6, kudos to them. It's never really got away from them this game.
Here again, he continues, so he's going to bowl right through here. Wickham.
Yeah, he's had 9 overs, so he's in his final over. He's picked up that wicket of McCarthy, the 1 for 29,
which is excellent.
Yeah, just about 3 runs and over, Ruskin, and you've got to give him a lot of kudos for that. He's been tight, not a big spinner of the ball, not giving it a little bit of air. He's been more or less pushing it through.
And he does have a quicker one as well. In fact, he has good variety in terms of his speeds. He does have a quick one. He went past the edge of Robman Powell with a quicker one a couple overs ago. Here he is again, right up in the block hole, and Mackenzie can't do much with it.
Yeah, but again, Ruskin, Mackenzie's on 54 from 71 balls. He needs to be looking for the single. He's right now he's just content in keeping Wickham out.
Here's another attempt at a drive, can't get it. And the thing he's in danger of doing is putting the pressure on
Back and Powell yeah.
to do all the scoring, and that could be a danger in itself.
There he's going to pick up a single. He's thinking of two. I don't think it's on. But even the ball before, where he hit straight to mid-wicket, you know, there's a big gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and he should have been finding that gap. He's there long enough to find the gap. But it's the end of the over. 28 overs have now been completed. And the Scorpions, they're 125 for 3. And that current run rate is just about 4.46 now. So Wickham has completed his 10 overs, an excellent spell. 10 overs, 1 for 30. And so he's, in addition to him being economical with just 3 runs and over, he's also picked up a vital wicket of McCarthy.
1 for 30, you'll take that anytime.
Yeah.
In any format.
Yes, test match, you know.
10 overs, your captain will be patting you on the back and saying, well bowled. And you'll be thinking
just have a rest, you're coming back again.
If this was a test match, you say
but he's done well. He's bowled those 10 overs on the trot.
He's gone off. He's gone straight off as well, so they're probably going to give him a bit of a breather.
And maybe any little niggling with the niggles with the hand or anything like that.
But he did get he got struck on his knee, I think, when he was making a tumbling save to a powerful drive down at mid-off. He went across and he stopped the ball, but he stayed down for a minute because of the blow.
And then that fantastic catch he took as well to dismiss Blackwood.
So he's had a full day.
Back. Yeah, he's had a full day already, hasn't he? Been really in the thick of things. That was a magnificent catch, going over his shoulder.
And Ned also has kept a pretty good line. He's not, and this is one of the areas too that I think we talk about getting spinners and but they don't really spin the ball much. Not too many of them turn the ball, appreciably. They do enough to keep batsmen honest. And they're going to go for a quick single, and they will get it too. That's very well judged. Again, all the fielders had to move to try to get to that ball, and including Naeem Young, and none of them could have gotten to it before the batsman completed a single.
Yeah, the leg spinners are what I'm interested in, getting wickets, and strangely enough, Carrier and Hayden Walsh Jr. are picking up wickets. It's good to see that, and I think both of them have improved with their bowling. But I would like to see more young leg spinners. We're not seeing back of the hand unorthodox left arm spinners. We're seeing a lot of left arm orthodox spinners in the region now.
No Chinaman googly down the wicket he goes.
That's a good shot. That's a really good shot. I think it's gone one bounce. He's come down the track. That's a man who is in form, a man who's seeing that ball as huge as a breadfruit. Look at that, straight back over the top. Nobody, no long off or long on can get to that. It was hit straight back over his head. That's a good shot. Yeah, and that's what I'm seeing. We're just missing. I would love to see a left arm unorthodox spinner into the game.
There he goes again.
Nandu didn't feel it cleanly, but they didn't go far enough behind him for them to think of the single.
They were talking about some of the wicket takers and stuff like that. I'll give you some stats here coming into this game. The most dismissals so far, Joshua De Silva, who we just saw there with 4. As that over comes to an end, it's 131 for 3. 5. And Hamilton, the two wicket keepers, 5 and 4, but of course Hetmeyer.
That's De Silva, right?
And Hamilton, but Hetmeyer, 5 catches
Yeah.
so far.
He's been a disappointment with the bat, let me
Yeah.
say that. But
Paris also has
catching
4 as
he's
well.
good.
Yeah.
Mm.
And Hayden Walsh Jr. has 4
Yeah.
as well.
Well, we know his capabilities.
Top 5 wicket takers: Durham
Yes, the left arm.
with
Yeah.
10, Correa with 9, Shepherd with 7, Joshua Bishop 6,
Another left arm spinner.
and Hayden Walsh with 6 as well.
Well, he was beaten out of the attack by
Yep.
Shufin Rutherford.
But the game before he bowled,
Oh, he bowled exceedingly
exceptionally
well.
And the leading run scorers coming in to today: Keon Otley 202,
He got 100 here,
Atanaz
yeah.
179,
Who's that, sorry?
Atanaz,
Yeah.
Alec Rutherford 157 after that
After
brilliant
that 100,
knock.
yeah.
Yep. So we have a change in the bowling here, and the first ball almost getting Akima Geist is in. So we're talking about little spinners, leggies, and that's 4
That's
runs.
badly lined.
Yep.
Yes, that got the treatment. Powell has been there long enough now. Just 35 balls he's faced, and that was a poor delivery.
Well, it was O'Geese who dropped him, who was making a tumbling save there, trying. But he did try to get to it, which was commendable. Some people might have pulled out of it, but he still kept going. He just got his hands to it, but he couldn't hold on. So Otley with 202, Atanaz with 179, 157 to Rutherford, Bravo 157 so far, and another quick single taken, and Jeremiah with 135 runs. So those are the top 5
Right.
wicket takers, most dismissals, and top run getters so far for the tournament. But of course that could change. Every day somebody could come and put themselves in the mix. Another back foot shot here quickly. They're going to get a couple, if not a boundary. They won't get a boundary. And I don't think Mackenzie is interested in anything more.
Yeah, he was giving himself a little room, backing away and slashing that square on the offside. Because O'Geese in his first over, Akim O'Geese, 7 runs coming from his first 4 deliveries.
He has to be careful here. He doesn't want to undo
Yeah.
all the good work that was done already. Again, the batsman is on the back foot, not really. And we see a lot of the regional batsmen. They tend to play attacking shots off the back foot, and to some degree, it's probably they're not sure which way the ball is turning, so they're not coming out onto the front foot. They're trying to drive too many shots, but they tend to wait on the back foot, and I suppose it's a good ploy if you're not sure. Yeah, they're going to have to hurry, and Powell, though, is able to get down to the non-strikers end for the single. So he's starting to get moving. It's 140 for 3 now. 30 overs completed.
Yes, so 30 overs have been completed. There we see the bowling card. And Kenny Clark picking up 2, and Wickham getting the other wicket. But we're having a drinks break here now at the moment. 30 overs have been bowled. The Jamaica Scorpions at the moment, they have 140 for 3, so they've got 20 overs left, and they must be thinking somewhere in the vicinity of 270, 275. So we're going to take a break while the players as well take their drinks break. We're going to take a break and come right back with more action here at the Queen's Park Oval.
Let's welcome you back here to the Queen's Park Oval. We getting down to the nitty-gritty, so to speak, Colin Murray, of this innings, where the Jamaicans are well poised, 140 for 3. You would think they have a good launching pad here now to really kick on.
I would think so. You're looking at 20 overs, 120 balls, and if they get maybe another 140, 150, you're talking close to 280, 285. But again, a lot depends on this pair. If they were to stay here, Powell and Mackenzie, if they were to maybe add another 60 runs or so, get it up to 200, and getting into the final maybe 10, 12 overs, really go after the academy. But if the academy were to pick up one of these two, it can certainly slow the progress.
Joshua Bishop is into the attack now, relieving Ned, and 5 overs so far, not for 22.
And Ruskin, the current run rate is still 4.6. So they've
They
got
have to
that.
step up,
Yeah,
yeah.
they've got to step up.
And Robert Powell, I think, is the man that they're probably going to look to. Not only is he the captain, but his reputation for, big hitting is no doubt something that precedes him, and something that his teammates will probably be looking to here as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting too with Mackenzie, how he bats, because he's got to keep, as I keep saying, he's got to keep the scoreboard ticking over, and get the singles if he's not going to get the boundaries. But he must also be eyeing 100, and he's got to be careful that he's not eyeing the 100 and
at the expense of
at
the team.
Yeah, at the expense of the team, and next thing you know, the scoring rate slows down because he's looking at that 100. But he's got the right partner at the next end who can accelerate the scoring, so he doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary.
And I think he has to think in terms of getting those runs. And if you notice, Colin, watch what young Bishop is doing. He's delivering some of these deliveries way behind the crease, so he's really not putting anything on the board. The batsman has to put all the pace, all the power. Look at how
That's a brilliant shot, though. What a shot!
Just as we were talking, he delivered that almost next to the umpire.
Yep.
So he gave Mackenzie all the time in the world to see it, get under it, and lift it high over mid-wicket.
What a good shot. He was in position so quickly, Kirk Mackenzie, and he just lifted that effortlessly over deep mid-wicket.
There's another one. Look at how far. If you look at where he's delivering, right where he's standing there is where he's delivering those deliveries from. No question of him bowling a no ball there. 147 for 3 at the end of the over.
31 overs have been completed. So Mackenzie on 69 from 83 deliveries. And certainly he must now set his sights firmly on 3 figures. We keep saying that, but it's so good to see a young man coming through and trying to get to 100. He's only 22 years of age. You would have thought if he wasn't on the Jamaica team, he would have been on the academy team.
Mm-hmm.
But he's good enough to get into the Jamaica team. And let's hope this innings will give him confidence. So that's a poor delivery, but it's been hit hard and high. That's 6. What a poor delivery.
What a gift
Yes.
for Rahman Powell.
Of all people.
Yep. You don't want to give him these opportunities, because now he's going to, this should give him confidence. He's hit a couple out of the ground, and so now you're thinking, okay, everything is okay now. I'm seeing the ball better. The mid wicket is out in the deep.
The thing is, Ruskin, that's the long part of the boundary. That's going to run away as well for 4 with that short delivery. I'm not too sure about this move. O'Geese was hit for 9 in the first over. Now, from the first 2 balls of his second over, he's been hit for 10. So it's we haven't seen Naeem Young in the attack, have we?
No, he hasn't.
He hasn't bowled.
he hasn't
I'm wondering
bowled
if
as yet.
he has some
Yep.
injury or is waiting for the back end of the innings.
Much better delivery, but even then he concedes a single. So Robman Powell would be happy with his work so far. You got 11 runs off the first 3 balls of the over.
They're still persistent with his slip. Not too sure of that move.
Teddy Bishop position there. And even then O'Geese doesn't feel well to his own bowling, and if you can't feel to your own bowling,
Why should I feel to your bowling?
Most
but,
people, if they're going to stop anything at all, they stop it off their own bowling.
You're right.
Yep.
Well, I'm not too sure why a slip is still employed, because O'Geese certainly doesn't look as if he's going to get the edge, and
This
that's
one
it
is
high.
And again, now this is the funny thing. They have a short backward square leg in the circle, and the man out in the deep is really forward of square. And you would think to a leg spinner, you at least want him backward.
Yeah.
And and force Robman Powell to try to hit the ball forward of square as opposed to backward. Backward is just he's just going to swing with this against the spin, and it's going to spoon backwards more than ever. But they still haven't placed him backward. He's still forward. And this time the ball is played into that gap at mid-wicket. Ford is able to run off the boundary to get the single. So I suppose those are just some of the areas where as a young captain he's going to have to work out the best position to put that field out at 164 for 3 at the end of the over.
17 runs coming from that over. So O'Geese has now completed 2 overs for 26. I'll be surprised if we see O'Geese into the attack for the rest of this innings. I think Young has got to decide. I don't know.
He may have to come on.
He may have to come on, no doubt. And he's got a few overs from Matthew Ford. I think they need to break this partnership. So what he needs to decide, he needs to look around the field and say, well, what is my best option to break this partnership? Who can I return to? Matthew Ford, McKenny Clark. He's got Ned bowling he's got Joshua Bishop bowling at the moment. I think Ned has got a few deliveries left, or a few overs, left. So he's got to decide who is best suited to break this partnership. At the moment, Bishop or O'Geese don't seem capable of that, as Bishop starts his 7th over.
And gets another single is pinched off his bowling. So they have to be careful here, the West Indies Academy. They don't want to really undo all that good work that they did earlier this morning and let Jamaica off the hook. Jamaica, remember, they were bowler for 123, and then they got 211 in their next game. So it's they haven't been scoring many runs.
It's a nice shot, nice, pleasant looking shot. He doesn't look in trouble at all, Mackenzie. I think the only way I see him not getting 100, Ruskin, is if he plays a rash shot.
And the thing is, he at some point he's into 71 now, so he's 29 away, and he probably must figure out how you're going to fashion that 29 runs without taking too many risks.
So the Netherlands, they were defeated by 309 runs. They were bowled out for 90 by the Australians. And the Australians seem to be turning their form, because they lost the first 2 games to India and South Africa, and then they've won the next 3. Well, which includes today. Runs again for Mackenzie, just a single, or no, they're going to come back for 2, as
O'Geese, the man out there now.
Didn't pick up that ball cleanly.
I suppose his confidence to young Ogis, it might just be a little shaken at the moment because he saw the other bowlers doing, so well, and then once he comes on, the runs started to flow.
And what has happened with that, Ruskin, the current run rate has now gone to 5.12, which is what I'm sure they would be more or less looking at. So 33 overs have been bowled. It's 169 for 3.
Yeah, no. So, but I think they just need to keep him, keep his head in the game. You can see him with his hands on his hips, and then he's not going to get to bowl anymore, at least for the moment. So obviously he's probably playing on his mind. Remember, that's the other side to this too. These youngsters are on show, so they want to impress the coaching staff as well, and show that they can perform at this level. And when you're 2 overs, you go for 23 runs in
26.
26 in the 2 overs. It starts to play on your mind. And remember, these are still young men who, you never know what is going through their minds, who is telling them what and what have you. So but I think they just need to keep him in the game. Just let him know all is not lost here. Whenever he gets the ball again, probably just try to do better. But Ned now operating from the bottom end on this occasion.
And another 20-year-old youngster is Akim Ogis. So another one of them that really learning the game
on the job. They're not seasoned professionals, and that is, I suppose that's what has to change in West Indies cricket. We have to identify this talent probably a little bit earlier and try to give them exposure. Down the wicket he goes. That's another great shot, and it's going the full distance for 6 runs. So whenever he wants to, Mackenzie seemed to know when to up the ante a little bit, and now he goes quickly on to 79 now.
What I like about it, Ruskin, he could have gone across the line there, but he went straight again. He used his feet, got to the pitch, and he didn't tug the ball. He just hit it. You could see him getting to the pitch, opening up a little bit, and hitting that ball straight. That's a really excellent batting. And then he gets a single. This is good from Mackenzie.
He doesn't look in any trouble at all. He looks like if he's in full control.
You have to say if he doesn't get the 3 figures, he may very well do something rash, and we hope not, because I think he deserves 3 figures. But it's got to work for it. Powell has settled down well as well. Pushing the ball around and getting the singles.
Yeah, I was just looking at the, you think of the 100 that Otley scored here, where he batted so beautifully, stroking the ball around. We saw Rutherford at a totally different type of 100, where he just
banged everything around, didn't he?
Hit the ball all over the place, and got his 100. And now we're looking at this innings here from Mackenzie, which is a real well put together innings. I think a lot of thought is going into his batting here now, and
he looks so at ease, doesn't he?
It's like nothing is passing the bat. He's really on top of things here, and picks up another comfortable single. So he goes into the 80s now. He's up to 81. It's 179 for 3 after 34.
Yes, and Powell now just 3 runs short of his half century. So would be a welcome return to form for Powell, getting 13 in the first game against the Leewards.
And a first ball duck
against the Barbados Pride. So this knock will do him good for the rest of the tournament. And of course, young Mackenzie, who he got to 3 and 1, 3 against Barbados, 1 against the Leewards. So both of them now getting good scores and should set them up nicely for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and both of them were under pressure, not having scored heavily. Here he is just hitting this one. It goes upishly off the bat, but it bounces in front of the man at that short backward point.
Seemed to have come off more the outer part of the bat. A delivery from Bishop that again was leaving him.
This two also, they're going to have to hurry, and they do a cardinal sin there, Nandu not picking up the ball.
But he was put under pressure. Good run in the end. I think Powell was the one who called for the run. So he felt that he was comfortable going to the danger end. Mackenzie was a little late in responding, but Powell was always going towards that danger end. And as you rightly said, Nandu didn't pick up the ball. That's a bad delivery.
Yeah, he's asking for trouble there. He keeps delivering the ball from way behind the crease. I don't know if he misses his run or if it's a deliberate ploy to deliver the ball from so far back. It gives the batsman more time
Yeah,
to
that
see
brings
it.
up Powell's 50.
Yep.
A gift really, because it was sure, as you rightly pointed out in the previous over, there's no backward square leg, and there's a deep mid wicket. So once that ball is pitched just around leg stump, drifting down the leg side, it's going to be easy for Powell to just hit it beyond the short fine leg, which he did.
And Colin, without really noticing, his 50 came off 50 deliveries.
51 deliveries, yeah. He started a little shakily, didn't he?
Yeah,
It seemed that he could have got out at any time, but he settled down nicely. I suppose he's got better as he's gone on with the innings in terms of the pace and the bounce of the pitch.
Yeah, this partnership now 99 runs. And, can bring up the 100 partnership there with that one. 185 for 3 at the end of over number 35. And after some more comments from you, Lester Cassidy is going to
Sir
rejoin
Lester,
us.
yes. Well, 185 for 3. And as you rightly said, this partnership now with 99. And of that 99, Ruffman Powell, he has scored 52 from 52 balls. Mackenzie, 82 from 95 balls. As there's going to be a change now, and we're going to see Naeem Young for the first time. Very interesting. He hasn't brought himself on. He had Ogis bowling, who had 2 overs for 26 with the leg spin. Naeem Young, a good all-rounder. He's a young man that we have a lot of time for. I think he's a fine young cricketer. Picked up 3 wickets against the CCC when the CCC was chasing 318, and Young was picking up 3 wickets and then getting 67 not out in the washed out game against the Barbados Pride. So he's been having a useful tournament so far, Naeem Young, and he's going to bowl his first delivery. So captain to captain, and he starts with a wide. Hello, Lester. You had a little bit of a breather.
Slight breather, Colin.
Slight.
But I kept watching, and I kept seeing Powell improving, meaning he's taking less and less chances. But from the very first few balls that Mackenzie started, and first time I'm seeing him, I suggested while on air that this guy seems to be a good player, and he really is a good player.
Powell had to reach for that. You could see the intention of Naeem Young. You look at the field, and it's 5 men on the offside. There's a 3rd man, a backward point, square cover out of the boundary. There's an extra cover mid-off. Then there's a long on, a squarish mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a man at short fine leg. So it's giving me the impression that Young is going to go wide of the off stump, and he's going to say to Powell, well, you got to reach for it if it's anything. And there he goes wide of the off stump. And Powell slapping it down towards the man at that deep point position. And they're able to pick up a single. So one more to Powell, as McKenny Clark is the man out of that deep point. But Powell on to 53 now. 187 for 3, as that run rate keeps creeping up. 5.29 now, and they need to get to, if this continues, they get to about 265. Peel going up as Mackenzie trying to turn a delivery, but obviously pitching outside the leg stump and maybe going down the leg side. It seemed to be as Mackenzie was trying to turn it to leg. And Guyana struggling a little bit. They are 114 for 6 now in 32 overs, and Tevin Imlach is on 49 not out. But well, the word is that he's just got his 50, but 114 for 6. So they're struggling. That's a good shot. Didn't seem to time it all that well, but it still goes down to that deep square leg position. They pick up a single as McKenny Clark as having a shy at the non-striker's end. But one more. Yes, Guyana struggling. So seems that Shimon Hetmeyer run of poor form continues.
Hetmeyer is a guy who I believe in certainly as a batsman.
That's it, straight into the man's hand there at point, and Young picks up the wicket in his first over. A delivery that was short. It was outside the line of the off stump. Powell never got on top of it. He cut it straight into the hands of Joshua Bishop, and Young, as I said, picks up his first wicket in his first over. Powell goes for 53, and the Scorpions are now 188 for 4.
Well, it's an adage: if you go down, the ball is going to go up. If you stay up, the ball is going to go down. And Powell, you could see his knees squat, and instead of actually getting on top of the ball, he went same level with the ball or below the ball, and he scooped it up. Again, Colin, was a fantastic catch.
Yeah,
these guys are really catching.
They're catching well.
They're really catching well, and
Yeah.
catches win matches.
That's
So
correct.
the Jamaica team, they better be very careful, because these are young, exuberant guys. They're not going to take it lying down. 188 for 3, 35.4 overs.
Now 188 for
fighting.
4 now. Yeah, Leicester with that, the fall of that wicket.
Oh, yeah, it just came up 4.
Yeah.
They're fighting. So the fielding has been top notch. The bowling has been tight. But I thought that Powell, for instance, was a bit loose as an approach earlier on, and I also feel that Mackenzie is really showing that he is a class player, a good player. I said earlier on to Colin.
He did come in and played his first test match against the Indians earlier this year.
Well, they
when
would have seen
India
something,
told-
obviously,
yeah,
for that to
yeah.
happen. So I'm saying to you, but he's well covered, Colin. Well covered as in there are a lot of indentation. He's a muscular fella. He's well built. He's shaped. He's built for speed. And when he hits the ball, it stays hit. He hit some good sixes so
Yes,
far.
he did.
Yeah, he's a strong guy. But he's into timing more than anything else, Colin.
Yes,
and with
that's
that
right.
size, the ball is going. But he's doing a fair enough job for Jamaica. He's on 83 from 97 balls.
Well, Brad Barnes has come in, and he's welcomed with the first delivery from Young, short, lifting, and he's just getting out of the way and allowing it to go through to the keeper. So a successful over here from Naeem Young, coming into the attack, and just 3 runs from the over and picking up the wicket of Powell. And but I couldn't understand why Young didn't come into the attack a little earlier, because we talked about it. He bowled Akeem Ogis, and I'm not too sure why, for 2 overs for 26 runs when he is
The most he can
standing
bowl
up.
actually is 8.
Well, yeah, and I'm sure he's probably not going to bowl 8, because
He's gonna give the other guys a chance.
Matthew Ford to come back. He's got McKenny Clark.
And you were saying
to
earlier on
come
that he
back.
got 3 wickets.
Yeah, and I don't understand why he didn't come into the attack earlier. But he alone can answer that question. And Mackenzie continues his march towards 3 figures. Picks up a single there, so he goes to 84 now, as Joshua Bishop, who's taking 2 catches. It seems that the Bishops are taking the catches today. Joshua Bishop is taking 2, Teddy Bishop is taking 1, and then Wickham with that marvelous catch to send Blackwood back to the pavilion. So Brad Barnes coming into the team hasn't played yet in the tournament, and biggish guy. He's an off
Huge.
spinner. He's an off spinner.
Wow.
And I don't understand, Lester. Maybe you could tell me why all these big guys and tall guys are spin bowlers.
It started with Suleiman Ben. 6'12", and you bowling off spin.
6'12"?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, oh, okay.
You bowling left arm orthodox.
What about Omari Banks?
Yes. What is this? And we have some midgets bowling for us.
Well,
Tino Best. Tall midgets.
I wouldn't go that far, Lester.
I'm taller than Tino Best.
I wouldn't go that far.
And I'm a midget.
Tino Best was pretty nifty.
He was quick.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, he's quick.
He was quick. But I understand your point, and I made that comment a few years ago when I saw Mari Banks and Suleiman Ben and these guys bowling slow, and then you had the likes of Fidel Edwards.
Yeah. You had
Jerome,
one from Jamaica too.
Jerome Taylor.
And, little guys.
Yeah.
But they're strong and they're powerful.
Yeah.
But I grew up with West Hall from one end and Charlie Griffith from the other end.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
if you get Gary Sobers Vexy coming at you too.
Yeah.
But
then forget West Hall and Charlie Griffith. Then you had to contend with
Joel Garner.
You had to contend
Holden.
with Roberts, Holden, Croft, Garner, Marshall,
Marshall.
Daniel, Sylvester Clark.
You're going to forget St. Vincent. The guy from St. Vincent, he fell off the tree.
Not Shillingford. No, he was Dominica.
Davis.
Winston Davis.
Yeah. And then you followed it up with the Benjamins.
Ezra Mosley. You had Ezra Mosley. Oh
no
my.
respite. You're under pressure from start, Colin.
I tell you.
And then you have this man here. He's just under 6'12", and he bowling, and he's huge as a bando. And he's bowling off spin. So he's able to spin the ball, I suppose, a lot.
We'll wait and see in action.
I'm not going anywhere.
But he's an all-rounder, it appears, because he's coming
at
number 6.
He has to be able to bat.
So he's gives me the impression he's.
Huh?
Wow.
Did you say he's 17? This is what annoyed me.
He's 25 as a matter.
Oh.
Yeah, he's 25. He's. I don't think that
he would have been on this team.
He's got 17 on his back, but it should. But he's actually 25 years.
He would have been playing for the team that's on the field.
That's a slow delivery from Young Short, and it's the type of delivery that you're
when I played youth cricket, Colin, we were in Jamaica. What annoyed me was how big these guys were in comparison to our guys. You had Everton Mattis, 6'4", and he was up in the air tall. You had Nita was across, big shoulders, big legs. He's just bigger than us.
Oh, that's high in there. Does it have enough on it? I don't think so. They're getting under it, and he's taking the catch. Another very good catch, and that's what I mean. Mackenzie batting well all the time. 84 from 94 deliveries, from 101 deliveries, and Naim Young has done the trick again. But what another very good catch. It looks like McKenny Clark who's taking that. He had to come in a long way and kept his eye on the ball, and eventually took a really good catch. But Mackenzie would be very disappointed. It goes back to the pavilion for 84 caught by McKenny Clark of the bowling of Naim Young. So he has now picked up 2 wickets, would you believe it?
For Spit?
In his first 2 overs.
Yeah, again, it's a horrible shot. Certainly the execution was not there. The intent might have been good. He's a man with all power, and ball actually was way inside of the rope. So he didn't get proper connection. He went out holding his head, hanging his head. And I would have too, Colin. 82 or 84? 84. And you had everything at your mercy. So he's now 189 for 5. Jamaica better be careful.
Well, I was about to say that, Lester. You now have to think that, while Mackenzie and Powell was there, and even when Powell left, if Mackenzie stayed, you had to think they may were thinking about 260.
260.
Now at 189 for 5, yes, there's still 12 overs left, but you have two new batsmen at the crease. They've got to
They have to go over 225.
Yeah, they got to look.
And 225
they
is not a
still-
safe score.
They still have to look at two. In my view, they need to look at
I'm
250.
dealing with what's possible behind. I mean, Sheldon Cottrell to come, you know.
They need to look at 250. I think 250 is a competitive total.
250 is,
Yeah, you
yeah.
know, if they go beyond that, the academy will feel that they're into this game.
If they do less than
If
that.
they get less than 250, the academy would think, well, they've got a good chance.
Yeah, 225 would not do it. So that means there's 35 runs additional for another 5 wickets. And these guys are bowling and feeling very well.
Well, Royal is the man, the new batsman, Javor Royal. He's getting 44 in his last game. But so he's off the mark right away.
Well, for Jamaica, of course, he better stand up there and bat, because this is not looking a healthy score for Jamaica at all.
But the academy against the Leeward Islands,
The projected score is 253, Colin.
they were chasing 239. They were made by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and only got to 173. So even though we may think that 240, 250 is not a good total, got to also think that these are young batsmen. The end of the over, it's 191 now for 5 from 38.
Let's make the point, Colin, that this is a very good batting wicket. As far as I'm concerned, this is a very good batting wicket. The outfield is not slow. It's baked in sunshine as we speak. So everything is there for the batting side. And 250 will not do it. This is a 300 run wicket as far as I am concerned. Again, playing against guys who are under 23. So Jamaica better step up.
Well, Guyana,
119.
yeah, 119 for 7.
Not good as well.
No.
What's happening with the batting?
They're struggling. Here is Joshua Bishop. Starting his 10th and final over. None for 41 so far. Royal can't get him away. So the run rate is now just up to 5. So it's come down again. It reached at one stage 5.2. It's gone back down to 4.98.
My question to you, Colin, if you're going to bowl 10 overs for 45 runs, and another person will bowl 10 overs without taking a wicket, by the way, and you were to bowl 10 overs for 75 and 1 or 2 wickets, which one would you take?
Whew. That's a tough one. It really depends on the state of the game. But of course, you're looking for wickets. You're looking for wickets at all times. But you also have to look at giving away too many runs. But yeah, I would take the wickets. You know, because once you take wickets, Lester, you keep putting the batsman under pressure. But this has been a good spell from Bishop, though. He's completed his 10 overs and going at just 4.2 and over hasn't been bad. Yes, you would have wanted him to take some wickets, but going at 4.2, you can live with that, because
somebody
wickets,
else needs to take.
Yeah, the wickets are
Extremely
being
important.
taken at the next end, so it's not too bad. If there was no wickets at the next end, then you'd have to worry about it. 39 overs completed, 192 for 5, and I suppose you look at that current run rate at 4.92, and you have to say, well, Bishop was part of that. But here's Naeem Young, 2 for 5 so far. Can't get him away.
We have 2 big guys batting, and if they were to stay around for a little while, Colin, and they decide to extend arms, that ball's going to fly if they were to connect. But that is not what this game is about. This game is about sensitive, sensible, intelligent cricket. So they need to look for the singles for now and pounce on the bad balls.
Oh, that's a good hit. That's gone straight back overhead, and it's gone for 6. That's a really good hit from Javor Royal. And we did say that he got 44 in his previous game. He's a no-nonsense kind of player. He looks to get after the bowling. And Young doesn't really have the pace, so he came down the track and he hit him beautifully back overhead for 6.
So after facing,
Well, 9 deliveries though, Javor Royal, but I think he's seen enough, Lester. He says, okay, that's
Time.
it.
Time
I've
for
seen
some
enough
pepper.
of the bowling. The conditions are great.
Wicket is good.
Yep, let me try and get after Young. Well, there's no long off in place. There's a long on. And you look at this field, there's a third man in place. Then there's that deep square cover, a long on, a deep square leg. And he's come down the track and he's slapped it out to McKenny Clark, who is at that deep point. You pick up a single. But again, I think Young saw him coming, went a little wider and banged it into the pitch. But Royal, a big man, he was able to reach for it. And maybe a yard or two away from Clark, it would have gone into the boundary. Well, here is Barnes, yet to get off the mark. Still can't get off the mark. A good Yorker-like delivery from Young. Right up to Barnes, who was looking for that drive. But in the end, it was a Yorker-like delivery. Couldn't do very much with it. Was just digging it out. Was looking to hit it more towards mid-on, or to long-on, I should say. Leicester, but when you don't get it,
And if even the batsman plays and connects, sometimes it probably could go up in here. So it's a good tactic.
going, yes, it does. Thought it didn't seem to time it all that well, but there was Barnes going over extra cover. Good shot. He was. You could see him just getting that front leg out of the way and going over extra cover. Good shot in the end. Didn't seem to have timed it all that well, but still had enough to go to the boundary. 204 for 5.
When he hits it, Colin, it stays hits up. He's a big man. He's now off the mark.
Yeah, he's off the mark
Yeah.
with that boundary. So both batsmen now, you could see them. The intent is there. Both of them looking to get on with it. And he comes down the track. Ball comes off a thick outside edge and goes down all along the ground, down to the man at third man. Looks like Clark down there. It is. Kenny Clark took that good catch, or to dismiss Rothman Powell. So 1 to end the over. It's now 205 for 5, and we're into 40 overs have been bowled, so we're going to see the third power play now coming into play.
So
And I think there's going to be a change. Well, there have to be a change in bowling because Joshua Bishop has completed his 10 overs. And let's see, is it going to be Ned? I think they're persistent with the left arm spin. So Ned has got 2 overs left, and he's going to be bowling to the right-handed Brad Barnes. Current run rate just going back up to 5.1 because these two need to get on with it. Barnes and Royal. Again, a delivery from Ned, just angling it into the right-hander. I think Ned realizes that these two are going to try and get after him. Don't expect to see any deliveries flighted. So Royal comes back into strike. So teams fighting for semi-final positions, just like in the World Cup. Teams are fighting to get into the top 4. And the same here. I think Red Force are looking pretty good at the moment.
I don't know why I have this feeling to Mackenzie, to Royal, that you need a slip, Colin, just to try something because he's going to get a big edge and it will fly to the boundary.
Yeah, there he's getting a top edge, and it's not flying to the boundary, but they're just going to pick up a single. as he's looking to sweep, gets a top edge. A brave man, Lester, to put in a slip in the 41st over.
To try
Brave
something.
man. Oh, a big almighty swing from Royal, doesn't make contact.
The
He was,
intention.
he was backing away outside the line of the off stump rather than getting in line with the ball. But you could see him looking for a lot of power.
The intent is there.
Yeah. Well,
If he mishits, Colin could go for 6.
angled into him, and that's a good ball in to end the over from Ned. Just 3 runs coming from the over, so that's been a really excellent over from Ashmead Ned. He's completed his 9 overs now, none for 47, and after 41 overs it's 208 for 5.
It's good bowling, Colin. You know the batsman is coming at you, and you can still limit the both players, both batsmen, to a single, and a single. That is excellent bowling, because you know, Colin, any mistake, they're going to come and try to capitalize on you, try to dominate you, and it did not happen this over. He's bowled 9 overs. Colin, I think he has one
Yeah,
more.
none for 47
Yeah.
in his 9, so he's got 1 left.
Yeah.
Young is going to continue, and I would expect he may very well turn to the last 8 overs or so. He may give Ned another over, but he's got Matthew Ford and he's got McKenny Clark, the quicker bowlers, to maybe finish off the innings.
He knows Royal is going to come after him, chip in and going after him, but I'm not so sure that Barnes, who has shown no indication to advance forward, to advance down the wicket, whether or not he will do that. So he has some work to do.
Well, that's a good shot again, lifting it. Again, I don't think he got it where he wanted. He was more looking towards extra cover. Seemed to have come off the outer part of the bat, and luckily it didn't go out to Clark, who is at that deep square cover, and it went a couple bounces to him, and they were able just to pick up a single. So as you rightly said, the intent is there both from Barnes and Royal, but they need to pick up some boundaries. We see Young has decided to do away with the mid-wicket, and he's put him down to long off. So the 5 men outside the circle. Oh, this is again in the air. Young is going to get there. Oh, he's dropped it. Well, he did the hard part. I didn't think at one stage he was going to get there, and he just the hands was outstretched, and he just couldn't hold on to it. But again, we see a top edge, this time from Royal.
A slow bouncer, it appears.
Yeah.
So again, that was the easiest of all the catches, Colin. Easiest of all the catches, and he dropped it. You could see him admonishing himself, but he will be back at him again, and so will the batsman be at him as well.
Yes,
That's for sure.
I think, as I said, he did the hard work, got to it, but you would have thought, because they have been catching well, the academy team, and Young 2 for 20 at the moment from
That'd have been an easy three.
his 3rd wicket. It would have been had he taken the catch.
Yeah, but he's going to come at him again. They're both going to go after each other, that's for sure.
Well, Barnes is back in strike. Doesn't make contact. Thought his head was a little bit in the air as he was trying to hit that back over the top.
An almighty swish.
So Young.
This is not a good time to be bowling, Colin. This is fire, is meeting fire, because the captain, Young, is not giving up, nor giving in, and Brad Barnes is going after him. He's looking for every and any opportunity to go aerial.
Well, he's hit this flat, but straight to the man down at long on, and he's taken the catch. And let's see, it's the end of Barnes. It looks to be Kimani Milius who is taking that down at long on. Let's have a look. He's hit it flat, and there was him diving forward. Kimani Milius has taken a really good catch to dismiss Royal, is it? I think it is Royal. No, it's Barnes. So Barnes makes his way back to the pavilion, Court Melius off the bowling of Young for 8 means the score is now 210 for 6.
A lot of effort, Colin, a lot of energy expended. At the end, the fieldsman had to dive forward, so he didn't get the proper connection, so to speak.
Well, it's a drinks break at the moment, so after just about 41.4 overs, the Jamaica Scorpions, they are 210 for 6.
So as we welcome you back here, Fabian Allen is the new batsman, and immediately he is off the mark. So 211 now, which was the a score that they made against the Barbados Royals when they lost that game. So they've equaled their highest score for the tournament so far. But they do have some overs to play with here. And there is another slow delivery, short ball, and Royal not handling it very well in the end. But the over finally comes to an end. Another successful one from Young. It's 211 for 6 at the end of 42.
Yeah, we've seen some good cricket from the young players, the academy, Ruskin. We saw a very good over again from Naeem Young. He had the opportunity to get 2 wickets in the over. He ended up with 1. So he has bowled 4 overs, 21 runs, and he has gotten 3 wickets. Apparently he's a 3-wicket man, Ruskin.
Could have had
unless
a 4
of course he moved
because
on.
it was off his own bowling that he dropped that catch.
Yeah. So he's the architect of his own problem. Royal does not seem to want to wait, and we know Fabian Allen is able and capable of striking anywhere. I mean, he's a very powerful youngster. So we wait to see how they're going to approach this innings.
Ashmead Ned is bowling his final over. And in a lot of ways, you understand why the Jamaicans have not been scoring a lot of runs. It's somewhere along the line, their concentration seems to go. That's another good delivery from Ned. I'm not sure the planning of the innings, I think, is what is probably a little bit skewed at the moment, because as you said, everybody seemed to want to just put bat to ball. And here we go again with Fabian Allen. I mean, he's just arrived at the crease.
Just arrived.
Surely he would think, maybe should I just stroke this around, and because you've lost 6 wickets already, you lose another one here and you're just exposing the tail here now. And this is well played. It goes all along the ground. They're going to get a couple. And Ogis is out there to limit them to just the 2 runs. So this is kind of like, you can hit 4s and you don't always have to hit 6s.
But I'm sure you remember Mikey, a short, well, unbelievably short.
Yep.
Guy. He was in the Oval here for years and years and years.
And that's too short from Ned, giving him the opportunity to just extend his arms.
Yeah. And Mikey always said there's room in the air, there's room in the air. Yes, that's when you have a mid-off and you have a mid-on and you have cover in and so on, but not when you have field placing the way it's placed now.
And that's a good shot from Royal. He's a powerful man, Royal, and Lester, you'd have enjoyed that innings of 44 against Barbados. Barbados, to me, has the best bowling attack in the competition. But that's the end of the over, by the way, and Ned has finished his 10 overs, not for 51.
At 5 runs and over, Ruskin, that's not bad bowling. And I keep saying, playing against a senior team, but not too long from now, if he continues the way he's approaching his cricket here, he'll probably be in his country's team. But why is it that everybody feels it's necessary to hit a 6, and you have to hit a 6, and you can hit 2 4s, and that's more than 6, that's 8.
Well, in that 44, I think Royal had 1 4. This is a 4 here. They just clipped that one off his legs, and cashes in there. Badly lined from Young, and easy boundary for him. So 290 now for 6, and Royal is quickly up to 16 from 17 deliveries. But he's a real no-nonsense kind of guy, and I was telling you about that, and I think he had 1 4 and like 5 6s or something like that. He was just
powerful.
yeah, he was just
smacking it.
He played a reverse sweep of a fast bowler that went for 6. It was the most amazing shot. He just hit the bat and then just hit the scoreboard. And that's going to be a wide, too high. You could see what Young is trying to do there. He's trying to entice him to play a cross-batted shot at a ball over his head or at head height, but it was much too high. That's tennis ball bounce there.
Yeah. And when that ball is so high, Ruskin, you're really not in control. So he's hoping that you'll be able to get him to play a shot and not be in control.
He goes again, and the short ball obviously is not, he doesn't seem quite
capable
at ease with it. But if he hits it, it's probably going to go a long way. It's probably going to go high up in the air, or it's going to go high or far out of the ground. That's the risk that you take with a batsman like Royal, Javon Royal. There he goes. That's a powerful shot. He might get a couple. Don't think he's going to get a boundary. In fact, he only gets a single. And that's good fielding out in the deep there. Good attacking of the ball. So 1 more to the score. 221 for 6 Jamaica. I think they may feel that they're a good 50 runs short of where they would like to be. And Young not making it any easier for them. So now Fabian Allen looks up and he sees that there is a short third man, a deep backward point, 3/4 of the way out. There's a man in the point boundary, an extra cover and a mid-off just at the edge of the circle. Another short ball, and this time he gets away with that one. Allen just sort of backs out of it, and on the onside he has a short fine leg, a square leg just slightly behind, mid-wicket on the boundary, and a long on the boundary. So the field is well spread. Lots of singles, but nothing is up in the arc. This time he's pitching up and just going past the outside edge. So good bowling there from Young. So an opportunity here for the young West Indian, the academy players to really finish off the Jamaicans here. Stifle them for runs, 221 for 6. And a very good batting wicket here. Probably not a quick wicket, but good enough. Another short ball, and again, Fabian Allen could only look at it as it just sort of loops over his head, but not too far over his head. So this is excellent from Young. The over comes to an end. 44 in the bag. It's 221 for 6.
Yeah, a good consistent line and length, except for the first ball from Young that Fabian Allen clipped down to the
Royal
actually, yes, down to the fine leg boundary. Other than that, there were some short and slow bouncers, fast bouncers. He's actually thinking out the game here and giving these batsmen something to think about. So we've seen men thinking. Batsmen are big and huge. They can hit the ball out to the ground quite easily, Ruskin. So we wait to see the execution, whether or not they will get good contact with power or not so good contact with power, and it will probably go up. Time will tell.
So the 21-year-old Matthew Ford is back into the attack now. Another talented youngster. He too making some slight adjustments, trying to make sure that he gets his field right, the placings. And this time Royal showing good restraint, because he knows that there's a long off and a long one. They're just waiting for him to miscue a big drive there, and so he decided he's just going to take the single, just pushing it down to long off. Fabian Allen now, who is the more established batsman of the two, but is badly out of form, and you could see it. He just can't catch up with the ball. His 2 knocks so far in the tournament, 2 and 2.
Doubled up.
He doubled up, so he has 4 runs to his in 2 matches, in 2 knocks. This is his 3rd opportunity here. And
he's a dangerous man, you know.
Well, he's on 4 now, so
he's even doubled that.
Yeah, he's equaled his tally so far. Now he needs to try to push on here. This team needs some runs. And this is high in the air, and it's gone. He didn't hit it as cleanly as he hoped to, because he seemed a little bit out of position, but he made good contact and hit it high over long on. And
Ruskin, that is a massive, massive hit.
Yep.
That's a Stanley Hunter hit. Yeah, that almost went into Nelson Mandela's park. Wait not for the wall. My. And I went back to a long, long time ago. Stanley Hunter used to be disturbing people in the park, Ross. Colin.
Well, with all due respect to Stanley Hunter, if Stanley Hunter had put that much effort into it probably would have been bouncing, going more to St. Mary's College ground.
My.
Because Stanley Hunter was a
massive.
Yeah, he was a serious hitter of the ball. But that's a good blow there, all the same. It's 6 runs. I know Colin was trying to convince you about 8 and 12 and whatever else.
Yes. That deserves more than 6.
Yeah. All I'm saying to Colin Murray is that it's 6 runs, and you'll get an applause for Baker.
And thank God for the applause.
Yeah, thank God for the applause. It's 6 and applause. It's getting more than 6. You get 6 and applause. 46. I have no problem with that. I will recommend that. So because
what a lash.
You know what Colin isn't the part of that whole argument that Colin isn't taking is how do you score that against the bowler? Because he will have to go down as 8 runs as well. If I'm to take Colin at his word, there's a short one that he thinks he wants a second run. They might actually get it. Fabian wants it, but Royal says no because Bishop was closing in there quickly. And that would, to me, that would be unfair to the bowler because it's bad enough he's going for 6, and now you just want to rub salt in the wound now. And
so you get 2 fours in 1 ball.
You know, and this is the same Colin Murray that was just asking, say, if he only had the bats that they have today when he was playing, you know. This one is up in the air, and that 2 is gone for 6. And now he tipped that ball. He didn't really hit that hard, but he's so powerful, Royal, or rather, yeah, that is Royal,
yeah.
and he just Javon Royal, and he almost, he had to reach for that, but it just sailed out of the ground. So 2 big blows here in this over. Score quickly pushes on to 235 now.
It's 14 in
for
the over
6.
so far.
Yep. So Ford has to be careful here. You don't want to be leaking runs at the death. And it's just another big blow down the ground. He's only going to get a single, but he pinches the strike as the over comes to an end. And at the end of 45 overs rather, it's 236 for 6.
Again, a very good over for Jamaica. 15 in the over. We saw some good hitting. Certainly that blow from Fabian Allen. I did not think actually he was going to get 6 from that. Not only that he got 6, it cleared the boundary by a long, long way, Ruskin. That would have gone well into the 90s in terms of feet. Or probably 100. That was a serious piece of work.
But he made good contact, even though he didn't seem to put that much effort into it. And he cleared the fence easily. But he's at the non-striker's end. This is the man of the moment here, Royal, who is on 25 already.
From 22.
Yep. And this one he smashes down to deep mid-wicket, straight to O'Geist out there. And so there are no half measures now. Everybody is going full ball.
What? No stopping.
Yep. Trying to pad this score, 237. They still have a few overs. And this one is off the edge and he's going to be caught. Yes, he just threw the bat at it. And Fabian Allen's poor run continues because he goes to 11. And that's the 4th wicket to Young. He goes back for 11. It's a good catch taken by Teddy Bishop. So all the Bishops are involved here.
Look for the Cardinals just now. Or the Pope. But again, the catching has been spot on. Just 1 drop catch. They have been able to clear the field, both batsmen. But 1 is now gone. And again, we see an exaggeration, or a focus on hitting 6s in the Caribbean. And so, another one bite the dust.
So Shalome Parnell. So the 2 Bishops have taken 2 catches each, Teddy Bishop and Joshua Bishop. And Shalome Parnell is the new batsman, another player who I'm sure likes to put back to ball. And we'll see if he can get on with things here as well. Doesn't have much time though. no significant change. He's left-handed, but no significant change. There's just a short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, and a long on, really, long off, deep cover, and then 3 in the ring on the offside. I don't think Young would be too worried about that. In fact, he'd be happy if they push and run. 238 now for 7. Remember, we're in the 46th over, halfway through the 46th over. And Naeem Young has 4 for 29 in his 6th over. So he's done very well. He came on late and has really pinned back the Jamaicans. Another solid, beefy blow from Royal, but only a single.
Came sweetly off the bat and sped down to the long off boundary. At least it was placed on the ground. There's a massive space, or a lot of spaces in the field now that it's spread out. But the power of these guys, they can easily place the ball and it can go for 4. But it will take some precision to get to where you want to go. And I don't think we, the Caribbean, are prepared to do that too much. And that's something there's a place we need to go, Ruskin.
Well,
we need to go there.
Well, we're in the happy hour now, so everybody is swinging for the fences. Just nibbling outside there is Parnell. So he wants to probably give the strike back to Royal. But he has to figure out how is the best way to do that and to do it effectively. But this is not the score given the state of this wicket. So I'm sure they'd like to get as many more runs as they possibly can. Here's a short ball again, swinging but not putting it away as competently as he would like. However, and to make matters worse, he's pinched the strike. So it's 240 for 7 now after 46.
A good over from the captain. Not a lot of runs conceded. But what they need to do is to find a way to focus on getting Parnell to face as many balls as possible while starving Royal. That takes a lot of thinking and organizing that process. Let's see how they do that. And in starving Royal the strike, you have him now getting too anxious, and hopefully he would make an error in judgment. Because if he were to stay around there and hit 1 or 2 balls, Ruskin, he could end up well over 40. Well over 40, well over 50.
Yeah, because he's a vicious strike of the ball. But he's off strike right now. And that's part of the problem. Parnell's not able to really get him back on strike as readily as he would like.
Well, they're not actually trying to stop the single on the onside, because everybody is on the boundary except for the fine leg, the short fine leg.
So I think he has to work out here how he's going to get this single and get his teammate back on strike.
That's right.
That's well played, and he's going to get a couple possibly, or they might settle for the 1. They thought about the second run, but give Ogie's credit there. He did very well to get across there quickly and limit them to just the 1 run.
But that's part of the whole thinking process. Shouldn't he have given them the opportunity, or give them the second run? Because now you have exposed. Now it could happen that he can get out. That's Royal. But chances are he could probably pounce on your bowler, which he did earlier on and the over before.
So forward it is. 241 for 7. That's hit straight to the man in the deep, and he takes a catch again. And that is another catch for Teddy Bishop, straight down his throat. And mission accomplished. He goes for 27, Royal.
A good catch, comfortable catch, but it was hit with a bit of force.
So finally Ford gets a wicket. And Jamaica slip again 241 now for 8. So they're in danger of being bowled out in this innings, and at a time when they look so comfortable, when they had the pair of Mackenzie and Robman Powell going, putting on that good partnership, and then all of a sudden now everything has sort of speeded up. But as the game has become frenetic, they've lost wickets along the way.
Yeah, it's strange. So they have to now bat out. And I was just suggesting the ball before that they should have allowed him to get 2 runs. Tells you how much I know about cricket. Because the very next ball, having stabbed him of the extra run, Royal hit the ball. The long on man there on the boundary did not have to move 1 iota, 1 inch.
Teddy Bishop, yep.
Not 1 inch. He hit it straight to him. And he took a comfortably enough catch, but it was hit with a lot of force. And he is now in the pavilion, and you have Cottrell, who is not noted to be a batsman of sorts, but he can hit 1 or 2 balls, I'd imagine, or he can block 1 or 2 balls. So we look to see how he will approach this innings.
241, they still, we have what, 21 deliveries, another 30 runs possibly. And Sheldon Cottrell obviously would want to tack on as many runs as he possibly can. Batting is not his strength, but I'm sure any runs that he could contribute will be welcomed by Robin Powell and company.
Yeah.
And I think he has to be striving to do just that, to add a few, no matter how they come. And they might get one here. No, they can't. So this is good bowling from forward, keeping things very tight indeed. And he's keeping it sort of like in the middle, right where he is there. So he's actually controlling who's scoring and who's not scoring. He's gotten a wicket, and he's conceded just the 1 run in this over so far. And when you consider in the 47th over, a bowler could concede just 1 run so far. Let's see if he finishes it off nicely. Right in the block hole it goes, and again he can't get a run, so he plays it right back to the bowler. That's excellent indeed, conceding just the single, and he got a wicket. So that completes over number 47. It's 241 for 8.
Yeah, you look to see how Jamaica is going to proceed from here. There's 18 balls to go. Sheldon Cottrell is pedestrian at best as a batsman. I don't know much of Parnell, whether or not he's one who forces the pace, but you would imagine that most of the big hitters are gone, and Cottrell can hit 1 or 2, but he's not noted to be able to do that consistently. So the young team, the academy team, needs to stop singles or stop.
Okay. There's a big hit. This guy could be out caught. A good run and catch. He could try to finish it off, but he couldn't. He was going over the ropes, and he tried to pass it on to his teammate, who was also running close to him. He missed his teammate in the effort. That's Wickham out there, and he just couldn't get it. I think they eventually got the 4 runs.
Yes, they did. They did.
But it was good thinking on his part. Just as he felt he was going over the ropes, he tried to release it to his teammate, but he missed him in the effort. Milius couldn't hold it in, couldn't get to it either, so it eventually ended up on the boundary. So a welcome boundary at that too. 245 now.
He tried a relay call, Raskin, and it did not work. But again, good fielding from the academy team. Very good fielding.
We come out there, and he and Milius trying to combine, and but at least you could see the thinking, the presence of mind there to release the ball just as he felt he was going to step on the rope. And this is Cottrell. Well,
Like they didn't get it for.
because I'm seeing how is Cottrell on strike.
Yeah.
Yep. But why I'm saying
But
that.
it's a four.
Yep.
They signaled 4.
Yep.
So apparently it didn't go for 4.
But if you look back at that sequence again, it appears as if Milius thought it had gone for 4. You see, look at it. It did
go
hit
for
the
4.
rope.
Yeah.
And now they're going to get another comfortable single. Are they going to go for a second? No. Cottrell is happy with the 1 run.
Thank God. I am off the mark. And that's it.
So unless it was signaled as a no ball.
Well, they got a 5.
And they got 5 runs right. So nevertheless, it's 247 now for 8. So Jamaica inching towards that 250 total, and I think that was the target all along, and that will help. That's 1 more. So Parnell goes up to 9. And Cottrell comes back on strike now. So I think when started, we thought this was a 250 wicket. So they'll have themselves the 1 more. So they're inching towards that 250 target. So that will make it 249 now after 48 overs.
12 balls to go.
So 48 overs completed. So
Yeah.
249
For 8.
for 8 after 48 overs. So I think even though they went about it in a I suppose in an ugly fashion, they will probably get to the 250 that they had targeted initially.
Well, they probably could get to 260 with this score if they were to get just about a runner ball. Cottrell is not trying to extend himself. He's looking for the singles and allowing Parnell to move forward, which makes sense. But having said what I just did, don't be surprised.
So 4 it is. Can he produce another tidy over? And so far so good. They're going to get the single off of he misfielded, and he's very upset with himself because he had a dot ball right there in the making, but it was from his own tardiness that he allowed the ball to get past him, and he had it covered too. It wasn't a powerful shot back by Cottrell.
The intention was to keep Cottrell on strike.
Yep, but that's a 250.
Yes.
So I think Colin said it looked like a 250 target, and here we go, 250, but they've lost 8 wickets to get there. And that's a good hit into the gap, but can they get a second run? No, they'll have to settle for just the 1. So good bowling again from Ford. He's not bowling at full throttle. He's taking pace off almost every delivery, not giving them much to work with. So good intelligent cricket on his part. And that's the way the game has changed, Leicester. The bowlers are not afraid to bowl the slower delivery. Right up he goes again. Just missed the off stump, and not by much.
I look at Cottrell oftentimes and I wonder, the only thing Cottrell is actually missing is the leave alone as Courtney Walsh. But they're about similar talent.
Yeah, he was
as batsmen.
He was as square as a door there, and missing everything.
He needs to improve in leave alone, but he can't leave alone in this cricket.
But he just did. He finished that pull shot with one hand because he was through the shot long before the ball arrived. Again, pace off on the part of Ford. So Matthew Ford mixing it up quite nicely. He has 1 for 37. And here's another one who didn't bowl out who wouldn't get to bowl out his 10 overs. And you think back of those 2 overs that they bowl O'Geest with, that this could have been a far different picture. No pace again, just a single. So Ford really doing a good job here.
A lot of effort being expended, Ruskin, but the ball is actually not going as far and as fast as we were accustomed to seeing when McCarthy and when the captain was in and Mackenzie. So a lot of effort being expended, but the ball just not going where they would like it to go. But I feel Cottrell will let loose now.
Parnell has asked for a new bat, but there isn't much movement in the dressing room. And another dot ball. So
Cottrell
excellent
Cottrell
bowling.
needs a new bat.
Yep, excellent bowling on the part there of Ford to complete another good over, and just a couple runs coming from it. So 253 for 8 now after over number 49. 1 to go.
The question is, would they get to 260? And it's possible, but there's only 2 wickets in the storeroom. We wait to see how things will progress with 6 balls to go. 49 have been completed. The score is 253 for 8. Now, between me and you, Ruskin, I honestly thought that this Jamaica team was capable of doing in excess of 275, 300. When I saw the wicket, the pitch actually, when I saw the pitch, I thought it was a very good pitch. It's smooth, it's clean. It has a little sheen on it. It suggested to me it was one that you would get a little hard as well, that you'll get a lot of runs. And the Jamaican team is stuck with very good batsmen. Blackwood, to me, is a test batsman. You have Powell, you have Mackenzie, McCarthy, and these guys are capable.
And you also have Chadwick Walton.
Chadwick Walton, don't forget him. I thought that these guys were capable of doing and getting to in excess of 300 runs on this
type of wicket.
Yeah, definitely.
But it's 253 for 8 as we start the final over here now. And Young again pitching up just outside the off stump, and a big almighty swing by Parnell that where he misses. I think he has to obey the first principle of batting. You have to keep your eyes on the ball. It always helps when you could see the ball onto the bat. But let's see what he does now. He's trying to finish with a flourish here now. And that's a wide. It started wide and it stayed wide. But you have to tip your hats to Naeem Young. He's just bowled. This is his 8th over, so he's not going to get to bowl out his 10 overs. But since he's come on, he's already been taking wickets. He has 4 for 40 so far. Could have had another one. He dropped it off his own bowling. It was a caught on bowl chance. That's a big hit, and it's gone for 6.
Someone has to fetch it because it's gone.
It was a nice pickup and a big swing, and he's swinging for the fences right now, so you anticipate this is going to happen. Once he connects, it's going. So that pushes up to the 260 now. 260 for 8, Jamaica. There are 4 legal deliveries to work with here now. He goes for another swish, but that's a wide. Signaled by the umpire. So Jamaica getting another chance here to probably tack on some late runs.
I think Young is not keeping it simple. I think he's probably overthinking. He's a captain, so you expect him to be a thinker. But he's trying to do too much, Ruskin. and it's just too much. Just keep it simple. Thereabout. Wide offside, the off stump. That's it.
From around the wicket he goes again, and there is no real elegance being shown here. This is just about brute force and swinging mightily. So could you imagine Colin Murray in this situation trying to score quick runs, needing to
I've imagined it already.
Again, another piece-off delivery that Cottrell could only nudge to take a single.
Well, Cottrell that's very intelligent of him, actually. He was just looking for the single, and I thought that the captain should have tried to keep him there. Don't let him get away. That's a calypso, by the way, Ruskin. Of course, you know that. But Cottrell is on 5 from 12, and Parnell is ready to hit.
And there he goes. That's another almighty hit, but straight to the fieldsman, right down his throat. And that is the end of Parnell. He goes for 18. Yep, and that's a 5-4 for Naeem Young as well. So it's also sort of regulation. You swing in it again. It's a delivery that was of a awkward height for him.
As I was suggesting, Ruskin, just keep it simple. Wide offside the off stump, and you have the 3 men on the boundary. He would hit it to them because he would not try to go offside the off stump. But that's not where his power base is. You have one more ball, I think.
Yep.
And they certainly can get to 269.
So Nicholson Gordon is the man coming out.
But what good bowling from Naeem Young. Certainly very good figures. 7 sevens of 49. So he's gone at 7 runs and over. 1 ball to go, so it will come down to 6 point something. So it's good to see he has picked up 5. The question is, Colin has asked, why did he take so long to come on? Okay, that's a question that he has to answer.
So it's going to be Nicholson Gordon to face the last ball of the innings. And this is really a free hit for him. Well, he just swing. That's all. And he pushes it back down, back down the wicket. So that completes the over. That completes the innings. It's 263 for 9. Sheldon Cottrell is 5 not out. And but of course, Gordon is not out. And 263 for 9. You would think that Jamaica might be happy with 263 given the lack of runs coming into this game, and then eventually ending up at with a score of 263 for 9. Young finishing with 5 for 49 from 8 overs.
Well, it all depends on Jamaica's bowling, if they have a lot of confidence in their bowling. But I thought they could have probably given themselves a little more leeway. I thought they were actually capable of, just based on the names that are on paper, in excess of 263. I really did not expect 9 wickets to fall. What is a pass score? I don't know. I'm telling you, the wicket is a good batted wicket. If these academy guys put their heads down and bat sensibly, Ruskin, this could be an embarrassing situation.
Well, we wait to see. Jamaica, of course, their bowling has done a decent job. It hasn't really blown anybody away, but their problem is they haven't been able to get runs. Today they have some runs on the board, 263, so it means can they defend that? We'll tell you about that when we come back. 1 to 38 for Ford, 5 for 49 though for Naeem Young, A splendid effort indeed. So that's the situation here at the interval. And when we come back, of course, we'll have the run chase for you, as the West Indies Academy need 264 to win, and they have all 50 overs in which to get them.
Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Oval as the players make their way out. This, of course, is the CG United Super 50 tournament, and what a game we have on our hands. 263 for 9, the Jamaica Scorpions, and it means that the West Indies Academy, they will have to get to 264 for victory in the 50 overs. And we more or less predicted that Jamaica would be getting somewhere in the vicinity of 250, 260. At one stage they looked well on course to even get more than 260, or 275 I should say, when Powell and Mackenzie were going along nicely, both eventually getting dismissed for half centuries. Mackenzie going on to get 84. You have to think that he should have got 100. Powell getting 53. And the pick of the bowlers, Naeem Young, the skipper, came into late into the attack, but still was able to pick up 5 wickets, 5 for 49, and really bowled exceedingly well. And we just having a look now at the academy batsmen. Kamali Melias is out there, and he is with Kamani Melias is with Matthew Nandu, and it's Sheldon Cotterell is going to pick up the attack. So again, good afternoon where you may be looking at this, viewing this broadcast and listening to it, as the first ball from Cotterell pitched up may have just come back at the right-handed Melias, and he was in defense. So 264, as I say, good afternoon to Lester Casimir. Of course, I'm Colin Murray along with Lester. Lester, 264 for this young team. Gettable, but it's going to be a little difficult, you think?
Well, it could be a challenge. You expect it to be a challenge.
Well, it comes off the inner part of the bat, runs in it for him. It's going down to the fine leg position, and they're going to come back for 2. So Melias driving, and a ball may have just come back at him, got the inside edge, and luckily we have seen those type of deliveries tend to go cannon into the stumps. This one missed, and they were able to pick up 2 runs.
Yeah, it's a good ball from Cotterell, and inside edge, and he was able to get 2 runs. So they're off the mark.
Yeah, so we're talking Leicester 264 to win. Could be a challenge for this young team when you look through their batting lineup, and they've not got much in terms of experience. Let's have a look at Cotterell. Now they did get to 318, but that's against the CCC, so not a very experienced bowling attack there. And but when you look through the scores, Melias with 13, Nandu 84, Julian 51, Teddy Bishop 95 not out, Young at the end 24, and then he got 67 not out against Barbados as well. So he's been having a good series. And Yorker leg delivery, yes. So you look back at some of those scores, and again the 318 was against an inexperienced bowling attack. Here, it's they've got to put up with the likes of Cotterell. Then you've got Fabian Allen, Nicholson, Gordon, then Javor Royal. So it's a much more experienced bowling attack.
Yeah, but there's no Courtney Walsh there. There's no star player there per se.
No star bowlers sort of thing.
But what's important, Colin, is that this wicket is a good batting wicket. The outfield been drenched in sunshine. It's baked in sunshine. So the ball is running off. None of these guys seem big and burly. I don't expect them to be trying to hit sixes, so they're going to bat properly, try to get... they're inexperienced, that's for sure. But they could work with another set of ammunition, which is determination.
It's well left from Melias, a delivery this time going the other way, leaving the right-hander, and he allowed it to go through. So the end of the first over from Sheldon Cotterell, 2 runs coming from the end of that first over, and there we see a summary of the score. 263 for 9, 84, 53 and 27 were the top scorers, and then Young with 5 for 49, Wickham 1 for 30, Ford 1 for 38, and Clark 2 for 27. Yes, and I've seen both Melius and Nandu. Of course, Melius in particular, coming from the under-19 setup, played for the West Indies under-19, and there's been a lot of talk about him going on. He's from St. Lucia, got a magnificent 190 against the Red Force in a regional 4-day game, but has never really carried on. You know, he's and this other young man, Matthew Nandu, out of Guyana, he's got a couple centuries, I think 1 century actually, in the regional tournament. So there's a lot of high hopes for him. I've seen him. He looks very correct, looks to be a good player. Not a tall figure, but he tends to get into position nicely and work the ball around. Well, it's Parnell, by the way, opening the ball in. Shalom Parnell. So both, when last we've seen this, Leicester, 2 left-arm pacers in tandem.
Oh yeah, that's a highly unusual sight.
There's Nandu getting on top of that one, but you could see him trying to guide it down towards third man.
You probably pick up a lot of that in Pakistan, and right now
Afridi?
it's Bangladesh. They have a lot of
They
left
have a
arm.
lot of left arms.
Especially the Pakistanis. Like every 50 persons born, 25 left-handed. Pakistanis have a lot of left-handers, man.
Here's Parnell again, getting very close to the stumps and not lining that one well. And Nandu helps himself to a couple runs. That's played it well, as that ball was lined onto the pads coming into the left-hander. And Nandu just worked it towards the deep mid-wicket position, helps himself to 2 runs.
So those of you who are not able to pick up, Nandu is just a little taller than Logie would have been. He's a little man, he's compact.
And lots of talk about him out of Guyana, saying that he's definitely one for the future.
Yeah.
Of course, another young man, just 20 years of age. That's badly lined, and that's don't think it's going to get to the boundary. There is protection in the deep, and they pick up another 2 runs. So
Well, I think there's something to be said for determination. There's something to be said for guys wanting to go a place and wanting to impress the West Indian selectors. This is a great opportunity. The wicket is fine. The bowling is not extreme. And so you could start to approach the selectors by letting them see a 100, a big 100, as opposed to 84.
yes, that's for sure. So a wide, he's not got his length correct not his length, his line correct at all for Matthew Nandu. Parnell, he's just seems to be tends to seem to want to bring that ball into the left-hander, but he's starting it somewhere on the pads, and even that last one outside the line of the leg stump. There again, we've seen this shot so many times in this over, Leicester.
I heard Ian Bishop this morning describing the bowler when he was bowling to Warner, saying in my country, in Trinidad and Tobago, when you keep bowling the ball in one particular spot and you're getting spanked, there's a saying in Trinidad, like you like the shot.
Yeah.
There's a famous, I'm watching at his name now, it's a famous, he's the balcony member, owner,
Joey
so
Carew.
to speak.
Yeah.
Joey Carew saying that to, it might have been Prince Bartholomew.
Prince Bartholomew.
In
It was
Jamaica.
It was Prince Bartholomew. And he threatened to take the ball away from Prince
Yes.
after about 3 or 4 balls.
Would have been Maurice Foster, you're correct.
Actually, was it Maurice Foster? Or, I don't know why I'm thinking it was Easton McMorris.
Well, one of the two.
Here's the end of the second over. It's 8 for none. I remember, and I'm not sure if it's this particular incident, but I remember that I was told that, Bernard Julian would be the good one for me to talk and for me to remember the story. But they had worked out a plan where Easton McMorris you didn't want, there's a nice shot of the Hazel Crawford Stadium in the distance. Yeah, they didn't want to bowl. They were saying, look, he's strong on his pads. Keep the ball away from the pads. And that's why I'm wondering if it's this particular incident where Prince Bartholomew ran up and bowled on the pads, or it could even be Bernard Julian, because I remember Bernard Julian giving me the story. And he said something after the second or third delivery, all lined on the pads of McMorris, and he was just clipping it away. He, in addition to telling him, you like the shot, apparently, and I, as I said, I'm not carrying exactly who the bowler was, but he said, I'm warming up. and Joey said, well, give me the ball, go off the field and warm up. It's a good shot again, bowling on the pads of Nandu and it's working it away. And Joey said to him, well, give me the ball, you go off the field and warm up, because Joey Carew was a
No
mean
nonsense.
captain, wasn't he?
No
He
nonsense.
was,
No
yeah.
nonsense. Don't bring in nonsense here.
Yes, he was
Yeah. You want to warm
tough
up?
competitor.
Warm up.
tough competitor he was.
I would have liked to have played with him though,
Well,
because I would have liked that.
yeah, I had the experience actually as coming out of school, and I'll give you a story about that in a minute. This was outside the line of the off stump. I considered myself a pretty decent fieldsman.
No, you were a very good fieldsman, Colin.
And we were playing the game again. Remember, against Paragon. And
That's Ruskin, and it?
No, Ruskin didn't play in the
No,
game.
his team.
Yeah, his team. And there was a left-hander called Pradeep Vishnu.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, he was batting, but somehow we couldn't play the ball on the pads. And Joey, I was feeling at mid-wicket. It's Cottrell again. Oh, that slips out. I've seen that many occasions from Cottrell. He seems to get that hand close to the body. Yeah, and he moved me and put me to mid-on. And in so doing, said to me, look out, he's going to hit the ball in the air. And I said, fine, Skip, don't worry. You got nothing
I have
to
it
worry.
under control.
You got it under control. Don't you worry about a thing.
And that's another song.
Runs from Melias. That's a good looking shot. He's just going to get the single. It seemed to have hit high up on the bat. Yeah, and about one or two balls he bowled. And you know, Joey was this, wasn't really.
He was nagging.
Yeah, he never turned the ball all that much. But he was on a spot. Yeah, bowling with an off break action, but the ball coming through straight as an arrow. And after about 2 or 3 balls, he played down. So he maybe gave him one a little bit more, and Pradeep Vishnu just lent it to
Chip.
and chipped it. He chipped it literally, a golf chip, towards me at mid-on. And to this day, I don't know. It was more like ankle height. So I just had to lean forward. Lester, to this day, I don't know how that ball came out of the hand. It went in.
And you didn't look up.
I didn't look up. I just took the ball with my head bent downwards, looked to see the legs of Carew where he was.
Coming to you?
No. And I just tossed the ball back in the air. And I said,
Sorry, Skip.
no, I didn't say anything. I just picked up the ball and I tossed it back in the air because they said, Joey would let you have it. Here is the end of the over. 3 overs have been bowled. It's 10 for none. Yeah, and I was just waiting for him to say something. And he literally said, that's all right, young man. You hold the next one. And I was really stunned because everybody told you before you go on the field, listen, if you do anything wrong, you're in problems. Joey's going to tell you off. He's going to move you, embarrass you, all sorts of things, But I must admit, he was, it was my first or second match for Queen's Park. And as I said, I just left school. I was 18, and I think he must have had a little pity on me. Or he must have felt, well, you know what? It's an error. I'm a decent fieldsman because, and he must have said, well, I'm human. But, no, I actually, I remember when we were playing the 30 overs. Remember in the old days, you played 30 over cricket. One team bats on
25,
Monday.
25 over.
No, 30. One team bats on a Monday. Yeah, you bat on a Monday and the opposing team bats on a Tuesday. And that's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. But there is cover in the deep at that square leg position. Looks like Fabian Allen down there. It is. And they pick up another run.
But it's
So-
amazing that you would say that, because Joey, at the age of 17, I'm playing one of my early games for Queen. Well, no, I started playing at 15 for Harvard, and we played right here in the Oval actually. And I remember, I think it would have been Bernard Dabady bowling from at this end here, the northern end. And I was getting into the game a little bit, hitting one or two shots, a felized man,
Yeah.
and Bernard, one offside the off stump, hit crash into the pads, and the umpire said not out. And I thought, out of character, some of the Queen's Park guys started to make noise, and Joey shut them up immediately.
Yeah.
Shut them up. And
I see.
it was how quickly everybody just came to a sudden stop.
That's
a
a
good
lovely
shot.
shot. That's a really cracking shot from Nandu. He played it beautifully and getting it to the right of, looks like Barnes at mid-on, but that's a cracking shot. Again, Parnell angling the delivery into the left-hander, and he was able just to make enough room for himself and hit it firmly to the right of the man at mid-on, down to the boundary. That's really a good shot. He's into double figures now, Nandu, and he's looking very solid.
Yeah, and Joey took at the guys, and everybody shut up, and I went and I bowled, and I got wickets. Lo and behold, Colin, you wouldn't believe this, I am picked for the North team.
That's
And
excellent.
I made some runs and I got some wickets, but I'm 17 years old, I'm not expecting. And Joey,
Lester, you have me a little confused.
yeah.
You got wickets?
Yeah,
Bowling? I don't know.
I was an all-rounder until I broke my shoulder.
Oh, okay.
I
I
of
thought
sorts,
I-
of sorts.
Yeah,
Of
yeah.
sorts.
Okay. I
But
didn't
what happened
realize
is that Gregory Gomez took a liking to Harvard bowling.
And that was the end of you.
No,
no,
and so I came in and I kind of like tried to keep him quiet. I succeeded up to a point because it was less licks, but still licks were sharing.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Well,
And the
talking-
strangest thing is that Gregory Gomez and I played against Central. That's the very next game.
This is a short delivery, and Nandu was a little late. It was a quicker delivery from Parnell, and Nandu was a little late getting into position. Let's just have a look at that. Yeah, he was very late. He was looking to play the hook shot at the last minute, but by then that ball was on top of him. Let's have a look at it. Look at that. Yeah, it was late looking to play the hook. Better served getting out of the way. But it's the end of the over. 4 overs have now been bowled. 15 for none at the moment. Remember, the target is 264 for the West Indies Academy. This is Melius looking to swing a delivery outside the line of the... It's not a good shot. It was short. It was outside the off stump, leaving him. And he was trying to crash it somewhere through mid-wicket.
Colin, this is a West Indian fast bowler, and I don't see the need to be chipping and advancing forward. You have 263 runs to get, 264 runs to get. Take your time and bat fast.
And as the first 4, you're into the 5th over.
What are you doing?
Yeah. Slower delivery from Cottrell was well picked up by Melius because he spotted it early. There's Fabian Allen in our picture. Fabian rated as one of the best fieldsmen in the world.
Oh, definitely.
Fabian
He
Allen.
deserved that. He deserved that. He is an excellent fieldsman. Not to mention a catcher.
Yeah, he
Excellent.
took a superb catch in the CPL.
Wow.
Remember that one? Melius is just swinging wildly at these deliveries. I'm not too sure. He doesn't seem, Lester, to be getting into the correct position to play these shots.
Well,
he's
you
just
cannot
sort
be
of
getting into
standing
the
there
you
and
can't-
swinging.
Yeah, Colin, what is that? What is that about? It just doesn't make sense to me.
Right, it's Let's have a look. Here is, yeah, he just
Just over the middle stump.
Yeah, it's. I mean, surely he should be getting onto that back foot if it's anything, and playing that ball towards mid-on.
He can
Now,
play proper cricket. Like this is an opening bowler. This is he's bowled 2 overs. He's into his 3rd. And even when he was into his 2nd, you're advancing forward. I don't think that's the prescribed way to be batting against top class bowlers.
that's better, but can't find the gap. I think he was trying to get it a little finer, getting it down to 3rd man, but it went square towards Allen. The end of the over, the end of over number 5. It's 17 for none. And as we keep saying, the target for the West Indies Academy, 264.
It's amazing. The 2 top fieldsmen in the world, Colin, would be the guy
Allen?
Allen and the Indian left-arm spin bowler
Jadeja.
2 left-handers, and you put them at point and don't try to run, and you put them to field to catch. They're extremely good catchers, except that Jadeja has been more successful with the bat and ball, and hence the reason he's able to stay on the Indian team.
So Parnell starts his 3rd over, none for 11 so far. Rolling to Nandu. Nandu's looked solid. He's looked much more solid than Melias. Melias has looked a little bit shaky at times, but Nandu's been solid, getting right behind the ball. The only blemish was that last ball of the previous over, where at the last minute he decided to hook a delivery and he was in no position to play that shot. And luckily for him, it went through to the keeper. No run. Hasn't been a bad start from the Jamaican bowlers, Leicester. I think they've bowled just back of a length, and Parnell, he's now settling down slightly. He's been struck for a boundary by Nandu and a couple twos heading down towards, because he was lining that ball on the leg stump, and then one he drifted it into the Midland leg of Nandu and he on-drove it beautifully. But outside of that, I think both bowlers have tried to keep a good line and keep a good length. And that's too short and lined on the body. And Nandu is going to like that all day long. He's just going to work it towards the square leg.
You see, you remember Santoki from Jamaica?
Yeah.
Similar run-up. Santoki, I don't know if he was as effective. This Parnell is as effective as Santoki.
Santoki swung the ball a little bit more and swung it both ways, didn't he?
He was a good bowler.
Yeah, he was.
Except for when he meet up to.
And then he was low down to the ground as well. So the ball,
a little bit.
Yeah, the ball sort of kept skidding on.
Yeah.
Rather than making height, and that to me was a
he was a good bowler until he met up to Pollard. Of course, you remember that.
Yeah.
Met up Pollard in Barbados.
That's right.
I think it was about 27 in the over.
Pollard.
Probably the over still going on.
Kyron Pollard.
That's a dangerous man.
He's member when Trinidad and Tobago qualified for the Champions League.
Yeah.
In 2008, 2009, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
And he held on to New, and that's where he made his
name. Yes.
Yeah. Everybody in the world then heard about Kyron Pollard.
He had, if you didn't know, he had a insignia on his head. He got a brand on his head.
That's whipped off. Oh, well, that's a good bit of fielding in the end by, is it Allen, of course. The ball seemed to hit and deviated away from him, and he had to put in a dive to stop it. Yeah, goalkeeper style. I think most of the players on the field, I would have gone past them. And it is whipping it. He seems to favor that shot, but there's the dive at the last moment.
And up immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, and I remember against New South Wales Blues, he scored 60 odd in about 18 deliveries. And then everybody was, that could be a wide. No, he gets away with it. I thought that was short and lifting wide of the off stump. End of the over. 6 overs have now been bowled. The West Indies Academy They are 19 without loss. Cottrell, his 3 overs, of course, 6 runs. Parnell, his 3 overs, of course, 13 runs.
My personal biggest disappointment is Pollard did not play enough 4-day games to be selected to
For
play
Test cricket, yeah.
Because I remember his early games, if not his first game against Barbados, he scored 175.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of disturbance in the crowd because men were ducking. And it were West Indian fast bowlers.
Well, he's been trying to do that for a long time, Melias. He's finally succeeded. He's been trying to pull this delivery from outside the line of the off stump. And this time he got into position much quicker and was able to make good connection. He hit it high over that mid-wicket position down to the boundary for 4. So Melias, he goes into double figures. He joins Nandu now. Both batsmen there on 11. But he's been trying that shot, Lester, and I suppose
Succeeded eventually.
I suppose he will tell you, well, you know, it had to come off, but still I find it a bit of a risk. So it seemed to be a little quicker delivery from Cottrell. I would have liked Cottrell to go a little bit wider of that off stump. He's bowling it short into his body. It's almost as if Cottrell is saying, okay, you go ahead and hook. You must pick the wrong one at some time. He's bowling with a 4-5 field. 4 men on the off, 5 on the on.
He's getting the ball obviously to come back in.
Yeah. Pick up a single there as that ball was hit to the left of McCarthy, and they get 1 more to the total. Cottrell, of course, the soldier out of Jamaica, having that
Peculiar.
celebratory style when he gets a wicket, gives the marching orders to the batsman and then the salute, and I think he's become famous for that. Not like Ruskin Mark, Lester, when he got people out, he used to say on your bike. But of course, you couldn't do him anything because he was kind of tall.
Everybody.
Yeah, he was kind of tall. You know, you couldn't really threaten him. Yeah, you couldn't really threaten him. You wanted to take a bat or a stump.
I always liked Ruskin's description when he was a defender.
Oh,
he said the ball going.
Oh, don't go there at all for me. I beg of you.
Yeah.
He's the nastiest player I know.
Yeah.
There's another run for Melias. Yeah, his philosophy was
The ball could go.
well, no.
But
One of two things can pass: either the ball or the man.
Not two.
Not both. That was his philosophy as a central defender. He was very, very intimidating. He was, and he hated the small man to the ground.
Yes.
That had
They could
low in
dribble him.
gravity that dribble him. My word, a slower delivery there from Cottrell, and there was Nandu pushing at it. I think he was a little too early into the shot, and it's the end of the over. 7 overs have now been completed, and the West Indies Academy going along nicely at 26 without loss. The current run rate is just about 3.71, and the required rate is just about 5.5 at the moment. So they've got some catching up to do, but I think the most important thing is that they've seen off the first couple of overs with that new ball, and they've not lost a wicket.
Yeah, not a lot of mishap, but you want them to keep thinking and not go off the rail. Charging a fast bowler to me is so early in the innings should not be on, but some people are able to do it and do it successfully. But when it does not come off, you look rather silly.
So Parnell is going to continue. Haven't seen any spin or anything like that. Powell is opting for his 2 left-arm quickies. And Melias is hit it in there, and he's picked out the man there at the deep square leg position. Well, what a waste of an innings. Because Fabian Allen is down there, probably your best fieldsman. There's the one man out there. Melias has been playing this pull shot all the time. I mean, it just doesn't make sense, because to me, Lester, look at it. He's taken it from just around the off stump, outside the off stump, and he's hoiked it straight down to Fabian Alleyne at that deep square leg position. He goes back to the pavilion for 13, and you know it's a total waste of a wicket, because you started well. Why? What went into his head?
But Colin, I hope he's not going back feeling dejected or disappointed, because the ball, while the man was running up, I was just saying that. So I hope he actually reap what he sowed. It's rather unfortunate, but you can foresee that this was likely to happen. If you stand up and you bat properly, you are likely to get big scores. If you decide to play a tail-enders inning, then you will get tail-enders scores. To me, that was not the best use of opening the batting.
No, it certainly was not.
No,
it just didn't make sense, and he kept playing that shot, and that one, and they placed the man in that deep square leg for that.
Single, solitary.
Yeah.
Colin, I run the risk oftentimes by accurately describing what I see out there. When it's good, everything is fine. But if you see trouble about to take place, and you describe trouble that is about to take place, and then it takes place, it's not an accident. That's a deliberate something.
Yeah.
So
he I just couldn't understand it. He kept trying to play the shot. Yes, he got one over deep mid wicket because the field was not set for Cottrell as how it is for Parnell. You must as well look around as a batsman. Let's say you must look around your field and say, okay, they've got a man at deep square leg. So if I play that ball in the air backward of square, I've got a chance I may very well get out. So why? And these are the things that we just need to get that
straight
out
in West
of
Indies cricket.
Yeah. Well, here's Leonardo Julian, a left-hander, to join Nandu. So two left-handers now at the crease. Leonardo Julian got a 50 in the first game against the CCC, but didn't just got to 1 in the game against the Leewards when they were chasing 239 for victory. Runs for Julian, so he's going to get off the mark. Just tucking that ball backward of square.
Parnell has a knack for bowling the ball on the stump or on the leg side, and allowing freedom for men to take singles, especially a new batsman.
Well, I'm hearing laughter in the background from Ruskin Mark because he's handed me a score with CCC at 63 for 1, and Kadeem Alain is on 46 with 5 sixes.
How is that possible? They pull in the field for him?
I do. That's a wide, far.
They pull in the field?
Well, I'm not. 5 sixes out of 46. 23 balls. Well, he's in a hurry. Maybe CCC have some way to go. But the way it started, Ghana, Happy Eagles could be a problem.
Guyana's playing who?
At CCC.
What I'm saying, CCC is a composite side.
Yeah.
This is a composite side. And if Jamaica is not careful, they will suffer the same fate as Guyana.
Well,
I mean,
263 is a lot to get. But whereas 177, and the way CCC have started, 177, they could be coming back to Port of Spain quicker than they anticipated. Here's a single for Nandu. Score goes up to 29 now for 1.
I maintain that Guyana batting is strong, certainly on paper.
Yeah.
Anyway, Hetmeyer it's supposed to be good batting, and far too often they flatter to deceive.
Yeah, but when you look at the scores, Leicester, I mean, you know, their first
Makes
two
me
games,
a liar.
Their first 2 games, for example, against the Windwards and the Red Fours, nobody. The highest score was Imlak with 41. It's
Wait at him.
let's see that stifled appeal going up there. Struck him on the shoulder because there was no. I thought it was the helmet for 1 minute. Certainly no appeal going up there because that ball struck him somewhere on the shoulder. Yeah, and you look at those, just take those two games into consideration, where they got 229 against the Windward Islands for 9. They got 176 against the Red Force, and nobody on that team in those two games
50.
got a half century. Easy single, as Julian
I
just
don't know the state of the wicket.
the last delivery of over number 8. At the end of it, it's 30 for 1.
I don't know the state of the wicket up at UE Spec. I don't know the state of the wicket. I can vouch for this wicket. Even before a ball was bowled, I took the opportunity and I looked at the wicket. I'm not a curator. I don't understand wicket, except that I played cricket long enough to have a fair idea. And it has shown that I'm correct. It's a good batting wicket. Jamaica underperformed on the wicket. If these youngsters bat properly, they can get close to or surpass the 264. And Guyana is about to lose against a makeup squad.
Let's say, don't be unfair. They're only 63 for 1. They still got to get down
I
to
just said they're
78.
possibly about to lose. Yeah, you can't. You score less than 200, and what you expect to win with that?
Yeah, they are really and truly at 177. The CCC should get
And
those
if they
runs.
don't, it says a lot about the cricket.
Well, Cottrell starting a new over. He's got away with that one. I thought that was wide.
I thought I was wide. Yes.
Yeah, it was short. It was wide. But umpire Brathwaite says, no, Sheldon, that's a legit delivery, and you can go back to your mark and come back again. Yes, Cottrell. He's a big man, isn't he? But
Powerful man.
He's a soldier, isn't he? Soldiers are supposed to be big guys.
I would have fired him a long
yeah.
time and let him play serious cricket. Because he was a good, is a good cricketer.
Slower delivery. And well played by Nandu, because he was getting in line and
To do
realized that took the pace off of it, is Cottrell. So this it's the CG United Super 50 tournament being played right here at the Queen's Park Oval. All the games being played in Trinidad at the 3 venues. Julian is going to get a single because he's just pushing this ball down to mid-off, and he's pretty deep. And they go through for a very easy single in the end.
It's nice to see
But
Colin.
the man at mid-off there is young Kirk Mackenzie.
It's nice to see Colin that Trinidad and Tobago, they have quality grounds and they haven't used the one in Digger Martin.
Yeah, well,
There's some issues, I'd imagine.
Well, I was going
Yeah.
to tell you about that, Lester, because I went down there to the final of the Trinidad and Tobago Premier League knockout, and the ground was, they were playing football, and they're telling me, and some of the guys down there, saying that it's presenting a real problem for them, because the amount of football that is being played on the ground, they don't have enough time to let the field cure and for cricket. And one of the guys had even said to me, we need a cricket field down here now. So I didn't want to say anything because I'm not part of the government, as you know. So I don't know if they're going to approach the guy and say, listen, we have a football field, we need a cricket field now.
But if Patrick were alive,
But
that would be going on.
Keith is alive, and it's in Keith's constituency. The doctor.
Oh, today's his birthday,
Oh,
actually.
happy birthday, Dr. Rowley. Hope you're having a great day, wherever you may be.
That was supposed to be a cricket ground.
Well, that's what
I grew up on that ground.
That's what we understand. But let's say it's the end of Cottrell's over. He's now completed his 5th over, and none for 14 from 5. So it's been good. They've bowled well in tandem, Cottrell and Parnell. Parnell, he's had 4 overs, 1 for 17. But after 9 overs, it's 31 for 1. It's the current run rate just about 3.4, and the required rate is creeping up a little bit. They've got to be careful, and no alarms at the moment,
than
but it's
6.
up to 5.68.
Yeah, there's no need to panic. If they know what they have in the tank, there's no need to panic. And these two fast bowlers are going to come off at some point in time. Just look for the singles and push the ball in spaces.
Yeah, it's see, I understand that that it was primarily built for cricket.
Yes.
Because you remember the regional tournament.
Yes.
Last
The World
year.
Cup.
Yeah, they were played there.
Yes.
So
Yeah, so-
it's I'm not too sure what's happening with that facility because again the Super 50 games I understand they couldn't use Diego Martin.
Wow.
You know, because of the and I'm subject to correction, please. But I'm surprised they haven't. But yeah, it's a single for Julian. Yeah, and it I understand through sources, and I can't verify it. This is not official that they weren't ready to host any Super 50 games.
But when I saw it, I've never been in the compound itself, but I've been on the outside, the periphery, and it looks immaculate from outside. That's last year before. And of course, the stadium or the stands is completely different to when I was there because they had absolutely no stands when I started going. Of course, Colin.
That's a lovely shot. Runs Fernando. I don't think it will go into the boundary. It's slowing up, and that's good. That's excellent on the part of the fieldsmen, and they're going to pick up 3 runs. Looks like Barnes is the one who eventually threw the ball in. No, it was Royal who threw the ball in, but was chased right down to the boundary and just pulled back inside. And looks to be it's not the skipper, Powell, because he is at mid-wicket. But that was McCarthy doing the... And there's Julian just coming down the track and having an almighty swish. Then again, I'm not understanding the reasoning behind that type of shot. There he is. You come down the track as well, Lester, and you're swinging across the line. If you're going to come down the track, you might be better safe to try to go straight, because there's a mid-on and a mid-off. Nobody in the deep. So I'm not understanding
something
the
new they're
thinking.
teaching them, Colin.
Yeah, well,
Beyond our time.
this is a Diego Martin man batting. Leonardo Julian, I think he is from Diego Martin, from what I gather. Yeah, and just going back to that, again, when I went down at the complex to do a football game, it had rained. And the ground was holding water.
Oh, no.
You know, there was water, pools and pools of water all over.
Not in this modern time.
Yeah, so it... I don't know what has happened with that facility, but somebody needs to get hold of it and say, listen, we need to do some remedial work.
I started there, Colin, Carenage, Diego Martin, more than 50 years ago.
That's a long time.
Very. I'm making the point, it's a very long time ago. In fact, it's 53 years ago. I went there, I got there when I was about 14, and struggling, Vernie Wharton, Ted O'Gara,
I remember
they had
Vernie
Randall
Wharton.
Lyons
Yeah.
and Chris Galt. They were two.
So it's going to be very keen for him to probably work out something outside, drop on a good line and a good length and start to operate on these two youngsters. But clearly, Julian is prepared to go after him as he's spinning the ball into him, the left-hander. And here they go for another quick single, and they will get it too. That's good running, good fielding, but excellent running once again. No chance there of Gordon getting the run out, although he did hit the stumps directly. They were able to complete the single. 84 for 2 now.
One of the things I've noticed, Colin, Ruskin today, the ball is not turning a lot. Again, because of how it's a good batting strip. It's not a lot of turn, and the wicket was really prepared. So the ball basically coming through gun barrel straight.
And this time Julian is watchful and plays it out in front. So that completes over number 16. It's 84 for 2 now, trying to get to 264 to win.
We see good batting from Julian. He needs to continue with this, keep a good partnership going with his partner, Bishop. If they could get to 150, 180, Ruskin, this could be a very daunting and challenging game for the Jamaican team. A frightening situation if they were to just bat sensibly and bat for a long period.
Yeah, the Jamaicans obviously are aware that they can ill afford a third loss on the trot. That's going to be
The end.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult for them to get back from that. I mean, it's not impossible. Other results could go their way. Remember, we still in the rainy season, so to speak. So any number of things can happen. You wake up day to day and you
Wash out.
yeah, you're never quite sure which teams will get points or who will lose, and so there are a number of different things that you have to factor in. And but at the same time, you also want to take care of business, control the things that you can control. And Jamaica, they could control the points that they get and that's by winning games. So Julian just getting some refreshments there. Also having a little massage, probably just because they've been running quite a bit. So
Well, we could keep as well.
yeah.
So he's been busy.
But again, we have 3 games on simultaneously, and so a lot of cricket. And I really hope that spectators take the opportunity, especially the school children, to go and watch some of the cricket. These are the top players in the region who are playing, so it'll be a good opportunity to see and learn. That's the thing. McCarthy, short ball, that is again played well by young Bishop, Teddy Bishop. He had a good day in the field, picked up a couple of catches, and I think Lester, it has to be said, the catching of the West Indies Academy was pretty impressive.
A lot better than what we've seen in the World Cup in
Some
most instances.
And it's time to hitting him in the chest and dropping out. Well, the captain had put himself in the slip. I'm not sure if it because his back is to me, so I'm not sure if it went directly, if it went down or it went straight into his chest and came back out. Well, we were now talking about catching, and he put down the catch. So Julian gets a life on 34. Okay, he goes again, repeating the same shot. It's almost like he didn't learn from what he just did, and he almost gave it away for the second time or in successive deliveries, playing almost the identical shot. And he plays it a third time, but he gets a run. He might get a couple now, and Blackwood is after it. And Blackwood overhauls it, but not before the batsman can complete 2. So he just seems determined to play that shot, Lester.
It looked like you were practicing it and you know it's going to come off. And so he played it again and again.
So it shows that he's very determined to execute that shot. It's a shot that he likes to play. This time he's going, that's a great shot because he's hitting that in the gap. I think it's 1 bounce into the boundary, that's 4 runs.
He's been playing that shot quite often actually. It's the 3rd time he's played that shot because he's gotten 2 4s and a 6 from playing the same shot. And that to me makes more sense. There's nobody there, no fieldsman there. They put a slip and he tried to pass through the slip, except that the slip had a chest. And it bore a hole in the slip man's chest. And Powell has a lot of chest. He's a big human being. So he was lucky to survive. But again, you can see him struggling a little bit. He's receiving salt tablets. In my time, with salt tablets, I used to get cramp a lot, Ruskin.
Salt prunes.
salt. And so I don't know, Gatorade probably gone out, but it didn't have Gatorade. That wasn't invented in my time, in our time. So he's getting attention because they really need him out there. He needs to be out there for a long, long time. It's 91 for 2 after 17. So they're looking good.
And the longer he stays there, obviously the runs will come because he scores quickly. And he's not afraid to play shots. And here they go again. Julian has to hurry. And he does well because nothing McCarthy could do about that one. So they're challenging the Jamaican fielders. And really putting pressure on them. And umpire Jacqueline Williams having a word there with Teddy Bishop about running across the wicket. So very, very delicately poised right now this game. The West Indies Academy.
Oh.
That is going to go close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to go into the boundary at fine leg, and it's 4 runs. So again, Julian just swiveling in the wicket. A short ball from Royal, and Julian cashing in. Now he has decided he's going to come around the wicket to the left-hander. And he goes to the reverse sweep, and he's going to get away with it because he skies it. It's going down to the boundary, and actually it goes into the boundary down there at third man. Again, trying desperately to get to the ball, not able to haul it back. He did get a hand onto it, but he wasn't able to prevent it. That brings up the 100 for the West Indies Academy. It also brings up the Julian goes to 48, I think it is. So he continues to push on. So it's 100 for 2 now, and this time he's not able to. So it was a valiant effort going down there for Gordon, and not able to pull it back. So the ball went into the boundary. And this time, very well played. Good, sensible cricket from Julian. Just turns it finer. All the time he's playing it to the man at mid-wicket. This time he got further inside the wicket and turned it on the onside. So he goes to 49. It's 101 for 2 after 18.
Julian looking good at this time. It's from 49 from 41. All of this is not important. Staying there is important. If you are a naturally aggressive player, you are going to benefit from just being out there. They're basically on target. Ruskin, they're on 5 point something. They need 5 point something. So they're good. The current rate is 5.61, and they need 5.09. So they're ahead of their head. You don't need to do anything out of the ordinary.
Yep.
Just bat, stay there and bat. But then we wait to see, because these are two very good batsmen here for the academy team. So
just to give you a comparison, after 18 overs, Jamaica were 88 for 3.
Right, so that's 13 runs ahead.
So obviously they doing well, and the Duckworth-Lewitt pass score was 86, so they're even ahead of that as well. So everything a lot in their favor. Now Rugman Powell is going to try to change that. Powell, who dropped that catch there, probably figures he has to try to retrieve the situation for his team, similar to how Naeem Young came on with the ball and changed the fortunes. He had 5 wickets, and they're going to get another comfortable single here. So that brings up the 50 for Leonardo Julian. the young man would be very happy because he had a good score in the first game and then he struggled the last time out, and here he is now getting a half century, so I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
But he must know, Ruskin, that that's not enough for his team. That's a good start. He needs to move ahead. He needs to know, I'm a young man and I'm going to impress the selectors. Okay, so I've impressed you enough for you to put me here. I need to go another step. And or get onto the Trinidad and Tobago full team as a full member.
That obviously has to be part of the plan
Uppermost
for him, I would imagine. There's a good bit of fielding there, just putting that big hand down and clutching the ball there. That's Royal. He's a big fella, and he did well. He got that left hand down and basically stopped the ball.
We haven't seen Allen as yet, eh? Fabian Allen.
Here's another one. That's a good shot. That's over the head of the bowler. It goes over long off for 6 runs.
Wow, what a shot. I wonder if he's aware that this is the West Indies captain. Or probably that's why he's doing it, but you don't need to show up your captain, and boy, when you do that you have a chance of being selected.
Thinking about the single, but it's not there. Parnell was eyeballing him. 108 for 2, 50 to Julian, 6 fours in his 50.
He did 156, Ruskin, from 187 balls.
So they're pretty much on course here. The key is to hold their nerve and preserve wickets. So a little bit of adjustment in the field. The long off has gone to long on. The fine leg has come up into the circle. Jamaica trying to effect a breakthrough here, and they're not going to get it. They're going to get a single all the while, so that's one more to the score. 109 for 2 at the end of 19.
They were able to get 8 from the over, and if they continue like this, Ruskin, this game could be over. But we know cricket is not like that. People lose concentration, people stop thinking. But if these two guys were to stay, as I suggested, anywhere to get over 180, certainly one man will be over 50 and one man will be over 100. They need to think that way. But as a wicket keeper, having been out there for 50 overs, Ruskin, up and down and all around, it must have been difficult. But it says that if you're able to do that, you're ready for big games.
Julian is on 50 from 43 deliveries. So
Fabian Allen.
These are the non-strikers in. Yeah, Fabian Allen comes into the attack. So this is the 7th bowler being used by Robman Powell, including himself. This could be the turning point here because they're relying on the experience of Allen to maybe prize out a wicket or two here for them. Get them back in the groove here. Right now, Jamaica a little bit flat. Let's see, watch these two youngsters stitch together a good partnership of 62 already. And they show no signs of slowing down at the moment. He has to be careful. There is a backward square on the boundary, a deep mid wicket on the 50 runs now, 114 for 2, 115 for 2 rather. Just about 30 overs to get those runs. So field changes over now. Jamaica trying to ensure that they got everything in place. Nicholson Gordon is sent down to fine leg. Powell decides he's going to come around the wicket as well. So he's trying as hard as he possibly can to effect a wicket here, to try to impact the game. Down the wicket he goes, and he's out caught. He went down the wicket at a wide delivery, threw the bat at it, got the toe end of the bat, and he goes for 52, caught behind. It's 115 for 3.
The game became easy, and it was getting easier and easier. And you could probably be led into a false sense of security. And exactly that. He's now back, going back to the pavilion, Ruskin, and to me that shot was not necessary. There were singles all over the park. He could have decided wherever he wanted singles and they would have matched on. He decided to take the ball by his horns, and at the end of the day he succumbed. It's rather unfortunate.
And it's good bowling though by Robman Powell. It wasn't a particularly good delivery, but because the batsman was prepared to charge him, he pushed it wide and basically asked him to come out there and fetch it, which he did, and he got the toe end of the bat, and Chadwick Walton took a good catch behind.
The thing is, Ruskin, if he had stayed in his position and played the same shot and got out the same way, I wouldn't have a problem with that, because this is a 50 over game and you need to push the game along. But the main idea that you have to charge, I'm not understanding the thinking behind it, because I thought they were going smoothly along. But someone else is coming to bat. That is Mr. Wickham. Kevin Wickham is coming into bat, and let's hope he can help the cause.
Well, I think they need all hands on deck here now. They can ill afford to keep losing wickets at inopportune times. But that's exactly what the Jamaicans are hoping for, that these youngsters run out of patience and do silly things and get themselves out. So that is I would imagine that is the thinking. So here Powell again wants another adjustment in the field. We want Barnes to move a couple meters to his right. So we're going to make sure that he does everything the right way, hopefully keep it tight. And I think this is what Powell is trying to do. He's really trying to work on the patience here of these youngsters. Trying to maybe produce a couple series of dot balls, see if it generates some kind of anxiety on their part, and maybe try to force the pace a little bit, as we saw from Julian. He was batting so well, and then he just gifted his wicket away with what we call a rush of blood. And trying a stifled appeal. I don't think they were serious about that. He was just trying to ride it and maybe get it through on the onside. No contact. It's 115 for 3 now. 21 overs completed.
Very important over from Mr. Powell. 1 run, 1 wicket. So he's there, having bowled, I suppose. He's not looking bad at all. He hasn't been bowling for the West Indies for whatever reason. But he's been able to command a good line and length. Even though Bishop rushed him the first over and hit him for a big 6 over mid-off, he's able to keep his line and length.
Here's Allen bowling, and that one is just scooping up but goes wide, and they're going to get a single as well. So the state of the game really doesn't matter. And there you see Teddy Bishop effecting the reverse sweep. It's almost as if the situation of the game is of no importance. He's going to play his shots no matter what. This time, talking about playing the shots, he misses. And I suppose that's the thing. Batsmen now try to do, because they have that shot in their repertoire now, guys are just taking it out at any time. And then the sweep shot. So the reverse sweep and the orthodox sweep. It's been a good over from Fabian Allen so far. Keeping it tight, not giving too much away, and no doubt asking questions of the batsman. Just like the others, though, he's not turning the ball much. He's not spinning the ball very much.
He's coming through, gone barrel straight.
That's very well played, because he was able to bisect both the bowler and that sort of straightish extra cover, and they were able to get the single despite their best efforts of trying to deny them that. And again stroking it back, Allen does well to his own bowling to end another over, and at the end of it, it's 118 for 3.
Another very good over from Allen, and you expect that. The game has now gone into a state of quietness, and only because Julian decided to take the ball by its horns and advance forward, straight to the bowler, and he paid the ultimate price. So again, the batsmen will have to start over. You would expect that Teddy Bishop would keep going.
Powell again starting a new over, and he's doing a good job. He's keeping things relatively quiet, and I think the dismissal of Julian will also help their cause, because they no doubt would feel a little more relieved that he is not there, because he was scoring at a very, very rapid pace. That's a great shot. He mightn't get the boundary, but he certainly could get a second one. They're going to have to hurry though, and they do. The return is all along the ground, which is unusual, but they're able to come back for 2. That's a good looking shot from Bishop. That pushes the score to 120 now, so they're still on course. They just need to just hold their nerve here right now. That could be more runs here. That's brilliant in the field there from Blackwood, diving to his right here. Had it gone past him, it would have been 4 runs, but he did very well indeed. Showing his capabilities there, no doubt. So Jamaica anxious here right now, because they know this game is right on a knife's edge here. It could go either way. Fincher there outside that part, any kind of a deflection there. You saw what happened just now. It took a brilliant piece of fielding to prevent the 4 runs. And yet he went back there again. I suppose that is to be expected. Lester, he hasn't been bowling much in recent times. But he's mixing up his pace quite nicely. And his length too. much how the conditions have changed. When we were here this morning, Leicester, it was hot.
Piping hot.
Bright.
And yes.
Now it's a bit overcast. I don't think there's rain about, but you never know. It's very cool now at the Oval. And again, a slower delivery, but well pitched up, but good feeling as well to his own bowling. So the Jamaicans are again, he's pitching up. And again, you could see that big drive, trying to get onto that front foot there, Teddy Bishop. Once you drift onto the pads, they're more than happy to just nudge and run. And nothing that the speedy Gordon could do about it. A little bit of bounce there for Allen, but it's slow turn, it's not prodigious spin. So it's almost like if it's in slow motion. This time he pitches up, gets away with one there because he hit it on the full. And that could have gone anywhere. As a matter of fact, had he shown a little more intent, Wickham might have been able to cash in with a boundary there, but he hit a full toss straight down to mid-off, to long off, and picked up just the 1 run. And again, Allen just teasing him outside the off stump there, but not getting the result. It's the end of the over, and at the end of it, 24 completed. It's 128 for 3.
Not a bad over from Allen, but you can see now the youngsters are trying to push it. It's a full toss, and one would have expected him to bang it, and he played it straight down to long on. And it says that he's not prepared to give away his innings, which is good. They're ahead of the run rate. They need 136 from 156 balls. The run rate required is 5.23, and they're 5.33. So they're slightly ahead, and just thereabout. There's nothing unusual they need to do. Just keep batting and do not give the responsibility over to another player. Stand up and be counted.
Well, Robman Powell has surprisingly given up the ball. I thought he had bowled very well. Javon Royal is coming back into the attack now. Not for 24 from his 3 overs. And on the pads here, just trying to turn it, but not making proper contact with it. Slip is in place now. Powell has gone back in the slip. Dropped a catch there earlier, Julian. Julian played it one time, got the edge, hit Powell in his chest. The very next ball, they almost in the same location, he played the same shot, he missed it. Then the very next ball after that, 3 in a row, eventually played the same shot again, and eventually he got a run down to third man. But it just shows you he was so adamant that he could play that little lead dab, and then the lead cut there, and eventually took 3 tries before he got it right. And here we see it again, just backing away and opening to face Wickham. But he played it well, he kept it on the ground. 129 for 3 now, so they're just working up. If I do a comparison at the halfway stage, after 25 overs, the Jamaicans were 117 for 3. And here's some work here now for Blackwood. He's a speedy man, and he's going to overhaul it. They completed 2, and they're happy with that. So 2 more to the kitty. 131 it is now for 3. So if you judge Leicester by what went on at the halfway stage, they were still ahead, but they need to keep going. And you all know there were some big blows that came in the latter half of the innings. Again, trying to force the issue here, but Fabian Allen quickly around and denies them that. It's the end of the over. 131 for 3 after 25 overs. We're at the halfway stage of the innings. And just as the players are getting into position, it seems as if they've called time, so it's going to be the refreshment break for the players. So 131 for 3 after 25 overs. It means that they still have some work to do, but we'll tell you about that when we come back. I'd like to welcome you back here. As you can see, the conditions have changed drastically, almost as if they caught the ground staff unawares. Now it's a big hustle for them to get all the coverings on quickly, and they're going to have to do this simultaneously. It looks like first they've gotten this matting on, which is customary, and that is going to cover the wicket on which they're playing, but then they're going to try to bring on the big yellow tarpaulins. As it stands right now, it's 131 for 3 exactly at the halfway stage of the innings, and we do have this little interruption here at about 10 to 3 in the afternoon. Colin, a bit of a surprise. I know you were seeing it.
Well, I was seeing it, Ruskin. It was in the back of the if you look towards the east where the rain traditionally, and this is why the ground staff were caught unawares, but if they were looking towards the back, they would have seen it. You know, because looking to the east, there's absolutely no bad weather when you look to the east. It's all behind us. So that shower would have come from behind.
From the north.
Yeah, from the north. Now, I think it's going to be a passing cloud because that just came out of nowhere and it's going down. Had it been from the east, you would have been able to say, well, you know what, this is going to last for a while. But it's to the back of us, and to the back of us the north, and it's, to me, it's heading Maraval way, going up to that area. this is not coming from the east where it traditionally rains. And as it stands now, you see it's clearing up already.
Yeah, but
but
look at the picture in the background.
Yeah,
It's very green.
yeah, but that's going down towards the sea. That's not a worry at this point in time. If we can get a picture over the KFC Royal Bank Carib stand, you will see there it's pretty clear, and that is where it really the rain comes from. But here it's really a heavy shower to the back of us, and that's what's causing the rain now. But back to the game, the interesting point as well, Ruskin, if this game was to end now, the Academy, they're ahead on the Duckworth-Lewis rule. When you look at the Duckworth-Lewis rule, it should be 119, but they're now 131 for 3 years. That shower again coming down pretty heavy, and as I say, it's coming from the back.
Look at the
and look at there, yeah. Look at there. You see, and it's
east where normally
normally it would come from that area, the rain. But as you could see, it's pretty clear.
Yeah,
it's not brilliant sunshine. But it's behind us where the rain is coming from, the north of the media center end, and that's where the rain is coming from. So it's coming from there and almost coming over the media center and falling on the ground. Well, the ground staff still in the process of putting covers on. And
but they have to make sure, because
of course
you don't know it.
if this lasts, because it's a heavy shower, and if it lasts for 15-20 minutes and that area, I'm not worried about the actual outfield, because the outfield, even though it may rain heavy, this outfield tends to soak up the water, and within 15-20 minutes it's gone. The problem lies is if it falls around the square, because that is bare. And if it falls around there and they're not covered in time, then that could be a problem.
It could be a delay, and that is where most of the action takes place.
Correct.
Where the players, the bowlers are running up there, batsmen are running on the wicket there as well. So we're not quite sure and what is happening. But again, just to quickly recap for you, Jamaica posted 263 for 9. Kirk McKenzie led the way with 84, a well-played 84. Robman Powell chipped in with 53. Naeem Young, the captain, 5 for 49 for the West Indies Academy. Clark chipped in with 2 for 27. So needing 264 for a victory. And of course, at the West Indies Academy, they lost Milius for 13, Nandu for 19, and Leonardo Julian for 52. So a splendid performance from Julian, but he threw it away. Wickets at 26, 48, and 115. So at the moment, with this little break in the action here, because of a heavy downpour, it is 131 for 3 at exactly the halfway stage. They need another 133 runs, and they have 150 balls in which to get those runs. So just to also tell you that, we're following the cycling action, and Nicholas Paul, the Trinidad and Tobago sprinter, is at it again. He set a Pan American record, blazing 9.574 seconds of course, in the men's sprint event. And so no doubt Nicholas Paul continues to lead the way for Trinidad and Tobago. And Colin, I always tell people this about Nicholas Paul. When I first encountered Nicholas Paul doing commentary and stuff on cycling, Nicholas Paul was actually an endurance rider. He used to ride some of the longer races. And then he always could sprint. Who he reminded me of? Emil Abraham. Because Emil did that. Emil is a real road king. But Emil will come on the track and he will sprint with the sprinters,
that's right.
and he'd be right thereabouts, all the time. And Nicholas was like that. So when Nicholas gone, and what you see happening with him now, why he's able to do these records is he has what we call sprint endurance.
Yeah.
You know, so he can hold his speed for longer because the muscle memory is there. He has that, you know, it's almost like he's built it up innately because he can hold that power and that speed for a much longer period of time, and that is working to his benefit now.
Yeah, and the thing is, I when I first met Nicholas Paul and we were having a chat, he told me he was into football.
Yeah.
He wanted to be a footballer. And he got an injury, and he took up cycling as to get back fit.
Fitness,
And then all of a sudden, somebody said, "Hey, you're a good cyclist. You know, you forget football." And it's amazing how things happen. But the thing with Nicholas Paul as well, Ruskin, he is a true gentleman as well.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that is not allowing, you know, the things happening around the cycling get to him. His level of concentration is excellent. He is focused and he knows what his goals are.
Yeah, and then again, you know, he has a very good support system.
Yeah.
And you know, well, they have to change the jersey now. Well, I don't know if they change the jersey. It's not a world record; it's a Pan Am record. But he does have a jersey. For supporters, they have the 993 record.
Right,
They have
right.
So they have that jersey. So
Well, he's got to change it.
They might have to change the
That's the
print.
problem when you
Print.
get. That's the problem when you get a guy like that. You know, and
Might have to
he keeps
print-
breaking
might have to change the
records.
print,
But
yeah.
yeah.
They might have to change that just now. But that's the world record. But I think this was just a Pan Am
Yeah,
record.
Pan Am
so,
record, yeah.
So he will do that. And again, remember, he's favored for the gold medal here in both the sprints and the Karen events. And the
Right.
Trinidad team as well could very well do. Well, the sprint team was also favored here also. But given the success that this team is having, what you find happening now, some of the other Pan American countries, they have now kind of beefed up their
yeah,
own,
right, yeah.
you know,
Their
the
program,
emphasis
yeah.
is a lot better. Before, it used to be difficult for us to get gold medals. We get medals, but we wouldn't get the gold medals,
yeah.
especially in the sprint events. Now, with Nicholas, first it was just saying before,
Right.
and you know, now with Nicholas, and what you find happening is that the team sprint, the Karen, and the individual sprint, or what is known as the match sprint, now Trinidad and Tobago are grabbing those gold medals. So you feel Colombia and them places are happy. No,
Yeah,
because they are the cycling
That's right,
nations.
that's
you know?
right.
So they obviously now will try to put greater emphasis there. And look at where you're doing that in Chile. You know,
Yeah.
that's another cycling hotbed, you know. So they know that they love him, but they watching it like, that could be one of us, you know, and
Yeah.
so they're looking to do that. So
Very true.
congrats again to him. It's
Very,
really,
very
really
true.
good.
Oh yeah, excellent.
Yeah. But back here again, it's 1:31 for three folks. We're going to take a little break. We're not quite sure for how long. And as soon as we have some word for you, we'll come back here to give you continued coverage. At the moment, chasing 264 for victory. The West Indies Academy are 131 for 3. A very good afternoon and welcome back to the Queen's Park Over, where we have some great news for you. Of course, we lost quite a bit of time. We left you with a slight drizzle just as they were taking the water break at 25 overs. That was about 250. And, well, of course, it's approaching 420 at the moment. So we've lost a fair amount of time, over an hour now. So no doubt everybody was anxious to get things going. So roughly about an hour and a half, Colin Murray, as I welcome you back here, would have been lost because of the rain. However, the good news is that we're going to have play starting at approximately 4:25, and the new equation is the victory target is now 236 in 42 overs, effectively leaving the West Indies Academy needing a further 105 runs in 17 overs.
Yeah, well, that is the new equation, and it's always a shame when these things happen, because you bat in with a target in mind, and you have a certain number of overs. So, for example, there were 25 overs left for the academy, and they needed 133 runs. So now the equation has got a little tougher for them, where they now need, they only have 17 overs to get 105 runs. So they've taken off basically, 8 overs, but have taken off 26 runs. Let's see, 20, it's the target is 105. Yeah, so, 8 overs have been taken away, but, only 25 runs. So that's just about 3 runs and over. So sometimes these, whereas the current run rate is 5.24. So I'm saying if you took away 8 overs, then shouldn't you have taken away 40 runs? But listen, you see the Duckworth-Lewis? Maybe we need to come up with a Murray-Mark equation, because I just, the Duckworth-Lewis is, I can never work it out properly. But you understand my point?
But I know, and I understand what the Duckworth-Lewis method is trying to do. They're trying to take the full innings into consideration.
Correct.
As opposed to the amount of overs left.
That's right.
And because if they'd done it that way, then it would have given the batting team a
an
advantage.
And I understand that. And so you gotta to make you gotta factor in a lot of different. All I did basically was. Yeah, so all I did basically was, as I said, take away the 8 overs and said, okay, the current run rate is 5 and over, so it's 40 runs but it obviously it's not worked like that. So 105 needed.
Actually, Colin, I think they've done a further
adjustment. Equation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, the restart is the same, so the new target is 227.
Okay.
In 40 overs.
Woo.
So it's 15 overs that they have now to left, and they have 96 runs in which to get, according to the Duckworth-Lewis method.
Right. So
they have 96 and 15.
Right. So basically, they've got to go at 6.5 and over. That should be the required run rate. Should be just about 6.5 and over. So we'll have to wait and see. The thing is, I'm not too sure. I think it's even Steven. It's difficult for me to say, this Duckworth-Lewis favors the West Indies Academy or it favors Jamaica. I think it's even Steven. However, the Academy now, they should, in my view, feel a little more comfortable that they've got 96 Ruskin?
96 and 15 overs. 96
runs to get in 15 overs. So it's 227 is the revised target, and they're 131 for 3. So we're just about getting ready to resume here, and Fabian Allen is going to continue. Just such a pity that we've lost so much time, and I was really hoping that we'd have got the 50 overs in. That's badly lined. Signaled a wide by the umpire.
But what it does to it kind of brings a renewed interest in the game now, because everybody's on edge here now.
That's well fielded again, Fabian Allen. Did you see that? That ball was past him.
Yep.
And he sort of dived back and held it with his right hand, and he's left-handed. That was absolutely brilliant. It's going to be a run there for Wickham. So he goes to 4 now. And
And now is the time you needed a Julian at the crease who could score quickly, you know.
yeah.
And because this is like right up his alley.
Well, Teddy Bishop is there. And he did very well in that game against the CCC. He scored quickly, scored his runs quickly. And we'll just have to wait and see how he progresses. He's sweeping that at Bishop, taking a little bit of a chance, but again, Allen is just angling the ball into the right-hander. So 134 now for 3. So the end of the over. So they need now what? 90, is it 90, 93? And they've got 84 balls in which to get it.
Yeah, they picked up a couple there just now.
Yeah. Is it
So down to
92?
93 now.
93, right.
Mm.
So they need, I'm seeing the board actually, I think it's saying 92 to win. So again, we're not too sure if it's 200. We'll have to double check.
But they got 3 runs. They got
yeah,
the
yeah,
wide
they got 3
and
runs.
2 singles.
Yeah, so it should be 93 to get. Well, we're going to go through for a single. That's a good call from Wickham as Bishop trying to play that reverse sweep. We've seen that so effective now in the white ball game.
Should get a couple there if they run hard, if they don't get the boundary. And
They should have been looking for 3.
I think they'd be
Yeah.
happy with 2. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they-
probably
I-
want
I-
to keep
Yeah,
keep Bishop on strike for as long as you can,
but the running wasn't all that great.
or get Bishop on strike. I
Yeah,
should
that's
say.
why they should have been
Yeah.
looking for 3.
Yeah.
So 137 now for 3. Loud appeal going up, not out, says umpire Brathwaite. 89 runs needed, 81 balls from
That's
whatever.
another wide. Yep. And that's the other thing here. There's also the challenge, Colin, on the bowlers, because they now have to maintain that line. Can't be giving away free
That's
runs.
4 runs.
Yep.
Badly lined there by Royal, giving it some air but pitching it outside the line of the leg stump and well swept.
And even if he didn't make contact, it probably would have been a wide. You know, again, another wide.
It was well swept there by Wickham.
Up to 142 now for 3.
So Wickham is on 10 at the moment. Bishop is on 38. That's well played.
He's going to pinch the strike again.
Who needs Bishop when you got Wickham? So he does pinch the strike, and at the end of over number 27, It's now 143 for 3.
Well, certainly it is. And that was a good over for the academy. They picked up a few runs there, in fact, and they no doubt need to just to keep going. I suppose that's all they can really do here now, not bother too much about anything else but the business of scoring runs and getting these runs. Fabian Allen, though, would probably rely on his experience.
That's gone. Is it gone over the head? It has. That's a good shot. Excellent shot there by Wickham. Given some air by Fabian Allen. Let's have a look, Ruskin. Came down the track, met it nicely.
Fearless, and what he's done to Colin, he's taken that off the first ball of the over.
Yeah.
You know, so
puts pressure on Fabian Allen
yep.
now. So 149 for 3 means that 78 now needed. Remember, the revised target is 200 and is it 227, Ruskin?
Yeah,
it was revised so many times.
So they had 96 runs in 15 overs.
That's well swept.
Good bit of fielding there to cut that off, as they might have been able to squeeze a
Parnell.
second run. Yeah, Parnell coming across there, and he was going to his left.
That's a good shot. A
Should
couple
get
of
them a
runs
couple,
here.
yeah.
They should come back for the second.
And they'll get it too. So they're going along quite nicely. They're not. They had the one big shot, and now they're just trying to milk and take what else they can get.
Bishop loves to play that reverse sweep. Loud appeal goes up.
Not out, says the umpire.
Yep. Indicating, Bishop indicating it may have come off the forearm. But the
Colin, one of the things we look at when you do adjustments like that, you have to, your power plays are adjusted as well after 32 overs
yeah,
as well.
it's become a mathematical equation, isn't it? It's no longer a cricket game.
Yep. You actually have to work out sums.
Yeah. So Fabian Allen just coming to the end of his over. And it is. So 152 now for 3. And just completing.
So 74 to win from 72 balls.
Yep. 28 overs completed. So 12 overs left. And Chevaux Royal is going to continue.
So they have a close at 520.
520, yeah.
And I suppose.
Well, the third umpire told me that they can go on 520, is it?
Yeah.
But if the light holds and the game is not yet completed, they can go on.
Right. Again, another good, well-judged single.
Yep, excellent running on the part of Bishop and Wickham. Wickham was partially blocked by Royal as he was going through for that single.
Royal is so big.
Exactly. And it took him about 2 minutes to run around Royal to get to the strikers, the non-strikers, to the strikers' end. Yeah, he's thinking of a single, but this time it's not on. As looks like Barnes, the man coming across to do the fielding. It is Barnes. stroked that a little too firmly.
The field is deep
Yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Oh, his head was in the air. You could see Wickham coming down the track. He got to the pitch, but all of a sudden he lifted his head, and luckily he didn't hold out to mid-wicket.
He has to hold his shape a little
Yeah.
bit longer.
That's better. It's going to pick up a single. So the end of the over. And it's what, 155 now, 4-3. And 29 overs have been completed.
71 from 60.
Yep, 71 from 60. So 29, 30 overs have been completed then. Should be. But I'm seeing 29 on the board. It's 71 from 66, Ruskin.
It's 29 overs completed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's 11 overs.
Yeah.
So 66 balls.
66 balls, 71 runs.
71 runs to get. He's looking to pull that ball from outside the line of the off stump. Here's Wickham. That's a pleasant looking shot, just backing away and stroking it nicely out to the deep point position. So Wickham on 21 brings Teddy Bishop on 41 to back into strike. Again, a little too short is Fabian Allen. I think he needs to. Not sure why he's not taking that ball up to the batsman, because
Last
he's
time he did that,
well, I know he was deposited over long on, but he's a little too short. It's either if he's going to bowl that, then he's got to plug that gap at a point position. Well, he's deposited again, but this time it's 6 more again. I thought the man at long on, I was about to say,
Barnes
but
was
this
coming
time he
across,
was,
yeah.
yeah. But another very, very good hit by Wickham. So he picks up 6 more, and as Allen gave it a little, he came down the track again. This is good batting. That would have been suicidal.
Yep, Chadwick had it measured. I was just daring him to go through with it.
So Allen, 1 delivery left for his 6th over to be completed, none for 34 so far. And that's hit high. That's gone for 6 again, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep. Good shot. Bad delivery. And Wickham taking a toll here on Fabian Allen. Let's have a look. Pitching outside the line of the leg stump.
Yep, you're asking for trouble.
So it's 169 now for 3. Wickham quickly goes to 33.
So they need 57 from 60.
Yep. Well, that was a big over, wasn't
Yep.
it?
Actually,
14 runs.
came over
Yep.
that over 2 sixes and 2 singles. So these youngsters have really accredited themselves very well so far, but they still need to keep going. You don't want a new batsman or at the crease right now. These two have been there for a while, so you expect them, if they have to take it deep, even if somebody else has to come in. You don't want to leave too much for them to do, so you want to take it as deep as possible and hopefully help you get over the line. So, but these two have done very well, Colin. 54-run partnership.
Yes, they have. And we see a change in bowling. And it looks to be Nicholson Gordon is the man coming on from the far end. Gordon has had 2 overs for 18 runs, so he was very
It's
expensive.
surprising,
9
yeah.
runs, yeah.
Surprising. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to Cottrell at this stage to see if he could pull. If you're going to go with a seam bowler, see if he could pull. But I suppose you want probably your most accurate seam bowler, if that is how you want to term it.
Yeah.
But he's not the quickest. And the way these youngsters are getting under the ball, this is a bit of a risk here.
Bishop is taking strike. Full toss. It's an awkward sort of height. He couldn't really swing at it. But he did well. He just pushed it down to long on. But it was an awkward type of full toss. You would have thought normally he would have swung that high over mid-wicket. But it was just sort of awkward, sort of waist high.
It started high,
Yeah,
and then
that's
it
right,
came
and then
down.
just dropped.
Yeah. Probably caught him by surprise too.
He's going to get a single, one in the dark, because he was looking to play that through the offside. Came off the inner part of the bat. Goes down to Cottrell, who is at a long on position, so we may see him a little later in the attack.
This is going to be a test here for Robman Powell now, how he marshal his troops here and his resources as well. So does he continue with Fabian Allen, or does he go somewhere else?
That's a good shot from Bishop. He's just going to get a single because there's protection in deep. He's got to think of somebody else now, Ruskin, because Fabian Allen is leaking runs. He leaked 14 runs in the last over, and I think he went for 8 in the over before. So he's got to rethink his plan now. Does he go back to his quicker bowlers now?
To Royal? Does he
Or-
go back to
yeah.
Royal?
He hasn't bowled the off spinner, Barnes, who is an off spinner. And then you've got Andre McCarthy as well. Just a single again. He's found the man in the deep, but he'll be happy just rotating the strike. Would be Wickham. 173 for 3. As these two continue
You
to
have to be impressed with the level of maturity
Yeah.
they're showing. They haven't panicked. They're just playing it on merit. Oh, that's
Well,
gone.
Cottrell is not going to get around a full toss again from Gordon, so this is not a good over. It's the second full toss he bowled, but you
And
could
that's his
see.
50.
Yep. But this one, Ruskin, was much lower, so he went with it nicely. That's a good hit to bring up his 50. This is his second half century of the tournament. Remember, he got to 95 not out in the first game, so now another 6 for Bishop. So he's pretty happy and a man in form.
Is it 47 balls?
Yep, 50 and 47 balls.
This is such a good effort on his part.
Good bit of fielding there at the point position, diving away to his left. Was looks like that's Mackenzie there, but a good bit of fielding by him. And the end of the over, 179 now, 4-3 at the end of 31 overs.
47 from 54. That's the equation right now, and these two are going along quite nicely, merrily. And they had the big over already, and that has now put them ahead of the Erskine. So it's really now about the holding their nerve here, and not doing anything rash.
Well, they're currently going at 5.8, and the required rate is just 5.2.
Yep.
So there's really nothing rash, and they're coming back, the Jamaica Scorpions, with Parnell. And we figured that, and as I said, no way you could have continued with Fabian Allen. He was leaking too much runs. So here is Parnell. Parnell picking up 1 wicket, that of Melius. That's going to be wide.
You're taking that as well. So 180 now on the board.
47 needed. I'm just wondering, I'm seeing the board has 46 to win. Is it 226 and not 227? Yeah, I thought it was 227. That's pulled away. He's not going to get a boundary because that match, Fabian Allen, is out there at the deep, and they just pick up 1 run. Well, he was thinking of 2. It certainly would have been suicidal if Wickham decided to come back. Good sense prevailed from Bishop.
Bishop never moved. He never even considered a second run there. And that's because coming from way out in the deep was Mackenzie. Parnell's doing well so far. Hasn't really given much away other than that wide earlier one.
Thing is, Ruskin, if the academy were to go on to win this game and the Scorpions lose, it will be 3 in a row.
Yep.
They are in serious trouble of moving on in the tournament.
It's not ideal for them. It's going to take an awful lot to get them out of this. And with a bit of rain around, next thing you go to a game and you don't get a decision,
Yeah.
you know, it puts you back even further. We've seen that earlier today from Cottrell. And sticky fingers. Fingers are getting sticky here, Colin. The tension is there because even as a bowler, because you don't want to give away anything here now. You know, pressure is on. You really have to be impressed with the way these two young men have gone about this chase here, especially since they've come back out after the break for rain. They've really set about this target of 96 runs in a very organized, and it's almost as if they don't seem nervous about it at all.
68, the partnership, and they went about it, as you rightly said, without much fuss. Oh, he's gone. This is in the air, but
yep.
yeah, he's gonna
They
go.
might actually pinch a second one. They could have if they really wanted it. But again, Bishop is operating on the side of caution. He doesn't want to take any undue risks. A run out now is not going to be ideal. Like I said, they don't want to have a new batsman come to the crease. At least not just yet. They probably want to get it, I would imagine, under 30, maybe even under 20 before being separated.
That's a wide.
It's another
Yep.
wide, yep. Pressure.
41 runs needed from 49 deliveries. I mean, when you think about the Ruskin, they don't need to take chances. They could bat normal and get the runs.
Just rotate this strike just like they've been doing. There are big gaps all over the field. And that's what I'm saying. It's putting pressure now on Rodman Powell. His whole rethink has to be spot on.
Oh, he's bowled them.
Slower
Slower delivery. He had a big swing at it, Wickham, and now he's actually shadowing what he should have done, which is to play it straight. And he should have been playing that ball back to Parnell, but had an almighty swing at it, missed, and the leg stump came out of the ground. So the end of Wickham, he goes bowled by Parnell for 37 from 43 deliveries. It's now 185 for 4, a partnership with 60.
But it really was a good partnership. And I think the lack of pace on that delivery did him in there because he was through the shot.
Yeah, long before.
Yeah. And of course, once the ball moved and the timing, it threw off his timing. And he just couldn't keep up with the ball anymore. So here is Akeem. Coming to the wicket now. Didn't have a good spell with the ball.
Well, we have a power play now, so the power play is
At 32
at
overs.
32 overs.
I think there are 4 fielders out.
Yep. So it's 41 needed from 48 deliveries.
So that's
As Akim Ogis has come out to the crease, but he's at the non-striker's end because it was the final ball of Parnell's over. He's now had 6 overs, 2 for 31. He's been steady, hasn't he?
Yep, he's bowled well.
Yeah. So it is going to be Cottrell. So the 2 left-arm pacers are back in tandem. So Sheldon Cottrell is going to operate from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. And he hasn't picked up a wicket as yet. So he will be looking to get out the danger man. And you have to think the danger man now is Teddy Bishop. He's well set on 52. And you just have to think, if the academy has to win this game, he's got to take them as close as possible. He's going to pick up a single as that ball is heading down towards Barnes at third man.
So, yeah, Colin, because this is the final power play, they allow the 5 fielders out,
Yeah.
in this one. So they have real boundary riders here now. But I think they also have to consider the question of trying to prevent the batsman from just picking up singles with impunity. 2 things has to happen here, I would imagine. The bowlers have to be consistent with their lines so that the fields that Robman Powell sets for them, that they actually bowl to those fields.
A short delivery from Cottrell, and Ogis facing his first delivery was probably into the shot a little too early. And by the time he had completed the shot, the ball was now striking him somewhere on the thigh pad.
He's not a big man, Ogis. He's kind of like wing.
That's badly lined
Yep.
from
And that's what
Cottrell.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You have to bowl to the field that the captain set for you.
Well, the thing is, Ruskin, to the left-handed Ogis, he's got a third man, backward point, square cover out on the boundary. Then he's got a short extra cover, a mid-off. So on the onside, you've got 5 men. You have 2 boundary riders in the square point, the square cover, and the third man. But why are you going to be bowling down the leg side? That's poor control, poor bowling by Cottrell. He's got a long on, a deep backward square, a fine leg, and a man at mid-wicket. But, you know, you look at the field, and he should be bowling off stump.
Yeah, because even if the batsman was to get the ball there, chances are he would be taking a risk to get that ball down to the fine leg or someplace like that.
That's better. He's got an edge, but he has a third man in place, so they're only going to pick up a single because McCarthy is down at third man, had to run around to his right, but did it effectively. So Ogis looking to drive the ball, peeling off that outside edge. No slip in place, and that certainly saved him. Had there been a slip, Ogis could have well found his way back to the pavilion.
That's what they call an educated edge. Got it in the gap. That's all that matters now.
Slower delivery from Cottrell. There was Bishop trying to reach for it, but it wasn't wide enough. It was just a slower delivery, and he certainly didn't read it.
He pulled that slower delivery well in this game.
Well disguised, isn't it?
Yep. We saw him do it earlier. His 5.4 overs, 18 runs.
Can't get it away.
Another slower delivery
Yep.
again.
trying to beat Parnell, who's at that mid-wicket position.
And that's the experience factor here, because even though he knew he bowled a couple wide deliveries down the leg side, you could see him correcting it, but he's not bowling at full throttle.
They're going to pick up a single.
Yep.
They're coming back for the second. Bishop was interested, but there was absolutely no interest from Ogis, and they settled for the single. So the end of the over, what, number 33. It's 190 for 4. 36 runs needed from 42 deliveries. There is the scorecard.
Yeah, still in a good place. And Teddy Bishop again carrying the load here for his team, aided and abetted by a splendid 37 from Kevin Wickham and an even more exciting 52 from Leonardo Julian earlier, all contributing to get them to this point. Who is going to take them home now? Bishop is on strike, and I think you want him on strike.
Well, we see it's going to be Parnell, and it's going to be coming into bowl to Bishop and spanking this one down to long off, and they go through for a single. That almost a flat batted slap at that. Now the target is 227, so it's 226, sorry. So it is really 35 runs needed from 41 balls and not 36. So Ogis is going to take a strike.
You see, it's now saying 35 from 41
Yeah.
here, right?
So it's so the target is 226, not 227.
227.
Yeah, that's based on what I'm seeing on the scoreboard. So sometimes you're told one thing, Ruskin, and they really need to
Something
tell
else.
you something different. But this score was revised about 2 or 3 times.
Yep, and
At
hoping
one
they
stage,
communicated
yeah.
that to the teams.
At
so
one
they know.
time, I heard it was 236, and when I was walking up here, Gordon Pear
226.
told me 256,
Yeah.
and I said no, 236. Then it went to 227. Now it's 226. Slower delivery. Just gonna pick up a single because that ball is going to the right of the man at that short mid wicket.
Royal.
Yep, and that's Royal. So 34 needed, and they've got 39 balls in which to get it. 33 needed, 39 balls. Badly lined. Is it, Ruskin, every time, you know, Parnell and even a couple of the other
They go
quickies,
for pace.
when they're looking for pace, they lose their line?
It appears that way because they put in the extra effort. Those are the effort deliveries, and they just seem to get it all wrong. And really now, all you really need to do is relax and just bowl. You know, don't worry about top speed. You just want to get the deliveries where you want it in those areas to make life difficult for the batsman. That could be a
Runs
couple
here,
here.
yep. So well played.
Might even be 4.
Oh, that
Ouch!
was really well played. He timed that
But
superbly.
no, forget that he twisted his ankle.
Oh my word.
That is what I was looking at there, because he put his foot to stop it, and I don't know if he stepped on the ball or he stepped on the rope, because it was close. If you look at it here, look at the very last minute.
Let's have a
just
look.
as he was about to put, watch where his foot is. Ouch!
Oh.
It just slid. He might have hyperextended his knee there. That is so unfortunate. And you know who that is? That's Kirk McKenzie out there.
Yes, the young man.
Yep.
Well, he seems to be all right.
Well, the physio is out
physio is,
there.
the magic spray comes out, Ruskin.
Colin, shoot, tell me I know about a hyperextended knee. I don't know if magic spray working. Because you could see when he put the foot slid under him, and he was traveling, at a high speed. But at the end of the day, it's 4 runs, and I don't know if he could continue. They might be advised to bring somebody else on. Yes,
well,
look. Odin
Smith is there. Yeah, but I think Odin Smith.
I think it's better he goes. I am not sure. I mean, you could walk it off because the adrenaline, the blood is pumping, and everything is there. But just the way that leg slid and then stopped suddenly, I'm worried now.
Let's hope he's all right.
Very worried. You just hope that he's okay.
So there's Odin Smith has come onto the field as a substitute.
But it was such touch and go because he was trying to intercept the ball before it got to the rope. So he might have just stretched a little bit, and then when he planted, the foot slid.
So 28 runs now needed for victory from 38 balls.
But again, another badly lined delivery.
Yeah. Ogie's handled it well. He played it very... It's such sweet timing.
And he didn't try to overhit it either. He just placed it well.
Slower delivery.
Yep, and that seems to be the magic delivery. That's the one that got him the wicket. A slower one. And it beat Wickham. All ends up knocked the leg stump out of the ground. Can he do it again? That's what I think his captain is asking him for here. I'm sure Ogies might be thinking something else. Just as I suspected, he's going with him again. So he's pinched the striker. It's 199 now for 4. 34 overs completed.
So it seems that the West Indies Academy slowly but surely making their way to victory here. The 6 overs left and just 28 runs needed, or 36 balls. And you have to say that they're favourites to go on to win this.
Unless Cottrell could pull something out of the hat here. He needs a wicket
or 2.
Oh, yep, and I think his team needs him to use that experience. That's a good shot. And they're going to go back. No, they decide against it, and it looked like it was a good decision too. Good work again by
McCarthy. Yep, excellent, and a nice looking shot because it brings up the 200. But what I liked about it, Ogies waited on it and then just guided it.
It's a deliberate
down,
shot.
yeah, down to third man.
Hard,
Not an edge or anything like that. And
you did say you like these modern day bats.
Yeah,
you wish you had them when you were playing.
Boy, I tell you, you just tip the ball and it goes for 4. You top edge for 6. Boy, that would have suited me fine. This is a delivery that goes down to long on, and Odin Smith gets in the game. So a little bit surprised that he wasn't included in the final 11.
Sometimes you get that in tournament play. Some teams tend to juggle their personnel and try to, but in a game like this, which is like almost a must-win for you, you figure he might have been among the 11. And not there. It's all going wrong for Sheldon Cottrell here. He hasn't really been able to produce a consistent line. This is what, the 3rd wide?
It's the 3rd wide in the last 2 overs.
Yeah.
sun is nicely out, Ruskin. It's what, just about 5 past 5, and the ground is nicely sunlit. That's too short, and Ogies gets it down to the deep square leg, and they go through for a comfortable single. So 23 now needed in 33 deliveries.
Certainly, Robman Powell needs somebody to put his hand up and say,
And it's not about limiting the runs. They need wickets. They need wickets.
They can't defend that.
Yeah, they
anymore.
can't defend that. You can't defend 23 runs in 33 balls. You've got to pick up some wickets and put the batsman under some pressure.
You need some new batters at the crease. You're going to get one. They might think of a second. No.
It's not on.
So, and now Jamaica has to get desperate. They have to get scrappy and try something. Something's got to give here, or else this game is just going to, cruise away from them. 204 and 0 for 4. So 22 needed.
Ogies has looked good since he's come to the crease, hasn't he? He's been timing the ball well.
He needs to stay the course, though. Just do your part. And that's
a
good shot.
smashing shot.
Yep. They're going for one. They think and they're going to get the second one because there's a bubble out there. What a time to come up with a bubble. Gordon out there just not able to pick it up cleanly, and he gifted them a second run. So the pressure really beginning to tell here now on the Jamaican fielders.
Yeah.
The bowlers
took his eye off the ball at the last minute, didn't he? I think he looked up to see where the batsmen were, and then all of a sudden he lost the batsman, he lost the ball.
He lost his bearings.
Yes.
Go left, go right, whatever it is.
21 needed now, 20 needed.
From 31 balls.
31 balls.
Every time he bowls that slower delivery, it works out better for him. But it's the end of the over. It's 206 for 4 after 35.
And again, we just want to say we're going with the scoreboard because the scoreboard is saying that the academy, they require 20 runs in 30 balls. That's as far as the scoreboard is concerned. That's what it's saying. So we're going with that officially, and not 21 in 30. What we gather, they need 20 in 30 balls.
So who is going to do this, pull off this miracle here for Jamaica? Usain Bolt?
Shalom Parnell.
Fraser Price.
Shalom Parnell.
They need somebody to...
Can he stand up and be counted? Or as they say, as Bob Marley would say, stand up, get up.
Get up, stand up, calling it.
Whatever. I change all the lyrics to all songs, Ruskin. That's the thing about me. I change the lyrics to all songs. I like to do my own thing. And Bob Marley, the Marley, Bob Marley, God rest his soul, is no longer with us. But his estate can't sue me because it's my own lyrics.
It's your own version of things.
Yeah, that's right. Stand up, get up.
Yep. It's like when you look at a painting, everybody can take something away from it, something different.
That's a good shot. Well stopped by Odin Smith. There was cover at the deep position.
But they still managed the singles, so that which is most important for the academy. It's now 207. The equation on the board hasn't changed. No?
207. Well, the scoreboard now is saying 20 runs to win from
28 deliveries.
So it means that the target really is 227. We'll have to wait and see if that changes. So, but I tell you, they're trying their best to confuse us whole afternoon.
another one, but again, why is he even venturing on the pads at this point in time? So now it has changed to 19, which is
right, which is
correct.
correct. Which means it's 227 to win. Well, I tell you, it's all happening. And you upset with me because I said stand up, get up. You understand it, but you're not upset with the scorers and what's happening.
Well, they finally figured it out. And that is not what they wanted there. They're going for one. He just has to be careful though, because he took a little while to come back to get the first run completed. That's a bye. So things that you don't want to happen at this stage actually is what is happening here for the Jamaicans. It's just not been their tournament so far.
So 18 needed, 26 deliveries. They really need Parnell needs to come good. He needs to get a wicket here.
And a little dove flies across the savannah. Was a slower delivery that is cracked out into the deep, but they're only going to get a single. Fabian Allen is patrolling out there. And that in itself is a signal not to take any chances. Danger lurking out there. 210 now for 4. 17 needed. 25 deliveries. So you can just see the hands and the hips now from the Jamaican players. That's a signal or an indication that
They're resigned to defeat.
yeah, they're not. The energy is kind of like it's not there right now. Maybe a wicket might spruce them up a little bit.
Ken Bishop began to come down the track and sort of was reaching for that ball. But at the end of the over from Parnell, it's 211 for 4. So we have just 4 overs left, and
16.
the Academy, they need 16 runs to win. So just about 4 runs and over.
They could get them in singles, just because they've been churning over the strike quite nicely. And we haven't seen too many aerial shots lately.
No, they haven't.
They've kind of.
But you know, with my rule, the game would be done in 2 balls, 2 hits, and the game's done. Eh? See, that's the thing with different innovations, Ruskin.
Yeah, you see, you just favoring the batsman there. You have no consideration for the bowlers and the bowlers' pride here.
Yeah, but surely he shouldn't be getting hit in the second tier in a double in the stand.
He who likes the new bats.
Dot ball from Cottrell.
Where you talk about ball jumping off the edge and going for 6.
Where's Lester Casimir? I want to bring Lester to end this game.
Knows that the Churchill Roosevelt Highway is
it's flooded. Oh my word!
In the Trin City area.
Well, he keeps saying that you are his good friend, so maybe you might.
Do
you have a room? Do you have a room by you, Ruskin?
I will tell him in due course.
Runs fair.
Yeah,
they're going to pick up 2.
Here.
Yeah. If
not
we're
a
going to the
boundary.
boundary, well done. A little bit of footballing skills coming in from McCarthy. And they were able to pick up 2 runs. Is that McCarthy? I think let's just make sure.
Yes, it is McCarthy.
Yeah. So what? 13 runs needed?
14.
14 runs. I'm getting confused now with 226 and
227.
227. Yeah. 14 needed. Swings that,
shot,
but
yep.
it's to the man out there, Blackwood.
Played it too well.
Yeah.
He only got a single.
13 needed, 21 deliveries.
And you think that's the thing, you're not seeing that, that enthusiasm from the Jamaicans. They're not. Yeah, they don't seem as if they feel that they can pull off a miracle here. I think they just resigned to the situation. The bigger picture, though, is that this will be their third loss
Yeah.
to start the campaign.
And it will be the Academy's second win.
Mhm.
I think they have had 2 wins, a loss, and a no result.
Yep.
That's going to be a wide.
And not only that, is 5 wides now.
Well. I think that's it.
That is
Even,
the heartbreaker there.
Yeah. Cottrell bends over, and you could see him very, very disturbed by that.
It went right through the gate there from the wicketkeeper Chadwick Walton.
Well,
He never got across
yeah,
to
never
it.
did he?
He didn't bring the pad in front of the ball, and he paid the price there. So now, single digits. 8 required. And
He's just going to get a single because, again, there's protection with McCarthy out there. But a genuine edge from Ogies trying to drive. Probably it's easy to say they should have had a slip in place if they're looking for wickets.
but Colin, now that you're looking at this, who would you put as your man of the match?
Whew.
Especially if the academy gets over the line.
Well, it has to be either Young or Bishop, Teddy Bishop. Teddy Bishop, he took 2 catches
He's
as well in the
62.
outfield.
Yep, he's 62 not out.
Took 3 catches in the outfield. He's 62 not out. And Naeem Young came on in the end and picked up 5 wickets. Limited the Jamaican team to 263 for 9 when at one stage they seemed to be going closer to 280, 285.
So they're just 6 away now. And they have 19 balls to get those 6 runs. .221 for 4.
Runs for Ogies, just a single. Don't think they're going to take the chance
He was traveling
to come
quickly
back
there,
for
yeah,
2.
he
It
was
went to
just
Barnes. So the end of the over.
2-2-2.
So 5 needed from 18 deliveries.
Well, I think when Jamaica batted, we were 260. We felt at the start of play,
Yeah.
250 might have been a good score.
Yeah, well,
But
I-
you would
yeah.
take 260, 270 if
Yeah.
you got it.
yeah,
They
I
got 260, well, I don't know how much the rain would have
Played a
affected
part.
them.
yeah.
Would have impacted their whole thing, but the equation was still a
Yeah.
good equation for
Yeah,
them.
I just
I don't
thought
think
though.
it overly favored the batting side.
Yeah, and I just thought 250. I felt they were about 25 runs short. I'm sorry, 263. I felt that they needed more 275, 280, just to put a little bit more pressure on the academy. But give them credit. They started off losing the wickets of Melias and Nandu, and then a good partnership between Julian and Bishop, and then Bishop and Wickham has really guided them to getting the total. Well, here's Royal. So 17 deliveries left to get this 5 runs. And I would wonder if Ogies is going to try to end it in with 1 shot. No, he's not. Maybe he's leaving that for Bishop to do because just 4 needed now. So he doesn't even have to take the chance to try and go over the top. He can play it along the ground and get it to beyond the boundary.
This could very well be it here.
And that's it. That ball is going to
It's-
Cottrell.
yeah.
I thought at one stage he was saying, "Look, I'm not going to catch that," but then it was slowing up, and he then decided to give chase, but it was too late. So that is the victory here for the academy, getting to 227 for 4 with 15 balls remaining. And you just have to think that at the end of the day, it was really an excellent performance from them. Yeah, and maybe Naim Young, 5 for 49 from 8 overs. Maybe a man of the match, Ruskin.
It could be, yeah, because he certainly limited the Jamaicans and kept the score to a reasonable level. So Naim Young bowling 5 for 49 from his 8 overs. So I don't think too many people will argue with that, but spare thought for an unbeaten 67 from Teddy Bishop,
yeah,
and 52 from Leonardo Julian, who batted superbly in the chase when the chase started before the interruption because of rain. And as the teams exchange pleasantries, the players shake hands, look at the disappointment on the faces of the Jamaicans here. This is not what they had planned coming into this tournament. It just hasn't worked out for them.
No, it hasn't. And they didn't play good cricket, in my view, today. They played in bits and pieces. A good partnership between Mackenzie and Powell at that point in time, with both getting half centuries. You thought they would have kicked on from there. But then Young had other ideas because he came on and he dismissed both of them. And that's, I suppose, you've got to give Young credit for that, because he helped pull back the scoring rate. And because when Powell was dismissed, it was 188. And when you think they only added another, 75 runs after Powell was dismissed. I think they missed the boat a little bit in batting. They should have gone maybe 275, 280. But even that, the way the academy has played, would not have been enough. They and kudos to them. I thought they bowled well, they fielded well. I think Lester made the point that their catching was excellent. Naim Young put down one catch off his own bowling, and then I think 2 balls later he got the wicket. But all in all, I think it's been a good display from them. This is a nice young team. You look at the oldest player on the team is in fact the skipper, Naim Young, who is 23, and Joshua Bishop as well, who is 23. But everybody else, O'Geese is 20, Teddy Bishop, who's got 67 not out, he is 20. And then you've got McKenny Clark, the opening bowler, he is 20. Matthew Ford out of Barbados, he is 21. Leonardo Julian, he is 22. And then you have Kimani Melius is 22. Ashmead Ned is 22. Kevin Wickham is 20. So it's a really nice young team. And I'm happy to see Brian Lara with them. He's playing a part with that West Indies academy. And, they've won 2. They've got a no result. Who knows, Ruskin, how far they can go. They very well can get into the semi-finals. And if you get into the semi-finals at a knockout stage, anything can happen. But a good victory for them. I think when you look back on it, they'd be happy with it. The Jamaican Scorpions, on the other hand, they've got a lot of work to do. I can't, at this point in time, I'm not going to put my head on a block and say they're not going to get into the semi-finals. But they've got to win all the remaining games, and they have to hope results go their way. So it's going to be tough for them. But kudos to the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, they're winning here today by 6 wickets under the Duckworth-Lewis method. The match again reduced to 40 overs with a target of 227, and they got there with 4 wickets to spare. And congratulations again to them. So on behalf of Lester Casimir and Colin Murray, and of course the other technical crew, I'm Ruskin Mark, thanking you so much. And of course we hope you stay with us here on 360 TV and Cricket West Indies for more coverage of the CG United Super 50 Cup from Trinidad.